Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make they carve the mold. The mold of
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, pharaoh of physical media, existential Mr. Rogers, standard, whatever people call me. I'll take it. Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Musings, episode 25. 25 weeks of this gorgeous show with my gorgeous co-host, who is looking quite gorgeous this evening.
Well, thank you, Robert, and it is such a pleasure to be here as always.
Well, you look lovely. Lael Rockwell will be joining us later. He's either singing The Woman King or he's out at a shindig. Either way, he's having a good time wherever it is. Him and LaToya T are probably tearing up the town looking fabulous while they're doing it. So that's good. So how's your week?
It's been a busy week. It's starting to get cold. I don't like when it starts to get cold. I always am in denial, but the fall seems to be on its way, Robert. How was your week?
Well, it's been good. I think we should recognize that you started a new show right here on this channel.
Yes.
The Ladies of the PGS, is that what it's called?
Yes, it is. Ladies of the PGS. I tuned it on Tuesday. It was the first episode. I spoke because it was a solo show. So I spoke about a bunch of things that members of the PGS enjoy. So it was a success and I enjoyed doing it. It was a great show, Robert. I'm really happy with it.
Well, people seem to like it and you're bringing it back. Are you bringing it back when?
Monday night at 6 p.m.
Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Yes.
Very exciting. So everybody tune in. So I figured we would discuss, first of all, let's get the entertainment news of the week out of the way. We had a lot of shows, House of the Dragon, She-Hulk, Rings of Power. Are you watching? You liking?
Yes.
House of the Dragon brought some sexy time.
Oh, it was wonderful, Robert.
House of Pleasure, babe. Come on.
Oh, just pleased as punch. And one of the things that I love that they did is that they gave us the female gaze. There's a point in the episode where, the princess goes back to her room and she sees the guy who's right outside of her door, the person who's her defender, and, pretty much seduces the guy. But I just really loved it because that would have been the natural course of what would have happened. I'm glad that, her uncle or relative kind of pushed away and moved away from her. But what a steamy, hot ending. But there were, repercussions to it, Robert. And I just love what they're doing with House of the Dragon.
I'm really loving the show, too. All hell is going to break loose in this 5th episode, as we've seen. The Targaryen Civil War, the battle lines are young Aegon versus Rhaenyra. Of course, Otto Hightower is no longer the hand of the king. He's going to go over on the side of his daughter, Alicent, and her son, the true heir. And, of course, I think that Viserys is going to die, having only named Rhaenyra as his heir, but the rest of the kingdom isn't going to like that, although Rhaenyra is going to have Matt Smith, Daemon, come over on her team Rhaenyra. And we're going to watch the Dance of the Dragons. I don't know how long it's going to go, but it's going to be great.
It has been a great ride. And of course, they've kept up that production value. It's a flawless looking show that looks amazing. I do feel like I'm in Westeros, as people have said. They brought us to Westeros. It's the time of Westeros. So we certainly do feel like we're immersed in it, and it feels good.
It really does. And I want to point out that the latest episode of Designing Hollywood is with Janie Tamim, who is the costume designer on House of the Dragon. She did 6 Harry Potter movies and Skyfall and Spectre. I mean, she's the real deal. She's very French. It was great. So that's over on the John Campea channel. So if you're interested in that, House of the Dragon, she did a phenomenal job. So, yeah. So there you go. Which is all good. Kevin Frazier fires in a super chat and says, "I knew you were a G when I saw you with the Frederick Douglass thing on your mic." And also love the show and blessings to and Lael. Love vibes and energy to you. Well, thank you, Kevin. That's very nice. I mean, it's funny. A friend of mine sent me like a package of these stickers, like with I've said it before, Einstein. I'm a big fan of Frederick Douglass. One of the great American statesmen and orators of all time. And I was even going to do, I did a photo shoot with Isaiah Mustafa and we were going to do a movie. It actually came out of Twitter, but my friend Derek Hughes, who created Living in Infamy, co-created it, and who's now a TV writer himself. He's on Quantum Leap now. But we were joking over Twitter for a long time about Frederick Douglass, American slave, American zombie hunter. And we came up with this idea, kind of like Abraham Lincoln, vampire hunter, but this pretty interesting story that was going to have Harriet Tubman in it and Nat Turner. And we actually did a photo shoot with Phil Lamar playing Frederick Douglass and Isaiah Mustafa. And it was pretty cool. With a Confederate zombie soldier, and the idea was that the Confederacy, knowing they're going to lose, send a garrison to Haiti, and they steal the secret of resurrecting the dead, and they're resurrecting the dead soldiers, and of course it quickly runs amok, and Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass are running an underground railroad to get everybody out as the zombie hordes are growing and growing and growing, and Frederick Douglass had sent his kids north. And they ended up back in the Northern Army, and then they end up saving them. It was gonna be. It would have been cool, but we did this cool photo shoot. But I'm a huge fan of Frederick Douglass, so thank you for that, Kevin. Al says, not happy with John Campea. Don't know how you do it. Well, I mean, I've been streaming with John since 2015, and he is a good friend, and he's good. He's a good boss, and I do enjoy streaming with him. Mikey says, hello, Rob, and Michaelito says, I'm looking forward to what Lael has to say about the Woman King. Haven't seen it yet, but already a lot of controversy. Yeah, it was interesting. I heard the director on NPR today, and I can understand why. I think people need to really understand when they make movies and they're marketing them, whether it's Olivia Wilde or you gotta watch your P's and Q's when you're talking about your own work. I think people can, you got to be careful. You got to be careful what you say.
We were talking about this, why is it so often that, I guess maybe the production team can't just let the movie stand for itself, let people watch it and draw their own conclusions about it. Why can't they just do that, at least for a little while the film first comes out? Yeah. I mean, to me, while it's great to talk about your work, you should let the work stand for itself. At the end of the day, the work is what you are judged by. And you should be very careful. Like when Olivia Wilde talked about
like Jordan Peterson. As I've said, I'm no Jordan Peterson acolyte, but especially during the pandemic when the intellectual dark web sort of became a thing, like I was watching a lot of these guys because I was just interested. I was interested in these long form conversations, and I was watching a lot of, Jordan Peterson. I did read his book, 12 Rules for Life, and it's basically it's a self-help book, and it has a lot of good advice. I mean, people make fun of the fact, a lot of people that when they want to pillory him, they're like, well, his first rule is clean your room. And when you think about it, it's a metaphor for bringing order to your life. And the very place that you exist, you go to sleep and you wake up, if it's an ordered place to be, I think everybody knows. But it's just, when she says that he was a hero for incels and all this, it's like, I based my villain on him. It's like, well, don't keep that to yourself, And then so it's just interesting. And as I said, I'm not a defender of Jordan Peterson's, but when you aren't truly up on who exactly he is and you make some statements, it gets a little weird. But if you just let your movie, I mean, that movie, I'm really looking forward, I'll say this right now, I'm looking forward to Don't Worry Darling. Mm-hmm. I can't wait to see it. I was lucky to see, she made a really interesting, I used to call them rip-o-matics, but what you do is it's like a mood board, but you use footage from other things. And when I worked in advertising, when I would try and sell a commercial, like I had a commercial concept, you'd go and you'd take images from other commercials and you'd cut them together to sort of show what your idea was. And they were called rip-o-matics. And she did I don't know if they call them that anymore, but she did a rip-o-matic that's about 4 minutes long of what she wanted Don't Worry Darling to be. And it was really, really good. And that's what helped sell her vision to the people that made it and the financiers. And I'm rooting for Olivia Wilde because I really liked Booksmart. I thought that was a knockout debut, and I'm all for. I would love to see more women filmmakers and hear more unique voices. But when you made a film, let the film lead, man. Let the film lead. When you've made a movie and you spent a bunch of millions of other people's money, let the movie lead and shut the fuck up and get out of the way of the movie. And just kind of answer questions, but don't use the promotion of your movie as a platform to attack other people. To come out and say, I base my especially somebody who has a large following. I mean, that's publicity 101. Don't pick a fight with somebody when always keep the emphasis on your work.
And what's interesting about this is that there is probably a lot of people who do like Jordan Peterson, but once they hear something like that, it might turn them off to seeing the film. So, to make statements like this, you have to be very cautious. Even like you said, if it were true or not, that might be something she should keep to herself just initially. And maybe, 10, 15 years from now, she can talk about, things like that. But you want your film to be a success, but it's not just her that the success is riding on. Everybody who stars in the film, the production,
all the technicians that worked on it that are looking for their next job, because all the reviews have said how beautiful it is, and Matthew Libatique's photography and the acting is pretty good, and I really think that promoting a movie is never a good platform to personally attack people that have nothing to do with your film, even if you did base a villain on your perception that you have of some public figure. Especially one that's going to fight back. But
I'm sure he's responded to it. And
he has.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his daughter too. And
well.
I find it really interesting that he's not the only. She's not the only person that attacked him. Ta-Nehisi Coates made the Red Skull spout Jordan Petersonisms in the pages of a Marvel comic. I don't think it was Black Panther. I think it was Captain America. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, well, I get it. I understand people might not like him, but, it's okay. But anyway. Oh, Tom Jr. Jackson wants to know, how lovely is looking, everyone? Well, I said to her when I first saw her, I think she's looking lovely tonight.
Thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate it.
Echo Base Network. How you doing, buddies? Hey, guys. Love listening in on your live streams when you guys are together. And Duncan Z says, I finished For All Mankind recently. Can't thank you enough for always recommending it. it was great on Twitter today. There was a video that they made of the other actors saying goodbye to the Molly and the actress who plays Molly, and then the actress Chantal who plays Karen Baldwin. So that was pretty cool. And they are being released on Blu-ray in the UK, so that's cool. I can't wait to do that.
Yeah.
Bloodsport 1 says, looking so lovely. So I wanted to start off, now that we've talked about, are you digging Rings of Power?
I'm confused by Rings of Power. I'm just a little confused by a bit of it because I was streaming earlier today and someone asked me, how would you summarize the latest Rings of Power episode? And I had difficulty summarizing it. I think that it was an attempt to progress the story, but I'm not quite sure whether we got that. It doesn't feel as if things are dramatically different. About the only thing that I learned was that orb or that globe or that,
the Palantir.
Yeah, when she put her hand on it, it had something to do with water, and that might have been the revelation. The nations near water, so maybe water might come in. I don't know exactly if the baddies come, that's what's going to happen. But beyond that, I wasn't necessarily too impressed with it. And the other thing that I noticed too was that the dwarf's wife keeps asking her husband about when she met, like when you met this elf person. And I'm wondering, she seemed very determined to ask him, well, when did you really meet? Like, what really happened when you met? And I was like, she's really suspicious of her husband. Why is she so suspicious about this meeting that they had? So I wasn't quite sure why that was so important at that moment, but they put it in there. And, she's really, concerned about that meeting as to why maybe they're even friends. I'm not quite sure what or why she got so kind of focused on that, especially in front of her husband. So it's different if she was speaking to the elf separately and they were in private and said, look, I just need to ask you a question, but it's almost like she kind of challenged her husband. I don't believe what he's told me. That's not very nice. It's not cool in a relationship.
Well, I have to read. This article dropped. It dropped this morning, but
Yes.
it was a review from Forbes. Now, keep in mind we are 4 hours into this show, so we're all of Fellowship of the Ring and the first hour of Two Towers into this show,
Yeah.
and the story is completely. I mean, they could have told everything in 2 hours, and I just feel like I find this show incredibly not involving, and this I want to read a little bit. This is from Eric Kane, and it was on Forbes.
Okay.
And The Rings of Power, Episode 4, recap and review, an epic disappointment. I am so disappointed in Amazon's Rings of Power. I genuinely thought it got off to an incredible start, introducing us to a breathtaking Middle-earth, alive with glittering elven cities and magic. Sure, the first 2 episodes didn't give us much time to really get to know any of the characters, but I chalked this up to stage setting. This was all set up, and the good, meaty character development would come later. Alas, we find ourselves still waiting for anything to happen that we actually care about. Let's run over the events of Episode 4, The Great Wave, before discussing some of the big structural and narrative problems the Rings of Power is currently facing. Again, the following criticism applies to most of the show, but the orcs are exempt. The orcs on this show may just be the very best thing about it. Let's start with the main storyline. Galadriel versus Numenor. How do you solve a problem like Galadriel? She's a real headache for the powers that be in Numenor, an island kingdom that hates the elves passionately for reasons. Yes, some reasons are given in this episode, but they're not very good ones, and the conflict feels rushed and contrived. Galadriel continues to act like an impatient, petulant human teenager. Her lack of the most basic diplomacy skills get her locked up by an exasperated Muriel, at which point Halbrand scoffs and rolls his eyes and compares her to a horse charging at everything. Last week, Elendil compared her to his kids. Now another human is comparing her to a horse, one of the oldest, wisest, and most powerful elves in all of Middle-earth. She gets locked up because mostly she's very, very eager to speak to Muriel's father, the old king who was deposed for his love of elves. Elves that play virtually no role whatsoever in the day-to-day politics of this place and haven't for centuries. Clearly something the populace should be very concerned with. When Ar-Pharazôn and some guards come to take her to a ship where she'll be sent back to her people, which she originally wanted so desperately, she fights the guards and throws them in her cell. It is, I should add, one of the silliest, most laughable fights you will ever see in a big-budget TV show. Its only saving grace is that it's all over so fast. Halbrand tells Pharazôn not to join in the fighting. He'll spill the beans on where Galadriel is headed next. Valuable intel on an island. Or something. Meanwhile, Isildur's friends get mad at him because he purposefully screws up to get kicked off the ship he's on, and they get kicked off also. Isildur has big dreams and stuff. He hears a woman's voice calling to him. Other than that, who is this kid, and why do we care? I mean, I know who Isildur is in the big scheme of things, but this show has given us exactly 0 reasons to care about his character. They've spent a tiny bit more time developing his sister, Arianne, a character invented for the show, but I'm equally nonplussed and uninterested in her character. Maybe there's just too much going on without anything of consequence going on. Anyway, Galadriel discovers that the old king is really old. He's on his deathbed. He can't help her. Muriel is there with a bunch of guards. Watch out, guards. Galadriel might shove you. And the next day she escorts her to the ship to have her sent back to the elves. But then the petals of the great trees start falling, and that's a sign from the gods that they made the wrong choice. And so, through no skill or diplomacy of her own, Galadriel is welcomed back, and Muriel commits to helping her in her cause, which I guess is to fight orcs, to save much of miserable, grumbling, unwashed peasants that we already despise. Which brings us to the Southland. I was going to start rooting for Adar until he decided to let Arondir go so he could take a message to the humans. Molly is excellent in the role so far, and I love the idea of a dark elf leading the orcs. If Sauron and Melkor can both fall from grace, surely some elves can too. But sending off a well-armed elven archer to bring a message of mostly defenseless tower filled with farmers and peasants makes no sense whatsoever. Arondir is almost certainly worth more than all of these people combined, and why'd he be sent away with his bow and arrows is beyond me. Good thing he's set free, though. He shows up to save Theo from the orcs just in the nick of time. Then he and Theo and Bronwyn run away through the forest as the orcs chase in slow motion. I'll grant you this is a beautifully shot scene, and it has some of the nicest music of the entire show playing over it. But if Adar hadn't released Arondir, none of this would be happening. Maybe it would have made more sense for Arondir to escape last week and then spy on Adar this week and then sneak out and bring a warning back to the humans and find Theo on the way instead of being set free. We get more of Theo with the Morgul blade and the old codger from the village, Waldreg, who appears to be a dark friend. That's what they call humans who follow Sauron in this, right? But again, the best part is the orcs. The orcs look great. They even have some customs and rituals with their dead that grant them another layer of humanity, which is a nice touch. And it goes on. And I find it so strange that, as a matter of fact, Binary Sunset Media says that Rings of Power suffers from the bad robot mystery box that is tired. I agree. Like, who are they trying to kid? Like, we even know where this is going to wind up. We saw the end of the Second Age at the beginning of Fellowship of the Ring. You know, we know that Elrond leads an alliance of men and elves and everyone against the forces of Sauron, and the ring is cut from his hand. I mean, what I thought this show was going to show us is all of these disparate realms of Middle-earth that all were backbiting and bickering with one another. There was no unity. And the show you would see in the midst of all of this, that evil. I mean, I always love stories where democracy is corrupted from within. And I thought that we were going to see that. And I guess we're kind of going to see that because that's what happens to Numenor. But when you say Muriel has a Palantir and she's like, well, this is how I know Numenor is going to end in this great flood. I mean, you'd think that she'd be the first person to start mobilizing her forces to figure out what's going on. There's something bad coming down the pike. Now I have this elven princess. I've got Galadriel telling me something bad is coming down the pike. And it just seems like everybody's kind of dumb on this show. It's like, why don't we call somebody?
Yeah, well, it does feel like they're also ignoring the signs too, doesn't it? You have this horrible tunnel underneath your house, and maybe it's a good time to say we can't live in this area anymore. We need to mention it to the elves, even to say that there are tunnels underneath the. If she wasn't in a relationship with that elf, would she have even mentioned it to anyone? Perhaps not. And then a very odd moment. In the article, the author does mention that that was one of the most beautiful scenes where he rescues, let's say his girlfriend and her son, and we finally see a show of affection. Robert, he gracefully places his hand on her forearm. Robert, wow, this is so profound. After saving her life, I don't know how I would react after someone saved my life, but I might be a little more affectionate at that moment, especially if it's somebody that I care about. At least what they're implying, that there's some kind of relationship, right? Maybe not. I mean, so that was a little awkward and odd. And the entire encounter in when Galadriel is talking to the queen, she's trying to, guilt her into following her. Well, your father valued, your dad thought it was important. And so then she's like, yeah, you're right. My dad did think it was important. I'm thinking to myself, that's not a compelling argument.
No. There's something I do want to read from this article too, this review, because it goes on and talks about, I do like Elrond's relationship with Durin. I think, but this is pretty funny. So it's again from this article, this Forbes article. Meanwhile, in Khazad-dûm, Elrond has returned to speak with Durin once more, and because he's a keen-eyed elf, notices that the dwarves are hiding something from him. So he does some lip reading and soon discovers their secret, Mithril. This is all a bit of a strange framing of things. In the actual lore, the city of Aragon, or where Celebrimbor is preparing to build his mighty forge, wasn't founded until the dwarves began mining the precious metal. The elves set up shop so near Khazad-dûm specifically because of their love of Mithril, which they used in their own creations. Durin is hiding the discovery from Elrond because it requires more dangerous digs. Why Elrond would care is less clear, and this is illustrated when there's a cave-in and several dwarven miners are almost but not quite killed. This is apparently a very big deal, and Durin goes to his father full of regrets and apologies for continuing to dig for the stuff without his permission. But honestly, why would dwarves consider a mining accident that big of a deal? This must come with the territory. Even the most skilled delvers of the deep surely encounter a cave-in or accident from time to time. The real reason Mithril is a problem is that the dwarves dig too deep and unearth an ancient evil. Though this occurs well into the Third Age, that would be the Balrog, for people interesting. I'm speaking, of course, of the Balrog, Durin's Bane, who the dwarves wakened from its long slumber in TA 1980. The Balrog is a Maiar spirit similar to Gandalf and Saruman, who was corrupted by Melkor Morgoth and ended up fighting alongside him in the War of the Jewels. It fled at the end of the First Age and essentially went into a 5,000-year hibernation. After it slew Durin the Sixth and drove the dwarves out of Khazad-dûm, the creature remained in the old dwarven kingdom until one day a certain fellowship made their way to the mines of Moria, and the Balrog and Gandalf met on the stone bridge. In any case, we know there will be a Balrog in this show because they've shown one. Given that they're playing pretty fast and loose with the timeline, awakening the Balrog a few thousand years too early is par for the course. And I can't say that I even care that much. It's more exciting than most of what we've seen so far, and right now I'm just hoping to be entertained. This is just fan fiction after all. So here are the problems I'm having with the show right now, in no particular order. Gilbert, please be quiet. I don't care about any of the characters. This is a pretty big problem. Mostly I find myself wanting to care about the characters, but then I can't because the show doesn't give me any reason to. Some I actively dislike, like Galadriel, but most I just have no feelings about whatsoever. Theo gets chased by orcs in episode 4, and I don't care if he escapes or is captured or killed. I like Disa and Durin and Elrond, but the mine collapse bit seemed really silly. Mines do that. They collapse. The danger of mining for Mithril was never the mine collapses, it's the Balrog. The Numenorians are all deeply unpleasant people, and I'm fine if their island sinks under a great wave. Elendil is dull, Isildur is boring, and in this episode he spends the bulk of his time arguing with his friends. Which brings me to point 2. Everyone is arguing and bickering all the time. This seems to be the way almost every scene in the Rings of Power is constructed. We barely know Isildur and his sailor buddies, so why do we care if they're mad at him? Halbrand gets into a scrap with some guildsmen. Who cares? His plan to steal a guild token was stupid. Why are these people so rude to him anyway? They hate elves also. Why? Why do they hate elves? Why do we care that Muriel and the rest argue with Galadriel? Why spend so much time on this? Even the Harfoots, who are supposed to be a bit of pleasantness, end up arguing over the stranger and turn out to be massive jerks. Everyone is just arguing and bickering constantly at this point. Why? Sure, there were some arguments in Lord of the Rings, but there was also many moments of fondness and friendship and so forth. This seems absent in Rings of Power, even amongst family members like Elendil and his children. It's just a constant, dreary argument. All the stuff with the elves and the Numenorians seems really manufactured. The reasons Muriel gives Galadriel for the hostilities are contrived at best. Then when the tree petals fall and everyone starts whistling a different tune all of a sudden, that also feels contrived. It's extremely tedious. The stakes just don't seem important. Okay, Sauron is returning. Cool. The Southlands are in trouble. Well, I don't like anyone in the Southlands, so who cares? There are orcs now, but it seems like the orcs and the people of the Southlands would all get along pretty well. Galadriel keeps referring to Halbrand as the king of the Southlands. Is his kingdom really called the Southlands? Seriously? We get Adar, who's basically an evil elf, and he's probably my favorite of the new characters just because at least he's evil, and that's more fun than all of these nominally good people who argue all the time. But he's having his orcs dig a trench. Who cares about that? I guess they're looking for the Morgul blade, which is a cool weapon, but it seems like they just could storm the poorly protected humans and take it if they wanted. We're 4 hours into this show, and all this stuff has happened, and none of it matters. Galadriel has basically raised an army at this point to what? Go to the Southlands and fight orcs to save people we don't like? Somehow the show manages to be extremely slow and still jump ahead with the plot in jarring ways.
Yeah,
I can't disagree with any of that.
yeah, and it looks like the people are fleeing those areas anyway. So it's not like they're staying put and are going to stay in the same area. It looks like they're actually saying, we're not going to stay here because the orcs are coming. I mean, at least that's what it appeared to be. They're not standing their ground. They're like, we're getting the hell out of here. We don't want to be around here. And the Harfoots, I've heard people say that if a Harfoot gets injured, that's they won't look out for one another, because when that injury happened in the previous episode, their response was like, oh, he can't travel. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah. So apparently you can't be injured and be a Harfoot. They don't have your back if you get injured, because I guess they won't carry you or put you in the caravan or whatever the hell it is. So they're not as warm and friendly and caring and, as they appear to be. So there is that very odd element to that character. I'm more interested in the naked stranger that just came down in a comet. That might have been their best, most alarming, most creative story
Which they didn't even deal with this week.
They didn't deal with it. This guy who just suddenly appears out of nowhere. And of course, as I said, I thought of Stargate. I thought of someone had told me like Superman, comes down in a comet. Clearly they thought, and they said, yeah, we got to put something. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put that in there. It was purely just for their own fun and amusement with that regard. But it is not quite what it could be. And there is so much effort put into this show, Robert. I can see how hard the people who worked on getting everything together to make the show come alive. This was a lot of work. They did spend a lot of money and a lot of time on this. It's really too bad it's not really coming together the way it could. And there's a lot of, well, you haven't touched this before. Well, yes, I have, but you haven't touched this one. No? Okay. There's a lot of dialogue back and forth like that, which you would expect to see sort of like, in a kind of fan fiction kind of thing, but not in this kind of an eloquent, what's supposed to be, I always felt was more of an eloquent, high fantasy style story. Even in their most, intimate and quietest moments, they can say things like that in a more eloquent style with somewhat more even meaning. I mean, how about something that makes you feel something? I feel, I'm not feeling as much excitement and inspiration from it. It's too bad, because it's based on one of the best stories I've ever experienced. So I don't know. It feels quite detached from the original work.
Well, what's really interesting too, here's, I'm always banging on about writing. And I think about, you've got Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. And if you look at Star Wars, this first Star Wars, the original 1977 version of Star Wars, not A New Hope, but Star Wars. It first came out, you've got that opening crawl, the 3 paragraphs. It is a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory over the evil Galactic Empire. Princess Leia, custodian of the stolen plans of the Death Star, the whole thing. And in the next 5 minutes, after the crawl goes away and the camera pans down to Tatooine, and you see the Tantive 4 and the Star Destroyer, and we know it all so well, everything that the crawl set up, they show you, they pay it off in the first 5 minutes. You know exactly where you are. Then you spend the next 30 minutes meeting Luke Skywalker, and Luke Skywalker is all of us. He's a kid. He wants to be somewhere else. All his friends went to left. He's stuck on the farm doing his chores and trying to eking out some fun on the weekends. But even then, it's like, I can't go to Tashi Station and pick up power converters. We're all Luke. And when he stands out and he sees those twin setting suns of Tatooine's twin setting suns, and you hear na 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 na, the French horn of John Williams' score, we're all there. Like, as viewers, we are Luke Skywalker. Like, we're totally invested, even though you've got R2 and 3PO. And when you meet R2 and 3PO, the first characters that we meet that speak, you're already in. C3PO might be annoying as fuck, but you're already endeared by him. Did you hear that? They've shut down the main reactor. There'll be no escape for the princess this time. And immediately, and R2-D2 is just beeping away. You already are in. You're invested in these characters in seconds. And then you follow, they take the time to, we have R2 and 3PO then are joined by Luke. Luke and R2 and 3PO are joined by Ben. Then they travel to Mos Eisley and meet Han and Chewie. And then at the same time, we've got Princess Leia's story over here with the Imperials on the Death Star. And you're watching these 2 different tracks, and they're going to meet, and you're completely invested. Lord of the Rings. It opens up with the same thing. Instead of a crawl, you get an opening montage where Galadriel explains what's up, where we're at. Oh, okay, there's the setting, and then the ring disappears. Got it. No one's seen The Hobbit yet, so we haven't met Bilbo, but we get it. And what do? You find Frodo sitting up against a tree reading his book. Gandalf rolls into town. You're late. A wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins. He arrives precisely when he means to. So immediately, Frodo and Gandalf, we're in. We're locked in. We love these characters. And then you meet, Bilbo, and it's his 11th birthday and all that. And you see the party, and Gandalf's got his fireworks, and all the kids love Gandalf. Like, Gandalf! And then you see the gaze of the people in the Shire. I've said this before, but they're sweeping. They don't like Gandalf. You're 10 minutes in to Lord of the Rings. You've seen the 5-minute prologue. You're 5 minutes in. You're in the Shire. You see the Shire, that great crane shot when Gandalf's. This is now the world that we're fighting for. Yes. The Shire is what we're fighting for. We're in. We're locked in. And the structure of all of this, both in the original Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, is a masterclass of how to write fantasy and science fiction shows that we're immediately captivated by. Mm-hmm. And it's because they've made these characters relatable to us as the audience. When you're watching Galadriel, I don't relate to Galadriel, not because she's a woman, but she's this overpowered superheroic elf character that, 1, I don't like, and 2, I don't believe. And, she's highfalutin. There's no way for me to get into the story if I'm following a character like Galadriel, who is overpowered. She's even bought her people. We can't go on. We can't go further, Galadriel. Yes, we can. We have to go. And then you see her kick ass of this snow troll, and single-handedly, and all of the things,
2 seconds.
all of the things that you know about writing and fantasy writing and science fiction writing are out the window in Rings of Power. And it's frustrating to watch because these lessons of how to write great science fiction and fantasy are right there. You'd think that if you've ever seen Star Wars or you've ever seen Lord of the Rings, it's all right in front of you. And if you want to go back further, the reason that Star Wars works is because Lucas was a fan of Kurosawa's. And you go back and you watch something like The Hidden Fortress, same thing. You basically have R2 and 3PO, these peasants in the beginning of the movie and then run afoul of the samurai, and it's all right there. It's all laid out there. And with Rings of Power, you wonder, well, what the fuck, man? And when you meet, it's so funny when you meet Galadriel, as she's a little girl, there are elf boys, and they bully her. Like, she makes this badass paper boat that has a sail that unfurls, which is amazing. And then you got this mean little boy throwing rocks at her boat. And I'm like, I hate you. I hate you. You made Galadriel makes a cool paper sailing boat, and then these dickheads sink it. Well, why? I don't like these people. I don't like the elves. Fuck them. I'm out. And then she has this conversation with her older brother, well, rocks, they see downward, and boats look up. And you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's awful.
I mean, it's very, it's just annoying. Whereas in House of the Dragon, we're with all those people. And there's many, many layers of them, and we're getting to know them. I know the story is much more in King's Landing, but it's just a much better, we're invested with these characters.
Yeah, and they definitely are having trouble trying to figure out how to present a character with an actual personality. So, what I've noticed is that it feels very one tone. There isn't anybody who kind of stands out in person, in any sort of character or, special kind of attitude or approach. It feels very, as almost as if all the characters are the same. The only difference is that they do different actions, but their personalities are the same. And that's not real life. Each person has a different personality. One of the Hobbit characters that I like the best is the one that is around when all four of the hobbits come home and they're on these horses, and this one Hobbit character is kind of looking at them very suspiciously, like they've done something wrong. And of course, we all kind of can laugh at this because we know that person. That's that guy that who lives around the corner. We know that guy. He's very suspicious, thinks you guys are up to no good, watches out in the neighborhood, sees them riding in on these horses. And it's enjoyable to see him give that look towards them because we know what they've been through. It just reinforces that they don't have to go over to him and say, hey, you know what I just did? I just saved the whole freaking galaxy. Like, they don't have to say that to him, but having him there kind of reinforces how good it feels to know what they sacrificed to get there. Well, there isn't any character or personalities in this entire story. Like, there's nobody except for maybe the orcs, who we don't have to wonder about what their motivation is, but there isn't anybody that you could honestly say, maybe the dwarf prince might be that person.
Like Durin, and his wife are like the most relatable people.
Yeah, maybe them, but if I have to search and think about whether there's anybody who I feel really has any kind of heart and soul in the story, it's a problem.
It's a problem. No, it is a problem. It's stupid. What's so interesting is I feel that, we really are seeing now, there's a lot of really great writing surrounding us, whether it's Better Call Saul, whether it's Ozark, whether it is House of the Dragon, take whatever your favorite thing that you're watching that you love. There's all this great writing, and we're seeing it all around us. So when we see writing that isn't good, it's even that much more apparent. And, the Payne and what's his face, they just don't have that much, they don't have that much experience. And I really, it's becoming painfully aware to me as I get older and watch more and more media. It all comes down to, I think, an education. There are people, storytelling is inherently literary. I mean, it started out as oral tradition, but then it became literary. If you're not a reader, if all you have ever done is watch television and movies, you are deficient, I think, in terms of being able to be a good writer, because the structure and the understanding of good writing to write is literary. And if you don't have a background in understanding the literary version of storytelling, you're never going to be a great writer. And when I look at this is literally something, they don't have a structure. So they took it upon themselves. We're going to tell a story set in the Second Age, and all they have is it's basically just historical accounts of events. They don't have Tolkien's voice putting words in these characters' mouths, and they're making up all these characters because they need need characters for their show, but they're not strong enough writers to pull it off. And you look at this and you're like, it's painfully, I mean, we're halfway through the season.
Yeah.
The most expensive season of television, and the place where it falls down is in the scripts. And it's amazing to me that they didn't wait and get these scripts, these 8 scripts, incredibly rock solid, and get them down to a point where, like, okay, there's a great story to be told here. And, you know, I'll use an example, and I keep bringing this up, but I seem like I'm a paid shill. But, you know, Star Trek Picard season 3, showrunner Terry Matalas, they had 12 weeks or something to get all the scripts written before they started shooting.
Right.
And they have a big sprawling story that sucks you in episode by episode. And it's a big sprawling story with characters all over the place and different things going on. And it really has a great structure. It's better than the other 2 seasons of Picard by a wide margin. But that's because they figured out the story, they beat it out, they wrote the episodes, and they were ready to go with their 10 episodes when they started shooting. Now, it feels to me like this show, it doesn't feel, it feels like it was almost written by a committee, and there was nothing in it that, it all feels very safe, and they're relying on our tropes, like, oh, we know what orcs are. And, you know, looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. You know, which was a funny line for an orc to say, but the orcs, when the orcs are the most interesting characters and your dark elf is the most interesting character in your show, there's a problem there.
Yeah, and I have to tell you that I did watch Picard season 3 trailer finally, and it's amazing looking, and I like how dark it looks. Like it's got a darkness to it, and I really love that tone of it. The ship looks like a normal Star Trek ship.
Yes.
It doesn't look like some crazy amalgamation of saying, okay, we're going to need a nacelle. We're going to need a few, you know, like areas to hold them on the side. And let me just grab this protractor and come up with whatever I want to, not taking it in any consideration for aesthetic and design or anything like that. It doesn't look thrown together. It looks legitimate. And of course, at New York City Comic Con coming up, they are going to have a next generation panel reunion. So that's going to be pretty cool. So it is very exciting to see what they were able to do with the trailer. That looks like a normal Star Trek trailer. It looks amazing.
Yeah, no, the show is really amazing. It's like a 10-hour next generation movie is what it's like.
Yes, and there was a line in this episode. I can't remember what the line is. I might have to see if I can find it. It was when Galadriel it might have been in episode 3 or 4, but she's in that new kingdom that she arrives at, and someone says something that does not make any sense in the context of where they are. You know,
you mean when she arrives in Numenor? Yeah,
I think it's when she arrives. There was some very specific thing she said, and I said, they wouldn't say that in Lord of the Rings. Like, no one would ever use that kind of language. And I kind of laughed at it, and I said, okay, they slipped in something in there. And, you know, that even what I found kind of funny about it was that usually in these types of, and I was talking about this earlier this week, usually in science fiction, high science fiction and fantasy, let's say, you have to be somebody who's willing to take risks, because it can't look just like every other thing that's made out there. You know, you have to be able to push some boundaries sometimes. And you had said that you thought it was safe in the writing at the very least. But I'd say it's safe even in the fantasy area, because we're not feeling that fantasy feeling, are we? Does this feel like a fantasy show to you? It feels like a nice, enjoyable show, but it doesn't. I don't feel the fantasy, Robert.
No, and you know it's not. Yeah, you know what the problem is? It's not fun. I'm not captivated or taken away anywhere when I'm watching it. Or I mean, you know, when I'm watching House of the Dragon, I feel it's a little bit like Succession. You're watching this conflagration you understand what's happening, and that it's going to turn into this family is going to be torn apart in a huge way. And all of these people are making these big mistakes. You know, they're making these moves, and it's, you know, it's going bad. You can anticipate just how bad it's going to get. And I like that. I find that entertaining. Like, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. But they're going to do it because it's Game of Thrones. And I'm expecting this episode 5 is going to be quite things are going to go off the rails in an epic way. So
Yeah, it really is because, she had to pay the consequences of, while it is true that they gave us the female gaze and she got to sleep with that incredibly hot soldier, that's how I look at it. Of course, it was very daring and bold what she did. And there were, it made ways because they were being watched. But even so, like, she actually has to take some sort of medicinal herbs afterwards to deal with what potentially could happen. And, they put that in there very intentionally.
well, it's interesting because her father doesn't believe her. Her father thinks that she did sleep with Damon.
Well, I think he believes that because of the family, maybe the family history going
Yeah.
back.
You
centuries.
Targaryens are so, but what I found really interesting is like that whole sequence. I mean, Damon was going to sort of plant his flag, but even him, we've now seen he's not impotent, but his conscience, he can't get it up when his conscience interferes with, so he's not a horrible, totally amoral person. He really does love her, and he thought he could do that. He thought he could, it was the drink and it was his conscience, but he couldn't consummate that relationship. The same way that when he was with his hooker, whatever her name is, Misery or whatever her name is, because he does love her, I think, he's in his own way, and it was interesting when she saves him, because they hadn't seen each other in like 4 years because he's out over the stepping stones fighting the war against the crab feeder or whatever. But I think that it's been, I find that show much more interesting. House of the Dragon is just much more interesting to me on many different levels because it's about human behavior. And everyone's playing the Game of Thrones in that show.
It is, and they do have like a male and female gaze, which I enjoy, and I think that that's incredibly important to see that sort of behavior that's natural. We do notice you guys, like when I say we, I mean women. We do notice you men, like
Oh yeah,
we notice you. Trust me, we're looking, and she chose that soldier to be her champion personally because she. He was a great fighter. It's true, but she thought he was hot. This is
that, and also, I mean, but she had good reasoning. He's the only one that's fought in battle.
He's the only one that's fought in battle, and I wondered what
hot.
would happen to him because somebody must have seen them together. I don't believe that she thinks she's completely gotten off free and that people don't know that she was with him. It didn't come up in conversation. But those castle walls have ears, as we've learned. So now she's going off and she's fulfilling her duty to do this. But my goodness, it was very fulfilling to see her enjoy herself, and that was nice. It was a nice moment before the chaos is about to erupt.
Yes. Our friend Julian Mushkin says, glorious evening to you, Rob, and great to see you. Rob, did you see that Jerry Anderson is putting together a UFO tech manual, a la the Space 1999 tech manual, which I have right up there? Shut up and take my money. Oh, yes, I saw it. Thank you to Emma Bannon, the lovely Emma Bannon. She sent me, it's coming out because she got me the Space 1999 technical manual, and that UFO technical manual is a must own. So yes, Julian, I saw that. Our friend Darth Plato says, the leaves falling scene was odd. Never mind that state policy is being set based on an augury. How does the connection of this augury tie to Galadriel leaving? Maybe the leaves are falling because Galadriel was let out of the cell. Lock her up. That's very true. Very true. I like that too. I mean, that's the whole thing. What's so weird about all this is they're showing us these things like we already know what happens. And the whole point is, okay, knowing the story that's going to occur and knowing that the war for the ring, and I mean, they're going to forge the rings of power, which by the way, takes 70 years. Talk about time jumps. I mean, how we're going to do all of this in this show. But what they have to do then is if we know what the journey is going to be and we know where it ends, you have to be able to fill in and tell us things like, for instance, the idea that you've got these kingdoms that are corruptible. That's your story. The tragedy of all of that, and the Durin's Bane, the tragedy of the mining of Mithril leads to the release of the Balrog and all that stuff. And it seeing that how do these disparate people come together to fight a war? and how do they get there between all the politicking that's going on and all of the, I mean, here's the thing. When I see a human being get up there and talking to the elves are going to come and they're going to take your jobs. I mean, we literally are, and I'm like, okay, give me a fucking break. First of all, there's one elf in hundreds of years, and now it's like the cobblers are like, she's going to come and start to make shoes and take our shoemaking job. I mean, I'm looking at this going, I don't understand. It's like when they introduced the non-binary character in Star Trek Discovery in the 32nd century. And she's
And
telling,
I would have called they, them, or whatever.
yeah, she's telling a gay man what pronouns that she wants to use. I'm like, we're talking about a universe where we have interspecies marriages.
That's right.
A human marries a Vulcan. I mean, and when I see this, I'm like, you writers suck. You're
they
really
also
bad writers.
manually open a door that you had to open manually too. So, they didn't, like, there was one scene where in order to get to that chamber where the drive was, you have to manually open the door. Like, it was just ridiculous.
No,
So,
and I don't hear, what's so interesting is both things like Star Trek and Lord of the Rings are some of the most written about and documented stories ever. Like
yes.
with Star Trek, I have shelves full of reference manuals. You can figure out anything you want. All the heavy lifting is done for you. And you have to then, all I ask of you is extrapolate, like, what are human beings going to be like 1,000 years from now? If we're spacefaring, we have a federation of planets, what are they going to be like 1,000 years from now? And what did they tell us a story about in the future of Discovery? The oil crisis. Well, we've run out of fossil fuels, so now nobody can move around the galaxy. And then I say to myself, there's no dilithium. Okay. But you do know that, like, say, Romulan vessels are powered by artificial singularities. So their warp drive doesn't rely on dilithium. And this is what I'm asking myself. But the people that wrote Star Trek Discovery don't know that. A cursory glance, if you looked up propulsion systems in the Star Trek universe, just Google that. And when you realize that, so the burn happens in Federation ships that run on dilithium, there's no more dilithium, the Romulans would then have the advantage. So what would a future look like where we're reliant on Romulan technology to have faster than light travel? That's interesting. But no, instead they literally made the future in Star Trek a Mad Max wasteland where no one has the gas to go around anywhere. And I'm watching this and I'm like, these writers are terrible writers that have no understanding of science fiction. And I'm like, sorry.
They had to screw around with the spore drive, this crazy spore drive idea, but then they had to mess with the tardigrades, and I don't like that. They messed with an actual creature that we don't know much about, but honestly, I didn't like that they felt that it was okay to mess with the tardigrades. Leave them alone. Don't mess with them and take advantage of them. They're essentially taking advantage of them as like a fuel source or some crazy notion about it. I didn't like that. They don't know what they're doing. Leave the tardigrades alone. So,
and they've shown like in Voyager what happens when you torture creatures so you can have propulsion systems that work. I mean, they've already covered all that ground and they did it better.
Yeah.
But that's the thing that frustrates me, and it permeates. No, and the thing is, why do people say that? Oh, well, Rob, why do you like Star Trek Picard season 3 so much? Well, it feels like a return to action-adventure allegorical storytelling in the Star Trek universe. It's incredibly geeky as far as Star Trek goes. There's so much geekiness in it, and there is an element of you hit all your favorites, all your Star Trek favorites in a 10-hour long action sci-fi romp. It's just fun to watch. It's got big stakes. It's not like the universe is going to come to an end, but certainly the Federation is threatened, and it's a lot of fun. It's just fun to watch.
But also we see lines that they would actually say, like, oh, you're asking me to go into a dangerous mission. I'm going to be coming. Like,
right. It's all very Star Trekian, and you look at it and you're like, oh, because Terry Matalas and his writing staff knew what they were doing. They're like, okay, we want to give you what real Star Trek is, because the problem with a lot of these, I think a lot of the writing now, and I see this a lot, is the writers now have a platform So rather than write the show itself, they're going to use their messaging. They're going to put their messaging first, and then you get the non-binary character explaining her pronouns. In 1,000 years hence, that makes no sense at all. Nobody would give a fuck about pronouns, and you could be whoever you want. The last thing in the world I'm dealing with is a human being who wants to be considered non-binary. That's the least weird thing I've heard in 1,000 years.
Well, the invisible Trill situation, and then we're going to make the person materialize from thin air was maybe the biggest stretch. But Lael is here. Robert Lael is here. Has just joined us.
Well, Lael is he's in the room, and I'm going to bring Lael in so we can start talking about our main topic at hand. Let me put the 1/6 scale man himself, which, I keep making this joke, but I think it's funny that he's actually not 12 inches tall. I know it's a stupid joke, but I like it. So let me put Lael, because Lael, well, first of all, I have a question to ask Lael. And first of all, let me get you into the show, Lael. First of all, thanks for joining us.
Show yet?
Hang on, he's not in the show yet. Hold on. The other great great part of Midnight Musings, our 25th episode of Midnight Musings. So, Lael, welcome to Midnight Musings.
Hi, Lael.
Hey, man. How you doing, man?
So the question I have for you is, did you or did you not see The Woman King today?
Saw it today.
And what did you think?
It's an incredible ride, man. It was an amazing, amazing film. Like, literally well done all across the board. I have nothing wrong to say about this film at all. All the questions that we wanted them to address, they addressed.
Okay.
They definitely addressed the slave trade. They basically, and the good part about it is, it was how they bridged now, of course, we know that, like I said, when you make an adaptation of like an historical event, you're going to throw certain things in and make it like entertaining. But what I loved about it was there was it wasn't something that served a narrative. It wasn't narrative driven. When I say that, I mean that in terms of you had both men and women fighting side by side,
Right.
and giving mutual respect to each other. You know what I mean? There was no I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you. No, it was just mutual. And the story was John Boyega was phenomenal. Of course, the entire cast was completely phenomenal. You already know, when we're thinking about, actors and actresses at the top of the list, you already know that Viola Davis is going to kill it.
Oh,
she killed it.
Oh man,
she's phenomenal. She did a good job. Lashana Lynch, she did a great job. Sheila Ateen, she did a great job. Like, everyone across the board, it was so well done. And people showed out. It was such an amazing experience. And the thing is, it's like, what, when you see this film, you're going to question, like, okay, who's better, them or the Dora Milaje? Or you just want them both in together? Because that's what it was. I mean, literally, if you had both the Dora Milaje and them on your team, man, literally, like, man, like, when I say this, I mean it. The whole, put it this way, the whole Dahomey tribe. And the thing is, it's like, it showed you how it was one of those situations where it didn't gloss over any aspect of, everything that came from history. It didn't gloss over the simple fact that, you had slavers within the culture selling off slaves for money. You know what I mean?
Right.
And, for goods. They definitely didn't gloss over that until they themselves came to terms that they weren't going to let it happen again. You know what I mean? And it just showed, like, it was one of those things where every character had a flaw. Every character had their own flaws and their own hill to climb. But man, it was I definitely would go see it again. Like I would suggest any and everybody to go see it because it was great. It was phenomenal, bro.
Well,
Literally it
that's
was.
good to
I had
hear.
such a good time. That was probably so far right now out of every film that I've seen thus far this year. Literally, I will say that it was the best film I've seen yet. Like literally
Wow.
the best film that I mean, and that's all out of every film that I've seen so far. And I'm not just saying that just because it, for the culture. I'm saying like just the pacing, it was well written, the emotion was basically there, the action, the choreography was on point. I mean, these women went through it and they did their own stunts. They all did their own stunts. And it was incredible. Like I loved it, bro. Loved it.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, I know Mikey Lita wanted to hear your review, so that's
Oh my
that's a
God.
very good thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Highly suggested. Highly
Uh,
suggested.
yeah, which is awesome. Now, there's been a lot of super chats. Binary Sunset asks, would you be surprised if there's a complete writers' room shakeup in Rings of Power? I don't know if they can do that now, but if the show doesn't improve significantly, I would say yes, because I just can't see that it's pulling down the numbers that they want. I think there's probably going to be a lot of viewer attrition.
Yeah, they got into a little bit of trouble about it, declaring that there were 25 million viewers for the first episode, and then I guess they had to backtrack and say it was actually something like 5 million. It's a big difference between those two numbers, and people were saying, were they counting, vignettes when they show you turn on Amazon and then they force you to watch the trailer or 10 minutes of it. You say, wait a minute, that's not what I clicked on. I wanted to watch Constantine or something.
Right.
Like you got to back out of it and go back to what you wanted to see. So there is a lot of questions about that. And the Angler talks about how we can't really quantify, it's like, oh, great. So they're claiming that they got this many. It's not going to be until maybe not Amazon, but some of the other streaming services start to get the, where they get advertising and then, paying for ads situation that we're actually going to see these numbers. Because all this time it's been a lot of trust. We've been trusting, these streaming services to accurately provide us with those numbers, but can they even quantify them themselves? I don't know.
Yeah. By the way, we're getting some interference with your image, and it looks like someone hit you in the face, and you have a big black eye.
Me?
Yeah. I don't know why. Could you click off, and then
Yeah.
come back in?
Well, that's not good. Okay.
Yeah. You look so nice tonight, and I don't want you to not look. There you go. Done.
Okay. Yeah.
That was
Sorry.
weird. No, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Well, Owen Hampton asks, what would be your perfect Lord of the Rings show? Well, I'll tell you, my perfect Lord of the Rings show would be no show at all. Because, we had The Hobbit, we had The Lord of the Rings, and unless you could really... The problem is, those are the stories that Tolkien wrote. Everything else is like historical timelines. He didn't write other characters. The characters that are in The Hobbit, the characters that are in Lord of the Rings were the characters that spoke in Professor Tolkien's voice. Everything else is more of history. So, look, you could always do a Lord of the Rings show, but I don't understand why would you need to do it. And I think part of the problem is the fact that they're making up characters out of whole cloth because they have to. I mean, it didn't work very well with Game of Thrones, when they had to go off book and they didn't know what was going on because, the greatness of Lord of the Rings is Tolkien's story. And even Peter Jackson's movies depart quite heavily from the Lord of the Rings in terms of actual events and the way people are. Like the Frodo Baggins is very different than Elijah in the book than Elijah Wood's portrayal of Frodo Baggins. And like Glorfindel was the one that rescued him from the Black Riders. It wasn't Arwen who did. And there's all kinds of changes that were made, but the spirit of the story was there. And people are like, can you imagine if they had made Lord of the Rings now? People would be like, I can't believe you don't have the scouring of the Shire. That's the whole point of the tale. But you couldn't have ended those movies. You couldn't end 3 movies when they get back to the Shire and it's destroyed. And
Yeah.
Sauron and Wormtongue are there, having turned it into a shithole. I mean, nobody would have liked that. So, you have to adapt things. But I honestly think making a Lord of the Rings TV series was a mistake. And the fact that they spent all this money on it, and now you have that a Swedish company that spent 750 million to get all the rights done now to do something else. I mean, maybe the only thing that I would have done is retold the story of Lord of the Rings and done it as a 3-season series, and done each book. You could have done each book over again and made it even more, have more fealty to the story, add Tom Bombadil, add more singing, whatever you wanted to do. But that would be the only thing I would do is go back and retell it, but expand it and really delve into everything that had to be left out of the films. I don't know if that could be better, but that's kind of what I would do. Now, I wanted to get into, and Binary Sunset said, the article that I read outlines the same problems I had with modern Trek and modern Star Wars, which we've talked about a lot. Now, I did want to mention, Lael, and now that you're here, everyone who's seen, I haven't seen or read one bad thing about Andor. Everyone is raving about Andor.
Yeah.
And
from what I'm hearing so far, yeah.
And what's really interesting, it's no lightsabers, no Jedi. It's all new character. Well, I mean, we've met Cassian Andor before. We've met Mon Mothma before. But I have to tell you, I am deliriously excited about this show.
Yeah, definitely.
Deliriously excited.
And it's just, less than a week away, right? Right, guys?
Yeah, it's Tuesday night at midnight, Pacific time, 3 o'clock in the morning, your time.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely can't wait for it. I think it's, long overdue. Everything that I think we're going to get from it is amazing. I mean, and that's the thing is, like, I've seen, like, again, because they lifted the embargo, right? Or was it last night? Or
Yeah, they
yesterday or
lifted
something
the
like that?
social media embargo. Yeah.
Yeah, the social media embargo. And so, like, everything that I've seen so far without anybody spoiling anything is that, they said it's a thrill ride. They said basically this is back to Star Wars form. A lot of people were like, you know what I mean? If you love Rogue One, then this is definitely right up your alley. Like it said, the feel of Star Wars is back. Potentially, I've seen one report said that this could potentially be the show that saves Star Wars, or it rights the ship of, whatever. And I'm like, okay, of course everybody's going to say it until you see it, but I believe it. Like, I believe that we're going to get this because, again, like it says, it's the same cinematographer who actually gave us, some of the same writers actually gave us this, Rogue One. I think it's going to be phenomenal, man. I definitely think it's going to be, because even like the small little snippets, like the 10-minute scene that I actually seen on that they showed during Rogue One that I actually got a chance to see on Disney Plus for Disney Plus Day.
Yep. Which is
phenomenal.
on Disney Plus now.
Yeah, it's on Disney Plus right now. I mean, phenomenal, bro. Like literally phenomenal. I'm so hype about this. I cannot wait. And the thing is, it's like, the quality, and I think one of the things that they done right from the beginning was not, in a sense, they wanted to go practical, using practical environments and not relying strictly on the volume. I think that was one of the biggest things that they, that right there was one of the best things they could have actually done. Because then you're not actually hampered within space. You're not contained within space. Everything feels like you're in an environment. And I like the simple fact that they did that. And I like, again, that it's something far from, the Skywalker trilogy, or the Skywalker saga. It's something that's completely different.
Tallulah.
Like I said this the other day, you know what I mean? I'm excited to really find out more about Mon Mothma's story.
Oh yeah.
That's like one of the key characters that I'm really, really looking for, because like I know it's really complex, being that you're in the Senate, but at the same time, like I said, you got to kind of mask your true intentions, and you're, in a sense, being watched. You know what I mean? And you never know at what given time that something can just happen. So I can't wait for it.
I can't wait either. Now, go ahead.
I was going to say we've been for a while, the Mandalorian has kind of been the episode or the series that we've been basing everything against. And honestly, Andor looks like it's going to be better than the Mandalorian. And I love the Mandalorian, but the Mandalorian is not the best show ever made. And I kind of was talking to Lael about this last night. As much as I love the Mandalorian, I think Andor might become the new benchmark for what we would consider a successful or the, what to strive to for a successful Star Wars television show.
Well, it's funny. I think that the Mandalorian's fine, but the Mandalorian is a little lightweight. As much as, it delves into a lot of the Mandalorian mythology and stuff, it's very lightweight. Whereas the Mandalorian looks like it's for junior high and high school kids.
Yes.
Whereas
Yes.
Andor looks like it's college level. And
Yeah.
what's funny to me is, and I felt that way, like The Mandalorian is like Star Wars, the original Star Wars, whereas Andor seems much more Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
In terms, and that's what's ironic is I think that's what people are craving. When you take Star Wars, everybody takes Star Wars seriously, just like everybody takes Star Trek seriously. And one of my problems, for instance, even with Strange New Worlds, is Strange New Worlds just feels lightweight. I don't believe it. Everyone's like having there's no. I never feel like I'm on a military ship. There's no military discipline. Everyone's like kind of just hanging out, having a good time at work. It's Captain Pike and his merry band of female crew members.
It really is a love boat in space.
Yeah, and Captain Pike is just chilling out with his hard-bitten ladies on the bridge. And I'm like, I don't believe any. I don't.
Ships.
Yeah, I don't believe the set design. I don't believe. Oh, let's have dinner, and all of you ladies come to my cabin. Okay.
That's right.
There's no gravitas at all in Strange New Worlds, even though they try and give it to you. I don't believe it. I don't. And people are like, well, isn't Strange New Worlds? I'm like, no, Strange New Worlds to me feels like a Vegas nightclub version of Star Trek. It looks cool. It's up on stage. It's like, wow, isn't this fun to watch? Yeah, man, it's fun. Don't believe a word.
Almost. It is like groovy 1960s. The Spy Who Shagged Me, or what's his name?
It is. It's almost Strange New Worlds is one step away from being the Austin Powers parody version of Star Trek. I mean, it's because, and I'm like, where can't I have my serious Star Trek back? I mean, but and people are like, well, Rob, we love it, and I'm like, okay. You never took Star Trek seriously in the first place. Star Trek has always been a goofy thing to you anyway. So I understand. Everyone loves Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks and all this shit. I mean, what I would give to have a Star Wars Andor in the Star Trek universe. Star Trek Picard season 3 comes close. I mean, you'll understand what I mean. I can't really get into it, but that's why I like Star Trek Picard season 3 so much. I know no one's seen it, so they can't. No one can.
They also brought in Jerry Ryan, which I think 7 of 9 in there. She fits in very well with the Next Generation crew.
Well, also in Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2, she's being Jerry Ryan. She doesn't talk like 7 of 9, and in Star Trek Picard season 3, it's like, oh, to me, I describe Star Trek Picard season 3 as thusly: we now return you to Star Trek, already in progress. I mean, that's what it seems like to me. I mean, you'll be 30 minutes into the first episode of Picard season 3, and you're like, oh, I'd forgotten what Star Trek was. Oh. I mean, there's a very humorous moment between Riker and Picard. They find themselves in a certain situation that someone is trying to show them what he thinks of them, and does something to Riker and Picard that's unbecoming of the two men of their Starfleet stature, and it's funny. It's funny, and the two of them are ruminating on where they're at, and it's just a funny moment, and you're like, oh, this is what Star Trek used to be and should be going into the future. But anyway, let's get into what has happened. What happened? RRTNZ says, "Hail Bob and Mmmm and Lael. Unpopular opinion: Keanu Reeves' Constantine was fun, not comic accurate, but fun. I'd go see a sequel, especially if Peter Stormare returns as Satan. Cheers." Now I want to ask the two of you.
Yeah.
Did you like Constantine?
I did.
I did too, and I'm a huge Hellblazer fan. I'm a huge Swamp Thing fan. Obviously, Sandman. And even though John Constantine, I'm like, what? It's got to be a Brit. You've got to have a hard-bitten, chain-smoking Brit to play Constantine.
Yeah.
But despite all that, that movie's a lot of fun. It's got Jaimin Hansu in it. You got Tilda Swinton in it. I mean, it was a lot of fun, that movie.
You dare come into my house?
I mean, it was really a lot of fun. So, crazy news of the day is that
Mhm.
today it was announced that they're going to make an actual sequel to Constantine. And they've been trying to do this for years. I mean, we're looking, it's going to be almost, well, it's over, I think Constantine was 2006 or something. So by the time this comes out, it'll be 2024 probably. So you're going to be 18 years away from the first Constantine. Now, what's really interesting about this is it had been previously announced that J.J. Abrams' Bad Robot, that had a very celebrated $500 million deal with Warner Brothers, they were developing a Constantine show.
Yeah.
And we found out today that that show got scrapped.
And it's now.
Yeah, and so the Madam X show that Bad Robot was developing and their Constantine show was scrapped, and they canceled those. And I think that's because David Zaslav and Discovery want to get rid of J.J. Abrams. They want to get rid of that $500 million deal because they're trying to get rid of all the debt that Warner Brothers has. So that's why, because they canceled those things, they've now made this Constantine movie a Bad Robot film. And so here's the story from Deadline. Here's the resurrection of a DC character that, by the way, this was written by Mike Fleming Jr., who has a long history of credibility. He's been writing about the movie industry for 25 years. This is from Deadline. Here's a resurrection of a DC character worth getting excited over. Warner Brothers will develop another installment of a 2005 supernatural thriller, Constantine, and the studio is reteaming with star Keanu Reeves and director Francis Lawrence, who made his helming debut on the original. Francis Lawrence went on to direct the Hunger Games movies too, or the last couple of them. Akiva Goldsman will write the screenplay and produce. I mean, Akiva Goldsman writing the screenplay. Ugh, whatever, but okay. Akiva Goldsman will write the screenplay and produce the project through his Weed Road Pictures alongside Bad Robot's J.J. Abrams and Hannah Minghella. When it opened 17 years ago, the Reeves starring pick based on the intricate DC character grossed over $200 million in 2005 box office dollars worldwide. It opened a world of potential, and fans have long been hot on a sequel. Reeves will reprise his role as supernatural exorcist and demonologist John Constantine, who in the original is dying, but stays around to save his soul by keeping demons from hell from breaching Earth. He also gets between a battle between the Archangel Gabriel and Lucifer. The deal was shepherded by Warner Brothers Pictures Group co-chairs Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi. Lorenzo de Bonaventura and Erwin Stoff will executive produce the project. By the way, when I worked at Warner Brothers 33 years ago, Lorenzo de Bonaventura started his career. He's a good guy. So congratulations, Lorenzo. And yeah, so, I mean, what do you guys think of the fact that they're going to make another Constantine movie?
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I mean, it's going to be a great film, and I'm looking forward to it. And they're putting a lot into it, obviously. And it's too bad about the series, but that's okay. Maybe they can pick that up another time. It doesn't mean it's gone forever.
Nope.
It just means it's gone for right now. So we've had Constantine in he was in the Lucifer series, his own series. He showed up in Arrow, I think.
Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah, he's had a lot of appearances, so that hasn't been so bad in a sense, with him popping up occasionally, and I kind of like that, so I do like the blonde Constantine character, and I also like Keanu Reeves, so I'm fine with if we get one or the other. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, I just think I thought it was really imaginative. It was visually very striking. Francis Lawrence is a great director. And I want them to bring. I mean, obviously, Keanu Reeves is going through a Keanu-essence right now with John Wick, and everyone's loving Keanu. So it's cool that he's coming back and doing this. Very exciting to see Constantine coming back, and the fact that they're going back and I mean, I loved the initial run of Hellblazer, the Jamie Delano run on Hellblazer. I thought it was a Vertigo book. It was back. It was running. You had Alan Moore's Swamp Thing, and John Constantine was introduced in the pages of Swamp Thing, then was spun out into Hellblazer, and even appeared in Sandman. Joanna Constantine has replaced him in the series, but I love the character, and I always think when something bad happens to me in my own mind, I'm like, well, it wasn't as bad as what happened in Newcastle. Because in the Constantine comic, he's always talking about, what happened in Newcastle, and then we finally found out what happened in Newcastle, and it was pretty bad. So I'm excited that they're going to do this, and I like the fact that It's not going to be part of a DC universe or anything like that. It's its own Constantine universe.
Yeah.
And I like that. I mean, I only hope that I'm not a big fan of Akiva Goldsman's writing, so I hope the script is good. So
I'm wondering if this is, so they said this is going to be a direct sequel, correct?
mm-hmm.
So I wonder if they're going to bring Tilda Swell. No, they can't. Well, they can. They can definitely.
Sure they
bring
can.
her- yeah, they can definitely bring her back. I wonder if, I don't know. Here's the thing, bro. Like I said, I mean, like you said, it's, we know who John Constantine is. They do basically need. It would have been better if they got somebody who was British to play the role, because it would have made sense. But I still like, I did like the movie. Like I thoroughly enjoyed the movie itself. But I wonder if, especially with today's technology, the CGI has to be way better. It was good, don't get me wrong, but it definitely has to be way better than it was, back then. It has to be definitely an upgrade on that. But it was good. Don't get
Although
me
I
wrong.
did like the way Hell looked.
Yeah, I love
the way he had went into the water, he'd come and go from Hell.
Yeah, bro, straight up. I love that whole, just that concept, just mainly the concept of it. So I enjoyed that. But yeah, I think it's, again, man. I'm just, I want him to win. I want Keanu Reeves. I want him to win since that dumpster fire of Matrix that we actually got. I want him to basically win. I really do. I need him to win. But and he's already winning. He got John Wick.
You got John Wick, and that looks, come on.
Yeah, it looks phenomenal. So he's already winning. He's definitely already winning. But I mean, definitely, I think again, I wanted to see him come back. I wanted to see him come back as John Constantine. Because it was like some richness there. And I think, pretty much there's a lot that you can actually go off of, if especially comic readers. If you're a comic reader itself, you know that there are a lot of conscious decisions that John Constantine makes, especially, like I said, I mean, even some of the things that he actually done with the Justice League Dark. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that you can actually, in ways that you can actually take this character. And I'm just going to, it's interesting to see how they do it. Now, the only thing I know that you're like displeased with is any type of property that's basically attached to Bad Robot. I can see like your eyes just twirling a little bit.
Maybe a little. Like, look, but it's only because, I mean, as you know, it's. I really don't think that they understand the properties that they get a hold of. I mean, I like Mission Impossible 3, but J.J. Abrams made 2 Star Trek movies that I absolutely hate. He made 2 Star Wars movies that I hate. I mean, I think Rise of Skywalker is one of the worst science fiction movies ever made. And the fact that it's amazing to me that you had a script. I was the first person online to cover the Duel of the Fates script that Colin Trevorrow had written. It was infinitely better than what we got. And it's frustrating to see even the way he wrote Force Awakens. I mean, one day I dream of teaching a storytelling class and juxtaposing the original Star Wars and The Force Awakens and show why one works and why one utterly doesn't work. And I understand it made $2 billion, but it only made $2 million because people hadn't seen Star Wars in a decade, and they desperately wanted a live action Star Wars movie. But if you go back and you watch that movie now, I mean, Lael, I know, I like some of the characters and character designs and all that, but as a movie, that movie doesn't even have a story. Yeah. And it's what is this movie even? It's not about anything. It's about other Star Wars stuff that happened. I mean, you don't even get any new.
And they just toss it in. It's like a barrel, a mixture of all, other ideas.
And they're all half-baked. None of them are fully realized. I mean, I get a Star Wars movie where I'm supposed to be excited that it's 30 years later and I get more X-Wings, but they're black this time. They're different colors. And I'm like, ooh. And they're actually Ralph McQuarrie concept X-Wings. They're not even the X-Wings. The concepts were refined for a reason. And I get a Millennium Falcon with a rectangular what? And the idea that Han Solo would, well, I don't know where the Falcon is. I lost it. What? Yeah. Why is Han Solo a deadbeat dad? Why are you an idiot? Why'd you leave Leia? Anyway, we talked about that. But anyway, so Constantine.
I get what you're saying though.
But yes,
Bad Robot, yeah. I mean, anything, because the thing is, it's like, we already know that, J.J. Abrams he's been known as a non-finisher. Like
Right.
he can open up the idea, he can start the idea, and sometimes the idea looks promising, but then when it comes to closing it out and just like ending it with like a really pleasing, or giving it a pleasing closure, or an ending, he can never do it. He's not a closer. He's
No.
definitely not a closer. You know what
Well,
I mean?
I mean, another thing that I really can't stand is if you're working within a franchise like Star Trek and Star Wars, or Predator or any Alien, there has been great stories told in novel form or comic book form that are far more satisfying. If we're getting $250 million movies that are less satisfying than a 6-episode or 6-issue run of a comic, like the Dark Empire comic. When they brought back Star Wars in the early 90s, they had the Dark Horse published Dark Empire, and Timothy Zahn did the 3 Thrawn books.
Yeah.
If you're going to make Star Wars, you better be fucking better than those. If you're going to go back and you're going to tell a story 30 years later or after Return of the Jedi, if you're not telling a story better than those Thrawn books or better than the Dark Empire comics, then why are you doing it? And if you're not, then why not go adapt those comics?
Yeah.
And it's frustrating. When they made the first Alien versus Predator movie, Dark Horse published an Alien versus Predator comic that was great. And it's like, why not adapt that? Instead, it's set on Earth, and there's a fucking pyramid in the Arctic, and what? Who cares? I mean, and that's the thing that I find, and the same is true of Star Trek. There's there's hundreds of Star Trek novels. And of those, I would say that maybe 50 of them are good enough to be adapted into films. They already own them. I mean, Strange New Worlds is finally just randomly ripping off Star Trek novels without accreditation to the authors, whether it's Dorothy Fontana or those who walk, Ursula Le Guin's story, Those Who Walk Away from Umlaus, fucking just blatantly ripping off stories. And then you have Alex Kurtzman going, well, yeah, we really used Ursula K. Le Guin's story as the basis of this episode. I'm like, then fucking give her credit.
And the only purpose of that episode was so that we could see Anson Mount in bed naked. That was the only purpose of that episode.
I mean, admittedly, he's a very handsome man, But that's that entire Strange New Worlds is a Star Trek show that is based around one actor, a very handsome, charismatic actor, and that's all that show is. And then it makes no sense. The last
were
episode.
they trying to recapture what William Shatner was to the original series? Is that what they were trying to capture?
Well, they certainly aren't writing him like that. I mean, the funny thing about, I don't feel, as much as I like Anson Mount he smiles and, he's a lot of fun to watch. I'm like, I don't believe you for a second, dude. I don't believe you. You're certainly you've stolen in from some other place to be captain of this enterprise, and I don't believe 1 minute of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And I understand that people love it. People love it because people are easily bamboozled.
I don't hate it, but I love it for what it is. As I said, it's a Love Boat in space, and I'm not expecting more than that. They could do some Fantasy Island episodes, as far as I'm concerned. I think people would enjoy it if you're looking at it from that point of view. But beyond that, it's not going to progress anymore because the writing doesn't support anything like that. So if it's going to be this light sort of thing, that's what it is. But it really, I think that's what they were trying to do. I think they were trying to capture the original series feel and,
But you know what the problem is? The people that are trying to capture the original series feel don't take it seriously. They're looking back through the lens of, ooh, look at this pop art mod 60s show, man. It's like, they don't look at it as if, look, Star Trek is a period piece of a future that's never going to exist. And when you look at Star Trek, you have to take it seriously. You have to extrapolate into, and people could say, well, Rob, what about the Space Nazi episode? That wasn't serious. Or when you go to the OK Corral and there's Wyatt Earp and the Clantons and all that. I grant you that those episodes are inherently goofy. Right. But really, when you look at patterns of force, what's going on in that story is you have 2 planets, that were one of them John Gill who's a Federation historian, felt the planet was in a state of stagnation and thought to himself, well, what can I do to kickstart this civilization so it can move forward? And he decided to use National Socialism. He's like, well, there's no Jews to hate, so I'm going to use what the Nazis were able to do in Germany in the 30s, and go from World War I and the reparations and the Treaty of Versailles and all that, and whatever, and a beaten, demoralized country that was suffering from wild inflation and all that. I'm going to kick it into high gear by using the concepts of National Socialism. Well, then of course that planet decides to hate the Ecosian, the Zeon. They're nearing the Ecosians decide to hate Zeon, because they need somebody to hate, and didn't realize that you can't have National Socialism and figure out, well, we're not going to hate the Jews, so it went all awry. So even though people go, what about the Nazi episode? It really is about a Federation historian who was trying to do something good, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and it all went to hell, and you ended up with these two planets, and it was truly horrifying. But there was an interesting sci-fi concept at the core of the episode. People look at it and laugh because it was they shot it on the back lot. They used Nazi because they had Nazi uniforms because there's so many World War II movies made. And then there's the episode, A Piece of the Action, which is the Chicago Mobs of the 20s episode, where everybody's a gangster. It's the gangster episode. You get the Nazi episode and the gangster episode. But again, it was the same thing. You had a very imitative people that the USS Horizon left behind a book, the Chicago Mobs of the 20s, that this very imitative society took to mean something that it really didn't mean, and they patterned their entire civilization around, and it was a story about the dangers of contaminating a culture. That's why it was a Prime Directive story, where even though it's a funny romp, but at its core, it's how dangerous it is if a civilization is not ready to receive knowledge, and how awry a civilization can go. And so even though these episodes are kind of, in a way, goofy, at the core of those episodes, they have really interesting ideas about the Star Trek universe. And now you don't get that. There's an element of wink, wink, nudge, nudge to Strange New Worlds that I can't abide. It drives me fucking crazy. And they try and make it serious. That's why I can't wait to see Andor. I'm tired of watching Star Wars. It's called light speed skipping. We're going to come out of light speed in the middle of the city. Like, give me a fucking break. I mean, sorry, that's not how it works. Why does J.J. Abrams never want his starships to be in space? Let's have X-Wings fly over the water. Let's have the Enterprise come up out of the water. I mean, anyway, I could rant and rave. What am I saying? I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. I'm just ranting. Morgan Holmes says that Constantine is one of my favorite movies and top 5 Keanu Reeves films, and that cast was stacked, and nobody knew. It's a very underrated movie. Who was Shia LaBeouf at the end? That's a good question. I wonder if Shia LaBeouf will come back. I thought so too. I mean, that's another thing about Constantine. People forget how great the cast is.
Yes.
Yeah, cast was phenomenal.
It was great.
Yeah, Rachel Weisz. That was
Yeah.
it. I wonder if she'll come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was dope.
Yeah,
I loved it.
I thought it was great. The Jughead says, all the way from the UK, good morning, Rob, and Lael. Looking forward to see how they run this Sunday. A movie that came out. I love the whodunit genre. Can't wait to see Keanu Reeves in John Wick 4. Love and respect from the UK. This movie, See How They Run. If you haven't seen the trailer, See How They Run opened, and a new Fletch movie, like Chevy Chase and Fletch, a new Fletch movie opened this weekend with John Hamm playing Fletch, and everybody says it's really good.
Really?
No, it's an old Miramax movie. It's being thrown away. And See How They Run is like a whodunit, which it looks delightful. It's got a great cast. Again,
I didn't even know they were doing a flex.
Yeah,
nope.
Fletch.
Yeah, no
I
one.
had no idea.
I mean, not only did they do it, it's playing in theaters right now, and no one knows.
Wow. And they didn't even advertise it?
No marketing at all. They just threw it out there. And See How They Run, no marketing either. It's like they're burning off. Disney is burning off these movies that they have to give a theatrical release to. It's just sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just what a bummer. But yeah, so Jughead, I hope you enjoy See How They Run. You'll be probably the only person in the theater, but it looks good. Binary Sunset Media says, I'm all about writing and performance, not millions in production. I rewatched the original Star Trek City on the Edge of Forever, and I was shocked. I still get choked up at Kirk holding back Dr. McCoy. Oh, no, that's because that episode is amazing. It's one of the greatest episodes of Star Trek ever, one of the greatest time travel stories ever, and it still works. You know, and that was from the first season of the original series. Now, this is really interesting. Magic K writes in and says, don't know if you discussed this or not, but David Zaslav decided to sell Warner Brothers Discovery to Comcast. What is your take on that? Now, this is very interesting. And I don't know if it really I really don't know if it belongs on Midnight Musings because it's very inside baseball. So Kim Masters, who is another great film journalist, wrote an article today. I think it was today. Let me find the article. About now the Discovery merger with Warner Brothers has left it riddled. There's a lot of debt that has to be dealt with. The idea is how are they going to deal with the debt? And this is a really interesting article, and I'll read it, I guess, because somebody asked about it to get your take on it. Hang on, I'm gonna find, here it is. And let me put it up. I'm gonna put it up on the let me put it up on the thing. Let me put it up on the thing. So hang on, let me just get in here. It's Hollywood Reporter. I'm going to configure this. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to put this up. I'm going to switch over so you can see the live feed, so you can see this article. So there you can see the live feed. Now I'm going to put up this article now. So here's the article. Let me blow this up. This is fascinating for people who are interested in the business of Hollywood. So here it is. Now, Warner Brothers Discovery has bigger problems than its DC search. The film studio's hunt for its own Kevin Feige may be complicated by key questions about what's next for the heavily indebted company and whether another major deal is on the horizon. In early August, 2 days after David Zaslav terminated his brief honeymoon with Hollywood by dumping the HBO Max film Batgirl, the Warner Brothers Discovery CEO was still sounding confident about the future of one of the studio's most important properties. You look at Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, these are brands that are known everywhere in the world, Zaslav told investors. We've done a reset. We've restructured the business where we are going to focus, where there's going to be a team with a 10-year plan focusing on just DC. But the declaration of the DC reset was premature. Zaslav is continuing to meet with prospective candidates to lead the effort, but surprising to no one, he has not found a Kevin Feige clone. That's because there isn't one anywhere in the world. A negotiation with producer Dan Lin became public, possibly due to a meeting that was held outdoors in plain sight because of Warner Brothers Discovery consultant Alan Horn's COVID-19 concerns, but then apparently fell apart over complications involving Dan Lin's production nonprofit company Rideback. Now, Dan Lin was a former Warner Brothers executive, very smart guy, who's gone on to become an independent producer, and he's produced things like the Lego Movie. He recently produced Easter Sunday, but we won't hold that against him. He is a very smart guy. So he has a very successful company called Rideback, and if he came in and ran DC, he would basically be becoming a studio executive again, and I don't think there was any way that he would ever be able to negotiate himself into being a studio executive and keeping his production company, which is far more lucrative than anything he would make while he was at the studio, so it didn't work out. Meanwhile, DC Films president Walter Hamada called his lawyer after watching Batgirl get binned and listening to Zaslav talk about the bright future under superior but unnamed leadership. Film studio co-chairman Michael DeLuca talked him into staying until Black Adam is released in October, but his exit is being negotiated. I think that's a mistake. I think Walter Hamada is a smart guy, and if you just watch him speak, you know he's one of us. But anyway, I understand he's been disrespected. I wouldn't stay either. At this point, it's hard to think of any strong candidate to run a DC silo, and there are several reasons to wonder why anyone with a decent career would want the job. They wouldn't, if I can editorialize. By now, Zaslav has made enough movies to reveal that despite the extensive goodwill tour, he is exactly the tough boss that former Discovery insiders described when the Warner Media Discovery combination first made the news. And with CFO Gunnar Weidenfels, or whatever you pronounce that, working to slash the staggering $50 billion plus in debt, the company has content creators wondering publicly what happened to material that disappeared from the streamer without a word of warning, while insiders send out resumes as layoffs roll. By the way, I know from a friend of mine who works at Warner Brothers, the morale, sorry, I'm doing this. The morale within Warner Brothers is absolutely terrible because no one knows what's happening there. They don't know what's going on. Zaslav does not know what he doesn't know, says one leading talent rep. That's scary, and you're always going to be compared to Marvel. It's unfair, but by the time they were being judged, it was working. It's the exact opposite at Warner. It's rough all around. Who the fuck would want that job? The Marvel comparison looms large. While Feige has had the advantage of being what one industry source calls both the architect and the contractor of the Marvel Universe, the DC property has been through multiple iterations. Its fans are passionate, sometimes to the point of toxicity, and hardly unified. DC is so fragmented, says one talent rep. J.J. Abrams had this one, Zack Snyder had that one, Todd Phillips had the other thing, and they're all such huge egos. All of these issues pale next to the biggest concern hovering over any top job at Warner Brothers Discovery. How long will this gig last? The company is grappling with that heavy debt load and skeptical investors. One former Zaslav exec recently received a letter from a due diligence firm on behalf of an unspecified client asking for his evaluation of Zaslav's leadership style, strategic plans, and likelihood of success. That could suggest various possibilities: a potential acquirer digging around, a dissident shareholder sniffing for weakness, a hedge fund trying to place a bet. So much uncertainty. Given the company's daunting challenges, it has become accepted wisdom at the highest levels of the industry that another deal waits in the wings for Warner Brothers Discovery. For reasons related to the complicated structure of that merger, no negotiations can happen until April 2024. But at that point, many industry observers believe that Comcast's Brian Roberts will make a long-awaited move looking to combine excuse me, and this is shocking, looking to combine NBC Universal and Warner Brothers Discovery. Universal and Warner Brothers would combine like Fox and Disney did. That's what they're saying. That deal would face some interesting antitrust issues, but would obviously give his company scale and a viable streaming service. Obviously, Peacock sucks, says one exec with knowledge of both companies. There are some good synergies. I'm sure Roberts is licking his chops because the Warner Brothers Discovery stock is so low. And I think that's David Zaslav's endgame. Get the place sold. Roberts and NBC CU CEO Jeff Shell met with Zaslav and board member John Malone during the Allen and Company gathering at Sun Valley last July. But given the rules against plotting any combination, there was no doubt just a friendly get-together. A Warner Brothers Discovery spokesperson responds, "We are building Warner Brothers Discovery for the long term." So, of course, Warner Brothers Discovery is never going to admit this. Many top industry executives are so convinced a deal will happen that some are pre-mourning an event that may never happen. People feel like it's Comcast for sure, says the head of one company. It's going to be so depressing to lose another major studio after Disney bought Fox, and Warner Brothers was the Tiffany studio. Of course, an obituary is premature. Maybe Warner Brothers will do a deal with Comcast, maybe not. Meanwhile, Zaslav continues his quest to find a DC superhero, but it seems possible that eventually DeLuca and Pam Abdi, now acting as heads of the division, will end up running the thing by default. DeLuca was a comic book collector as a kid, and years ago at New Line, he made Blade and even had an Iron Man movie in development. A source says that Bob Shea, the New Line chief at the time, let the option lapse, arguing that it didn't make sense because Iron Man was too heavy to fly. Mike was championing and scratching at the surface. Anyway, blah, 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 blah. But I got to the pertinent points of this. The point is that maybe Universal Comcast will buy Warner Brothers, destroying... I mean, I worked at Warner Brothers. I worked at Warner Brothers for feature production. I worked on Free Willy at Warner Brothers. I made Hills Run Red at Warner Brothers. I love Warner Brothers. It's my home. It was my first real job in the industry. I love the studio. But it's a mess right now. And like this article says, $50 billion in debt. And if Warner Brothers were to be sold to Universal, to combine Universal and Warner Brothers, I think is awful. I mean, the legacy of Warner Brothers next year, 2023, Warner Brothers celebrates its 100th anniversary. And they have lots of plans. There's a lot of great physical media releases on tap, but their morale is in the toilet. No one knows if they've got their jobs. There's massive layoffs happening, and it's a real tragedy. And if that's what David Zaslav is going to do, it's very Gordon Gekko. You know, it's another corporate merger, teeing it up. Everyone's going to get their parachutes and make a lot of fucking money. But to destroy, I mean, hell, I'd want the government to come in and save the studio and say, no fucking way. You're not going to sell this shit to Universal. Don't do it. But
it's almost like Zaslav he had zero idea. Like, it's like you jump to a deal without really knowing what is involved. Like, everything that's like, how much of a tragedy it has been. And then you're tasked with trying to fix and right the ship by peeling off. It's like a banana. You try to peel all the layers off top just to get to the core of it, just to, just enjoy it for what it is. And it seems like that's what he's doing. He's, stripping away all the actual, top layer of the lettuce just to get down to the iceberg. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know. It's tough to look at because, again, like I said, we want to see a successful franchise. We want to see something happen that's good. I mean, Warner Brothers has some very incredible properties. You know what I mean? In the DC universe, there's so much that you can actually tell with these characters. It's just a damn shame that you haven't been able to do it. And the funny part about it is we're getting a sequel to John Constantine, but we are not getting a sequel to Man of Steel.
Dude, I mean, here's the problem. I mean, the problem is the people that run these studios. I mean, even when AT&T bought it and you had Jason Killard, these corporate mergers and all that, it's crazy to me because the studios are changing hands with people that aren't particularly interested in making movies, nor do they know how. I mean, the idea of Hollywood is always sexy, but the actual day-to-day movie making is really, really hard. And most people, there's a lot of talk about, well, I'd love to get in the film business, or we want to have inclusion and equity and all that. The reason that certain getting into the movie business, by the way, anybody can make a movie. Anybody. We have technology. We're carrying around the new iPhone 14. The cameras in the iPhone 14 are better than a lot of cameras that existed in Hollywood history. You get 4 iPhone 14s, you spend $1,500 on each one of them. You have enough to make a really great movie. You might have to have camera mounts. Steven Soderbergh made Unsane and High Flying Bird on iPhone 7, I think. You can actually go make a movie. The reason people don't is because it's really fucking hard to make a theatrical quality, a Hollywood quality movie is extremely difficult. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, straight or gay, black or white. Making movies is really fucking hard. And the reason more people don't do it is because how fucking hard it is. And if anybody wants to make a movie, people talk about, well, Hollywood, it's so hard to get in. No, it's not. If you make a great movie, you can get in. Nobody cares what color you are. They don't care about your sexuality. They don't care about your gender. They don't give a fuck. If you make a movie and they can look at you and go, we can exploit this person's talent and we're all going to make money. That's all they care about. That's all they care about. The thing is, it's really, 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 really hard to make a good movie. Really hard. If it was easy, more people would be doing it. It's much more easy. I mean, hell, it is easier to hang out and talk on YouTube now, and you can make a better living talking on YouTube if you have a very successful YouTube channel than you're ever going to make making independent film. Trust me. Yeah, I know. And that's the real problem. Getting into movie making is really, really, really hard. And so, I think. Let me see. I think she's disappeared. Let me put her back.
Has she?
Let me put her back.
She looks like she's frozen.
Yeah,
I thought she was just sitting in the back just listening.
Let me put her back in the show. I'll put you back in, Coach. But yeah, and that's the problem. But it's movie maybe if the studio's going the way of the dodo bird or something, maybe it's time. I've often said that we're living in a post-cinema age, and that movie making was really the art form of the 20th century. I mean, I love movies. I don't want to see them go away, but
Yeah.
with this kind of, I mean, if Warner Brothers disappears, I can't even imagine. So anyway, Magic K, there you go. You got us to discuss this.
Yeah.
Stubble McShave says, I had no idea Dave Parker was playing Adar in Rings of Power. He kind of does look like Dave Parker. The Jughead says, greetings to you also, Lael. Love and respect from the UK, my brother. You were not on screen when I sent my first super chat. Mikey Lito says, thank you, Lael. I have to ditch my brother and go see it. I was very much looking forward to it, meaning the Woman King. And I trust your opinion. You three have a great week. Well, thank you, Mikey. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Mikey, man, definitely go see it, bro. You will enjoy it. You definitely will. You'll have such a great time.
S Beam, who's been a member of this channel for 24 months. My God, that's a long time. Hello to three awesome people. Mira Sulu is a fantastic figure, Rob. I hope you have him on the way. Have him on the way, dude. Where did I put him?
You have him.
Yeah, I guess he's not here. He's right over there. I have Mira Sulu. I have him right in here with me now. Hope you have a great night.
Speaking of which, you know that the throne, but Boba Fett on the throne is shipping right now.
No.
Yes, it is.
From Sideshow?
Yeah.
They
Shipping.
got it before Toys Wonderland?
Bro, they got everything before Toys Wonderland. Like literally. I got a notification the other day that my Echo from Bad Batch is shipping.
Wow, somebody made it. Somebody made moves.
Bro, they made major moves.
Dude, my Dark Trooper?
Yeah.
My Dark Trooper just showed up. They just said shipping. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And
bro.
Wow.
Because if you see it, like, because the thing is, it's like we're getting the figures, but there's no production photos. So Sideshow's doing something. It's like they got it before Toys Wonderland, before everybody else. They are really getting their figures first because none of that's actually been mentioned in Hong Kong right about right now. So yeah.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
I'm Toys Wonderland has kind of pissed me off. I mean, I told you about the Bob Marley figure, right?
Yeah, they pissed me off a long time.
The Bob Marley figure. They sent me the head, and not the figure. Yeah. It comes with two heads.
Still not the figure.
And I wrote them back, and they're like, "Well, we can't find your order." I'm like, "What? My order was I paid it off on partially." Then they sent me another figure that is it's not part of a franchise. It says it shipped, but it never got to America. I mean, I'm almost done with them.
I told you, I've already cut those ties. The only thing that I actually have, I mean, I cut ties with them. I'm not pre-ordering anything else from them, going on a payment plan for anything else. It's just that, give me the figures that you know I have, that you still owe me. Give me my figures, and I'm going to put my boot on the back of your on the front of your forehead until you get it to me, like straight up. And that's just the way it is. I'm gonna send them a message every day until they send it. So, but right now, we're just seeing the law. Like nothing's really being announced or revealed or released.
Except re-releases, figures they were put out.
Re-releases, like straight up. But Sideshow right under the radar is sending out and shipping out figures.
I got to tell you, I mean, the one thing I did, I got a Taskmaster for $120.
Yeah, I got mine for 40.
I know you got your. I got mine for 120. I figured, how happy are you to have that when they announced Taskmaster as being part of the Thunderbolts? Yeah. Come on, dude. Yeah. And you know what? I got from Sideshow, I got Winter Soldier from the TV series, another Thunderbolts member. So now I'm gonna have I've already got 2 of the Thunderbolts team, but yeah, it's great. I mean, I like. I mean, obviously, third-party figures are still. I'm gonna have to go elsewhere. Like, you still want to get So Toys or whatever. We're gonna have to figure that out.
Yep.
But that's really interesting.
Did they ever make a third-party U.S. agent or?
Yes, they did.
They did.
Yep, they sure did. There's a third party. It hasn't been released yet, but it's already been revealed. Yeah.
But Hot Toys is going to make that now because if it's a character from Thunderbolts.
Yeah. They're going to go deep in that, bro. Like straight up. They're going to, and the thing is, it's like, I mean, especially knowing right now that we haven't gotten the full team of the Thunderbolts. There's just a few actors that were announced. It's hopefully they finally give us a Baron. We need a Baron Zemo, bro.
Yep. Well, and there's a third party figure of that coming out too.
Yeah. And we know that they basically Hot Toys revealed or at their what was it during what was it, their con? What did they have? Or it was the what was it in Hong Kong? What was it?
Yeah,
The
yeah, the toy fair that their
summer,
toy.
the summer showcase.
Yeah,
Their
the summer. Yeah,
showcase
yeah,
they
yeah.
had. Remember they revealed the Red Guardian. They was there.
Yep.
Like the figure was there.
Yep.
So now knowing that we're getting this with this team, we're gonna have to release that figure. So it's gonna be insane. It's definitely gonna be insane right now.
Yeah. Morgan Holmes says they should do a spinoff from Constantine, a Papa Midnight show. Call it The Chair, so you can see others' point of view in hell. Look, I love Papa Midnight. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, come into my house.
Yeah, it's so good. Let's see. No one. I don't know who this is. There's no name. It just says Rob, wish Bryan Singer a happy 57th birthday. That will be tomorrow. His birthday is on the 17th. It's funny. I was texting with him today because I'm actually working on a bit of a project for him right now. That has to do with his first movie that he ever made, Public Access. That I was working a long time ago. I was working on a special edition. It's funny. I'm kind of working on it again all of a sudden. So, yes, he's going to owe me money. And he said he will reimburse me. So, I'm like, okay.
Money, man.
Yeah.
Money,
So,
man.
yeah,
Man.
you got to like that. Darth Plato says, actually, first of all, Stubble McShave says, what did you think of Brendan Sanderson's Kickstarter for his Stormlight archive figures? So Brendan Sanderson is the guy that continued writing the Wheel of Time books after Robert Jordan passed away, and he also has been writing his own fantasy novels. He was the guy that made $40 million doing a Kickstarter to release 4 books that he wrote during the pandemic. His fan base gave him. So he put out these action figures, really nice, or not, they're statues, little statue figures. His Stormlight archive figures. And I think he asked for $100,000 or something, and it was already up. Sanderson's Kickstarter, it was 20 times its goal within 24 hours. Right now, it's almost 40 times its goal at almost $2 million. It's at $1,876,582. Look, if you have a following and you want to make a product, I mean, we saw it with Ethan Van Sciver and Cyberfrog. You know, we saw it recently with the Rippaverse, Young Rippa. The Rippaverse, he went and made $4 million making his own comic book. He already spent his own money and made that. We've talked about it on this show, the 96-page comic, you know, and he made $4 million. I mean, if you have your own fan base, there's no reason why you shouldn't go directly to the consumer. I want to do that if I can get the rights back to Free Enterprise. The first people I would go to do the 4K of Free Enterprise, I would ask people to pre-order the disc at a premium price, you know, probably full price, like $40, because I'd have to go, and hopefully I could get enough people so I could finance the transfer, the negative, and all that, because it's expensive. But I would go directly to the consumer to do it. Why not? You don't have any middleman. The money goes either directly to you or to the production of the product.
Yeah.
I think that's totally the way to go.
It is.
Darth Plato says a woman king has a basis in history. Hatshepsut, I can't even pronounce that. Ancient Egypt, is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah. Ancient Egypt used the title of pharaoh and declared herself a man. There were objections. Also, Irene, a Byzantine queen, at times used the title of king Basilius in place of queen Basila. That's interesting. Okay. So woman king does have a basis in history. And Darth Plato goes on to say the Nazi episode premise is flawed for this reason. John Gill said that Nazis were the most efficient state. This is false. To be fair, that was a commonly held assumption in the 50s and 60s. This view is no longer held. The Evans book speaks to this. Well, okay, but like you just said, this was an assumption in the 50s and 60s, which World War II was only 15 years or 20 years away. You know, so there you go. It might be flawed, but, you know, time gives us a different perspective. But, you know, and even if it wasn't the most efficient state, John Gill used this. If you went back and thought to yourself, okay, the German state under National Socialism renovated that state within a very short period of time. Within 10 years, you went from a beaten and demoralized nation to one of the greatest war machines that the world had ever seen. Industrialization, people were back to work. I mean, it was horrific, and I'm not trying to say that they were, but what they did was amazing, and they were this close to capturing the world. So I understand why John Gill did it in the context of that show. Of course, it was stupid, but what are you going to do? Now, this is interesting. So Glenn Mark says, "Hi, lovelies, heartfelt greetings. I have news. I will first time publish this November for Story Berries. And I've been asked for 4 more stories. I'm delighted. Well, congratulations, Glenn Mark, getting your first story published. Congrats to you. That's very cool.
Definitely congrats on that. That's definitely something that you want to kind of celebrate.
Amazing. You know, it's always good to do your work. T. Kane says, Rob, do you think they'll do a version of the Newcastle incident and the Keanu Reeves Constantine? I mean, they might. The Newcastle incident was horrific in the comics, and delving into that's obviously something that would be very cool for the character to do. I mean, I don't know. They probably would. I mean, that could be great. Al Renshaw says, what are your thoughts on the report that Comcast could buy Warner Brothers Discovery and that Warner Brothers Discovery is having major problems? Well, we just covered that. They are having major problems. They have a $50 billion debt load, which is insane. You know, they're trying to save money and all that. And the idea, look, I hope to God Warner Brothers doesn't get sold. And the fact that, you know, all this corporate rating, it's changed hands twice in the last 3-4 years. I mean, it's horrific.
Yeah.
You know, right on the eve of its 100th birthday. And, you know, there's a lot of people that work there, especially, you know, and to be selfish, I want The Exorcist in 4K. And I know they're working on it. And next year is The Exorcist's 50th anniversary. And look what they did for the... Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, John. I mean, I'm John. Rob.
It's okay.
I don't know.
We're on different shows with different people.
So do you think that that was the plan all along? Because remember, they made the announcement, a few months back, that they wanted to separate the DC property from and make it its own studio. Like they wanted to make it its own thing. So do you think that in doing that, they did that strategically so that Warner Brothers conversation could come up and they could actually get rid of it and sell it to the highest bidder? Do you think that that's probably something that they were trying to, it's like just pulling out layers, peeling out the things that you want, you know, from the property, and then just saying, you know what, here you can have everything else?
Well, no, I think that if Warner Brothers is sold, even if DC was a separate studio, that would still be part of the Warner Brothers deal, because it's still
would go with. Damn.
Do I want to believe? Do I want to say no? But it's all at the corporate level. You know, it's. I hate to say it. I just rewatched Wall Street, and there's this moment. There's this moment where Bud Fox, played by Charlie Sheen, says to Gordon Gekko, like, "Why did you wreck this company, Gordon?" And he says, "Because it was wreckable." You know, and it's just about making money. And the problem is, you know, we hold movies and comics and video games, all the things that we love, we have a reverence for them. Yeah. But we're not running companies. You know, we're not part of the top 1% that's commanding industry, that's captaining industry, because people who are captaining industry were not geeks. They did not spend their times with their head in the clouds, reading comics, playing video games, dreaming about the next Star Wars movie. They took another path, so they don't give a fuck. You know, they really don't. And it's like, I hate to say it, but that's part of the problem with the Star Trek franchise, is no one particularly cares. You know, they don't care about it. That's why, like, I didn't know showrunner Terry Matalas 4 months ago. We had an exchange on Twitter, and then you know, now I've met him in the flesh at John Williams, and somehow I was able to see Star Trek Picard season 3. And he knows that I did. But I didn't know him, but he cares. You know, he cared about was making, just like when he was working on the 12 Monkeys show. He was a guy, and he explained to me, it's not that it's not that Alex Kurtzman or Akiva Goldsman or Henry Alonso, the people that are Mike McMahon, the people that are working on Star Trek. I mean, Mike McMahon cares about Star Trek, but it's just a job. You know, it's just another TV show, and the people they're hiring to write these shows, they'll write any TV show. You know, whatever I get staffed on, I'll go write on that show. But these venerable franchises, another problem with these shows or things that have been around for 50 years, if you're a creator, you want to flex your own creative muscle and put your own imprimatur on it so you make it yours. But in doing that, I mean, Like, really, if you want to work on a franchise, you should serve the franchise, not serve your own creative. Like, what can you do
Yeah.
to add to that franchise? And I think when you had like Russell Davies come on Doctor Who, you know, with David Tennant, and that era of Doctor Who was successful because Russell T Davies was able to bring some of himself into it, but also understood what Doctor Who was supposed to be and tried to create or extend that legacy. You know, and now people look at, like, everybody's, well, let me bring the messaging home for you. So now that I get to work on Star Trek, I'm going to make it about the messaging. I'm going to be able to sit down and I'm going to use it to preach from my soapbox. And that's, I think, problematic. But that's what people, they would rather do that because they think they're doing good for the world rather than serve the Star Trek franchise. And I get it. I mean, I understand the impulse. And it's not a bad impulse, but it doesn't help you make good Star Trek. And the thing about season 3 of Picard is that you had a showrunner like Terry Matalas that really cared about making great Star Trek. And I think he did. And the problem is the people that are working at Warner Discovery, if they can make a deal and sell it, I mean, it's a bummer that their stock price is down, but that's all they care about. What is the value of the company? That's their job. The people that run Warner Brothers and Discovery, they got to get that stock price up so the shareholders will.
Crazy because they just got it. Like, it was just like a few months back. You just in. Oh,
Well, they
man.
said that, you know, they can't even have conversations with someone until April of 2024. But I'm sure when that day rolls around, if it's April 8th, by April 9th, they're going to announce a deal. Somebody's going to buy it. You know, with unless they can get the stock price up and it becomes more expensive. But right now they're vulnerable. You know, you can have people quietly buying up all that stock. I mean, I'm no financial genius, but people can buy up that stock right now if they want to. It's at a low price. If you're anticipating, I'm sure there's people betting on this right now, that if they think that Comcast is going to buy the stock, they'll quietly start buying a lot of that stock up. And in anticipation that it's going to go up if they know a Comcast sale is imminent or whatever. The real problem is, you know, when you think about it, unfortunately, movie making doesn't have the romance anymore that it used to have. The studios aren't even making, they're not even making movies anymore. And when I say that, they're making events, you know, they're making these events, they're making big budget tentpole movies. If you think about all the movies, like, let me ask you two. Name 10 of your favorite movies. Doesn't have to be your top 10, but just 10 movies that you love of the last 30 years.
The last 30 years?
Yeah. Movies that you grew up with that you love. Just any movie.
Like, in my mind, I have films that I know that I like, but they're older than
They can be as old as they want. Old as you want them to be.
Oh, okay. So it would be, you know, Star Wars, Alien, Clockwork Orange.
Okay, Clockwork Orange, good one. Clockwork Orange, 1971. Clockwork Orange, 1971. Stanley Kubrick made it. Warner Brothers made that movie. Warner Brothers would never make a movie like Clockwork Orange today. It wouldn't cost $200 million. They couldn't sell it around the world. And that movie is one of my top 2 or 3 favorite movies of all time. I love Clockwork Orange. But that film, Warner Brothers, beginning with Clockwork Orange, had a long-running relationship with Stanley Kubrick that lasted until his death in 1997. At Warner Brothers, he made Clockwork Orange, Barry Lyndon, The Shining, Full Metal Jacket, and Eyes Wide Shut in 20 years. Warner Brothers had a long-standing relationship the way they have a long-standing relationship with Clint Eastwood and Clint Eastwood's company, Malpaso. They've made for the last almost 50 years, I think, they've made all of Clint Eastwood's movies. Warner Brothers, you know, David Zaslav hated the idea that what was it? The last one was Cry Macho. Was that the last Clint Eastwood movie? Cry Macho was a script that was written 50 years ago. If you look up the history of Cry Macho, it has a fascinating history in the entertainment business. All the way back to the early 70s, people tried to make that movie. David Zaslav would never make that movie. It made no money. This, as a matter of fact, motion picture studios right now, it used to be Star Wars was an $11 million movie. Alien, I think, was a little bit more than that. Aliens cost like $18 million. And Aliens, a classic film that everybody loves. And James Cameron, you know how many alien suits he had to make Aliens? If my memory serves, 6. That's it. He only had 6 alien suits because that was all he had the budget for, but creatively he used them well. But the studios now, if they made Aliens today, they would spend $200 million on it.
Yep.
Because they don't know how to do it any other way. And they would make
Mm-hmm.
$200 million on it, and they would be expecting to make $1 billion. The movie business is a terrible business. It has turned into a terrible, terrible business where everybody's expecting to hit grand slams all the time, and you can't.
They want
like,
$1 billion. That's what I'm saying. They want to be a $1 billion franchise.
Yeah, they
expect that right out the gate. We don't live in a time where like basically making, if you make 500,000, or you know what I mean, not 500, like I would say like not 500,000, but like 500 million. You know what I mean? Like if you basically made like a film, if you made that much money off of an actual film, 750,000, 50 million. You know what I mean? That's still good. That's good for like especially for a film. But it's like everybody has to make the next $1 billion. It has to be $1 billion franchise. And if you don't hit it, and if you're below that, then your film's a failure.
It's
like,
become
it's
so crazy that the business doesn't work. From a corporate standpoint, you can't you cannot make movies anymore that like cost 30. I mean, the first Matrix in 1999 cost $65 million. And that was a big gamble for the studio, and it made like 300,000 or 300 million worldwide, and that was considered a big hit.
Yeah.
To be able to get a 20%, if you could get a 20% return, a net profit of 20%, you were doing really well.
You're doing well. Yeah.
And nowadays that business is gone. The studios have no interest if you made a movie for $50 million that made $200 million. I mean, after marketing, let's say you spend another 40, that even isn't even, it's no big deal. Like if you ended up making on your spend, if you made 30 or 40 million dollars on a however much of a spend, that used to be a good business model. But now you're making a $200 million movie that costs another $100 million to market, so you've spent $300 million bucks. And when you've done that, conventional wisdom means you used to have to make 3 times the budget before you broke even. So your break even on a $300 million spend would be $900 million. Now it's more than that. It's almost, you have to make 4 times what your movie cost. And so no one's interested in making movies unless you're spending $200 million and shooting for $1 billion. The problem with that is now it's a worldwide business. A lot of the time movies make more money foreign than they make domestic. So you have to be catering to an international audience, which means comedies don't travel internationally because comedy is very colloquial. It's very local. And then you have to make movies that appeal to the rest of the world. That means they can travel across international boundaries and language boundaries. That's why big budget action adventures, swashbuckling, John Wick, shooting people in the head, superhero movies. That's why that's all that Hollywood's making anymore, because it's become a global business. And that means that the 90-minute to 2-hour format of movies, the studio is not interested in making dramas or comedies or period pieces because they're not going to make money. They want to make a gigantic tentpole movie like an Aquaman or a Black Adam, and they're hoping that Dwayne Johnson will make sure that Black Adam makes $1 billion. That's the only business that the people that are making movies now, that's the only business they care about. Unless, of course, you're like an A24. Where A24 can put everything everywhere all at once in a theater, and word of mouth carries it, and it becomes their most successful film. Yeah. That movie didn't cost a lot of money, but it became for an A24, if a movie cost $20 million and makes $100 million, that's a really nice business model.
Black Adam comes out next month, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I haven't seen much advertising for it. Like I didn't see like the campaign, like just it hasn't picked up.
No, and I'll tell you something. The last trailer, I have no reason to see that movie. Like it looks like, okay, the action looks good. They have not told me anything about the story of Black Adam. That there's nothing intellectually I can grab a hold of. Like I couldn't wait to see Infinity War and Endgame. And they delivered. I couldn't wait to see Civil War. I couldn't wait to see Captain America Winter Soldier. I couldn't wait to see Black Panther. Couldn't wait to see Guardians of the Galaxy. Black Adam, whatevs.
Yeah.
I don't care. I feel bad I don't care.
That's terrible. That's what I'm saying. It's a terrible thing. Like when the film is expected to be out next month, we haven't really there hasn't been too much chatter or talk about it. You know what I mean? Like it's like people right now are bypassing that film and going straight to Black Panther. You know what I mean? So that's
I mean, I'm deliriously excited for Wakanda Forever because the ramifications it's going to
yeah.
have for the larger Marvel Cinematic
Mhm.
Universe. I
It's
keep
coming
waiting to
next.
become invested in Phase 4. I'm waiting. And
Yeah.
I after Thor: Love and Thunder, you know, and after I was hugely disappointed by Moon Knight,
Oh
you know, and
man.
I just can't.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Speaking of that, Kevin Morales sends in a $20 super chat. So thanks, Kevin. Lael, do you think we will get a Werewolf by Night hot toy? I'm trying to collect a supernatural collection of heroes. I have Blade by 1/12, although that's 12 scale, and I ordered Moon Knight. Who else would I need to order, in your opinion?
Well, you've ordered Moon Knight. To be quite honest, with Werewolf by Night, it's going to be it's going to be kind of hard to project because that is it's a special. It's a Halloween special, right? So
Yep.
it's not like a complete series. It's just a Halloween special. Now it depends on how well it's received. If it's received well enough, and if they basically feel as though it's popular enough, it's always a popularity contest. You know, when it comes to collecting figures, it has to be an IP that really has a certain level of popularity, a figure or a character. Because the thing is, it's like right now they took a gamble with actually doing this, especially if you're bringing in Man Thing, you know, and you know that.
I
And
want that hot toy.
exactly that would be
I
incredible.
want Man
You know
Thing.
what I mean? That would be, you know. And so we know that the Time Authority is actually in this show as well.
Yep.
You do have the werewolf aspect of it, so it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, it depends. It really depends on how popular the IP is or how popular it becomes once it's released.
Well,
It's sort of hard to gauge with because, and you know what, and I don't even want to say that because it's hard to gauge what Hot Toys is really going to do because what was it? What was the movie called? Just recently, Morbius.
Yep.
That movie was not popular, but they still released a figure.
Yeah, they're putting that out.
So
And will the figures be in black and white since Werewolf by Night is in black and white?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. That's a good question because we're not going to see color. So again, it's going to be kind of hard to gauge that. You know what? I would almost say no, unless the figures have a lot to do with what is going on in the main universe. And there's
Right.
a possibility that they can actually they can bring Man Thing in. He's, like I said, he's a Nexus character. So you can actually bring him in. But again, it just mainly depends on how well it serves the main universe's narrative. So I don't know, my man. You just got to wait and see, like, because you know, right now we're waiting on a lot of stuff right now that we haven't gotten from them. So it's just going to be one of those things we got to kind of sit back and wait and see what they do.
Yep. I agree. T. Kane says, Rob, do you think they'll do a version of the Newcastle incident in the Keanu Reeves Constantine? I mean, I'd love to see them do that. I think that they could. I'd love to see that. Al Renshaw says, how excited are you for Violent Night with David Harbour? It looks a hoot. The David Harbour Super Santa. It looks really good. I'm totally down for that. Love to see that. Bradley Michael says, Focus Features is saying that the Northmen turned a profit now. Well, they are. Let's see. Let's look. Let's see where the Northman is. Now, we've heard that movie cost up to $90 million to make. I don't know if that's true, but let's see how much it did make worldwide. Because I haven't. Let's see. The Northman. Where the Northman is right now, it has worldwide made $69,633,110. I don't think that there's any way that it's turned a profit. Because, I mean, it's made, let's just round up to $70 million. If you go by the metric that it has to do 3 times its budget to break even, I mean, if you're looking at $70 million, it cost a lot more than, what is that, $23 million? $23 million and change times 3 would be 70. It costs a lot more than $23 million to make, so I don't think it turned a profit. I don't know. I don't know. S. Beam says, has anyone watched the Thor deleted scene? There is a Zeus scene that I feel it was stupid not to use in the film. I saw a Zeus scene, a deleted scene with him and Thor that I thought was actually a great scene. And you're right. I don't know why they cut it out. Have you guys seen any of the deleted scenes from Thor?
I haven't watched the film since it came out in the theaters.
Yeah.
I I will not watch it on Disney Plus at all.
Dude, I
won't.
tried watching it, and I got to that point. I think we talked about it last week or whatever when the temple collapsed.
Yeah,
Collapses, yeah.
I was out.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't watch this again. I just can't.
yeah, I couldn't. As soon as I split, I was like, I'm checking it out. Time to go to
Yeah, I
bed.
can't do it. Al Renshaw
Yeah.
asks, now this is, okay, my theory, he says adamantium will be introduced through Doctor Doom and Latveria. The Weapon X program and Wolverine will be created by Doom. I don't think that. I don't know if I buy that. But
Yeah,
I do think that we might. I mean, I'm tired of speculating on what I think is going to happen in Marvel, because all the speculation is more interesting than actually what's actually happening in the shows now.
Yeah.
But I would say that I do think that in Wakanda Forever that we're going to meet Victor Von Doom. And I think that he, as a diplomat or as the leader of Latveria, because if we here's and let me ask you guys this. So in my big problem with the Marvel Cinematic Universe right now is we had Wakanda, the most technologically advanced nation on Earth, reveal itself to the planet. T'Challa's opening emissaries or opening embassies around the world. That's a shock to the system, for the planet, for the people of Earth. Now we're going to have Atlantis or whatever it's going to talk, where Atlantis is going to reveal itself to the world. No one knows Atlantis is there. You have a celestial sticking out of the Indian Ocean. You've got Arishem the Judge, who is in over Earth, and he's 3 times the size of the Earth. You had Thanos snap and then unsnap. The unsnapping brought back half the world's population from limbo after 5 fucking years. The human population of the Earth should be in a state of shambles. I mean, and the fact that we have seen, you got deviants running around the Thames, in London. You got all kinds of shit happening, and humanity would be either flooding churches, starting their own crazy religions, and praying to the celestial coming out of the water. I mean, they've done, and with Wakanda Forever, they really need to address the state of the world. And I think when you see Angela Bassett saying, "I've given my whole family, I've given everything I have." I mean, I hope that we talk about where's mankind at now in the MCU, because nothing seems to matter to the every person, and the Earth would be in shambles. People would be a mess. The economy of the world would be crashed. I mean, all the stuff that happens when you see a giant celestial in the sky, like, what does that do to Wall Street? And I think they really need to make like a version of these movies where I would love to see a movie that's just about normal people in the MCU trying to put their lives together after all this shit's happening. Like do a rom-com about people that like maybe a couple, one of them was snapped and one of them wasn't. And they're trying to put their lives together. Right? And then you could examine all these things, like, do we go to church anymore? Like, how can I be a Catholic when I know that there's somebody like Thanos that can snap his finger and make everybody disappear?
And that was an interesting point that you basically made, because everyone who was snapped came back like it was absolutely nothing. I mean, for me, there would be a state of panic. Like, I would have PTSD from something like that. I would literally need to talk to. I would experience a certain level of depression, because it's like you're thinking about your life. You don't know it, but if everybody's basically having the same dream that you're having, that means, yes, you were blipped. You know what I mean? Like, if everybody remembers, so it's just like, it would have been an interesting take on individuals who were blipped and their experiences after. Because I even thought that, even with Monica Rambeau's mother, I think that she basically could have actually gotten sick, again, what they said, she had cancer. So we know where the cancer came from. We know at least where it could have actually come from, being around a Tesseract, traveling in space, however it might have actually been. But again, I just think that they need to humanize these characters, these individuals who have actually returned, because right now it's not even a discussion. The blip is a joke. You know what I mean? It's talked out about as a joke. So,
well, I mean, that's one of the things I loved about, it's funny because the more I think about Captain America, I mean, a Falcon and Winter Soldier, the more I like the show, because after what we've been getting, I really like Isaiah Bradley and Sam Wilson's conversations, but I like the idea that, if you were blipped, your credit's gone.
Yeah.
You know, you've been gone for 8, like, and there's no one's. I mean, think about it. They try and they go get a loan to renovate their boat for the family business. They can't because they don't have credit. They were blipped. You know, and so the actual ramifications of just our regular daily lives, because if you're blipped and you can't have credit, like, and how does that affect the whole planet? And I feel like they've done so many cockamamie things in Phase 4 between having giant, like, I still don't know. We still don't understand in Moon Knight, were they really moving the stars in the night sky, which doesn't make any sense at all because the starlight that we're seeing is millions of years old. So they couldn't do that. It was just an illusion. But you still had these Egyptian gods, you know, Amet and Khonshu, fighting over the Great Pyramids, and Amet is devouring the souls of people like it was a mass casualty event in Cairo. Hundreds of people were dying. Well, did that happen? Does anybody care? And, you know, I feel like the MCU, I never felt this way. I felt the MCU was on a really interesting trajectory all the way up through the end of Endgame. It all worked for me. Those 22 movies worked great leading up to Endgame. And I thought that worked. But my problem with everything after Endgame, it's all over the place. And nothing seems to have, nothing is important to anything else. I mean, you'd think that after the end of Eternals, the next movie would open with some kind of symposium on what is a Celestial. You know, just, I mean, I don't know. It's something. Like at the beginning of Bryan Singer's X-Men in 2000, it starts at a conference about mutants, where you see Jean Grey giving a presentation, I guess the United Nations or whatever, and Magneto and Xavier, are you in my mind, Charles? You know, and it sets up everything. You get it, what's going on. But in the MCU now, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? You know,
nobody knows. There's no sense of direction right now. Like there's we don't know who's leading what. We don't know where the narrative is supposed to take us. Is there even Avengers? Hell
like
no.
the base was destroyed.
Right.
Who's an Avenger? They introduced Avengers Kang Dynasty. What is Kate Bishop going to lead a team of teenagers against Kang? Like, who's an Avenger?
Yeah, we have to see.
I don't know.
No one knows. No one knows at this point. We know we're getting Avenger films, but again, it's like, you know, who can you call? Like, I always go back to, like, the discussion that Tony Stark's had with, Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange was like, he said, I don't work for you. Yeah, right. I mean, like, he's like, so you're coming into characters who, really aren't officially a part of the Avengers team, but they're just allying with them at that particular time. So,
yeah, and like Multiverse of Madness, nobody even knows it happened. Wong knows it happened, but that's it. It had no bearing on anything in the real world. And, Wanda Maximoff, whatever. I'm watching this, and all of a sudden, none of what I've been seeing. Like, I really liked Shang-Chi a lot. As a standalone wuxia movie, I really enjoyed Awkwafina, and I really liked Simu Liu, and I had fun with that movie. I love seeing Tony Leung.
Yeah.
As Wen Wu, whatever. I mean, I love him, but again, and maybe the 10 Rings connects to Miss Marvel, connects, and I want to see Marvels. I think it's interesting whatever's going on there, but I'm like, when is anyone going to deal with everything that we've already been seeing here on Earth? I think we need like a recap. So they should do a series, like a series. Bring back the 2 characters from WandaVision, like an X-Files series, where or at least we see a state of the universe. Like just do a series where maybe Sword travels around examining all these effects of what's going on to the people of the Earth. Because we don't know.
Yeah, true.
And it's maddening because right now they're trying to build up to Secret Wars. Who's going to fight the Secret Wars? There's like 6 people left. Like, they're going to do Secret Wars with who?
Like who's like who could you build that around?
I don't know.
I think that's what I think. I think what they're going to do basically with Secret Wars is, it's. Which I'm hoping that they use Battle World, because that would make sense to me.
I mean, they can't do the originals.
I need them to do that.
They're not going to do a Beyonder. The Beyonder is not going to come and I'm going to gather all these people together. And
doubt that.
No, it'll have to be Battle World. But even if they do that, who do we have to fight that though? There's nobody left. you've got people like you've got Winter Soldier. I mean, you do have Shang-Chi, but there's no. I mean, Thor would join in, but the Guardians of the Galaxy are going to be. It's not like who do you have to fight this battle? Hulk, Abomination. Like right now, we don't have. We've lost Tony Stark. We've lost Steve Rogers, even though old man Steve's still around, and we've lost Black Widow. So and we've got Falcon, but Falcon is as a man, he doesn't even have a super soldier serum in his body. He's got an adamantium shield and his costume and he can fly with his assistant. But how is he going to survive a cosmic level threat? What's he going to do?
I mean, hey, even Batman took a back seat every now and then and just waited. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't know. I think, again, he's, small tier right now, but I still love the character for what it is. And I think that, there is a lot that he can do given the best circumstance. You know what I mean? You put him in the best circumstance and he becomes sufficient. You know what I mean? He becomes adequate and capable at that point. You know what I mean? So it depends on how they write him in. But it's going to be interesting to see, once that film's released. Yeah,
I mean, I look, I'm excited to see. I love the Kang. I recently reread the Kang Dynasty. Here. I really liked reading that Kang Dynasty storyline again. I loved it. So much fun. Yeah. Like, it was great. But it's huge. That story's huge. It's epic and sprawling. You got two teams of Avengers. One's in space. Cities are getting blown up. I mean, there's all kinds of craziness going on. But it's like we don't have everyone's scattered to the winds. I don't even feel that there's a team. It was so nice to see Banner and Jennifer Walters talk, the two Hulks. At least we got to see two superheroes interacting.
Well, from the last She-Hulk episode, they seem to indicate that Avengers may possibly still exist.
Right,
and she's part of Avengers. Like they keep hinting that at that she's, and she says not really official at this moment, but they keep hinting that the Avengers are still around. So I don't know. We'll actually see.
Yeah, I mean, even Doctor Strange says, "I'll get you back on the lunchbox." But like, if you think about the Avengers, Doctor Strange was never an Avenger.
Yeah, definitely.
Scarlet Witch is not there. Hulk, I guess, would be Hulk and Thor, and I guess Captain Marvel and Winter Soldier maybe, and Captain Marvel would come back. I guess.
I would want to see her in the Ultimates. I would kill for an Ultimates film. If you basically bring her in, give us America Chavez, you give us Blue Marvel, you give us Black Panther, you give us Monica Rambeau, give us those characters and in an Ultimates type of situation. I think that would be incredible.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm really excited for. I've read the scripts for Secret Invasion, and I'm excited for. I should send you guys the scripts. Shh, don't.
You know what I feel kind of bad about?
Please.
I feel kind of bad. I was watching this last week, and I know this is going to cause a little bit of a stir, but I felt kind of bad watching that interview with Brie Larson, and they asked her, would she be?
Dude, I tweeted that out. So I felt bad too.
So bad, bro, for her, because I'm like, you know what? She's really getting a bad rap right now, and I know there's people going to be like, well, she's hard. Nah, man, like I don't think she deserves half of that, bro. Like really, I don't like you can tell that she was, really. It was such an uncomfortable answer. You know what I mean? Because, you can tell that she's being shaken up a bit by like what she's getting from a lot of haters, people, throwing shade at her and stuff like that, and saying that she's a Mary Sue and, just her personality and stuff like that. It's just crazy. I felt so bad for her, man. I really do.
Me too. And when she said, I don't know, you have to ask somebody else. I mean, what's really interesting. And I've been guilty of being a real hater on modern Star Trek, and I've called out the writers and things like that. But these actors, like they're actors, and you think that they get a job and they're so excited. I mean, how great is it when you get hired to be in a role in a superhero movie or something, and then the fan base just makes it, looks at someone like Brie Larson like, I don't know why we expect to have to love everybody.
Yeah.
You know, and Brie Larson is an Academy Award winning actress. And look, some of the things she said, I mean, she's not that old. She's pretty, you know,
Yeah.
she's young.
She's young. She's still young.
She's headstrong and all that. Maybe you don't like Brie Larson or whatever, but I mean, when I saw that interview, I even tweeted out that clip. I said, this makes me sad.
Yeah,
Because
bro.
I took it when she
Yeah.
said, people like, well, you know, she just doesn't know, and she's saying what every other actor said. I was like, no. I think people are a little detached. They don't even understand where people are at now. But I mean, it's our fan base. Like today, I went back and forth with somebody on Twitter, and I try and be nice and stay above it all. But this guy was saying just horrible things about me to my face. And I'm like, that's fine. And I was throwing stuff back, and then he went and erased all his tweets. But what was really interesting about it was, like, I'm used to that because I'm used to being on. I don't care, but the funny thing about it, that kind of thing, is if you don't understand that, it can be really, really, really hurtful. And someone like Brie Larson, you think she doesn't give it her all when she goes and does a movie? I mean, she didn't write this part.
Yeah.
She was directed to be a certain way, and I actually liked her as Captain Marvel. I mean, she wasn't as dynamic as she maybe could have been, or somebody. I don't know if I would have cast her in the part, but I liked her, and I bought a hot toy of her, you know.
Yeah.
But to see that when she's like, I don't know, does anybody want me to be Captain Marvel again? I mean, or whatever she said, I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
You know, and she doesn't understand, like, these characters is like the clip I play at the beginning of this show when Scarlett Johansson talks about hot toys.
Yeah.
This company hot toy. They don't know.
Yeah, they have no idea.
They have no idea about the fan base or anything like that. They think that they're just getting into something great. I mean, how about Miss Marvel? Like, I loved Miss Marvel. I thought it was a delightful show. I loved all the family. I loved all the interaction. I loved her.
Yeah.
Kamala. I mean, that girl's how old is she? 16? You know,
she's actually no. She's. Oh, I think she's 20.
Is she 20? Okay, so
I think she's basically up almost 20 years old. Yeah.
There was a picture of all three of them posing, you know, the Marvels and stuff. I mean, how? Plus, you know, the first Muslim superhero, Pakistani Muslim superhero. What does that mean to millions, hundreds of millions of people throughout the world? I mean, it's a good thing. Like, I think fandom should know. Like, I have no problem picking fights with writers. You know, the people that actually make the shows. But actors don't have that power. They're not writing the words they say. They really have no control. They're taking a job, they're cast, and they do the best work they can. But you can't, if you don't like the portrayal of the character, and I understand Brie Larson says things that are combative, but you can't get mad at somebody for trying to defend themselves or getting snarky or saying, fuck you, when you have people making endless videos about you suck. I mean, you can't expect them. You have to give them a little, if they're going to respond to that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, look, there's nothing against opinions if you don't like the film.
Yeah.
If you don't like the character. But I mean, people have really been given the right to be extremely cruel to individuals. You know, look, she might have said some unpopular things, you know, whatever. It is what it is. I mean, who doesn't in Hollywood nowadays?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not just one person. It's multiple people that will say something that's completely unpopular. But you can't discredit their performance. I mean, again, Captain Marvel, even in the book, people have to understand that even Captain Marvel in the books, she wasn't really liked.
Especially
You know what I
like
mean?
Civil War II.
In Civil War II, she wasn't really liked as a character. So she's giving you that level of arrogance, you know, that we would actually see from that character. You know what I mean? Because it's the way she was written.
Mm-hmm.
But like some of the stuff that, you know, I've seen, it's like, damn, like bro, it is. It's sad. And in her answer was like, for her to say, you know, I don't know if anybody wants me to be here anymore. I was like, wow.
And it was the way she said it.
Yeah, bro. You can tell in her eyes it was like a bit of sadness when she said it.
I wanted to like buy her a drink and be like, Brie, let me tell you, I went and saw Captain Marvel 3 times in the theater. Let me, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some other elements to this as well, is that we're not going to agree with what everyone says all the time.
We're not.
You know, it's just the reality of being a person on the planet, and
you
know, we still going to continue to listen to people. And then what if she changes her mind? You guys were talking about how young she is. She is really young. There's a lot of young people who are saying a lot of things right now that they're
Yeah.
very passionate about, and they're steadfast, and they're saying they're not going to change their minds. But we know people change their minds all the time, regardless of what goes on about things sometimes. So, what's going to happen then? How are we going to react when they say, I was wrong about that, or I've changed my mind, I feel differently, or have a different view now, different from what everyone else has also. I think at some point, just wouldn't really discount somebody just because they have a different opinion or because they change their mind. You just kind of accept it. She's an individual, right? I mean, I think that we could just not judge her work, with her personal feelings. There's two different things, aren't they? I mean,
Well, I think, like Darth Plato in the chat was saying that we're in the middle of a culture war. I just wish that fans were a little bit more discerning when it comes to, like, I think that corporate interests taking, like, Tolkien's work and, in a way, bastardizing it is wrong. I think it's inherently damaging. Overall, it's damaging to our culture.
Yeah.
That you think about, like, Stanley Kubrick adapted novels. He even worked with Vladimir Nabokov. Now, Kubrick's version of Lolita that was written by Nabokov is different than Nabokov's novel.
yes,
But he worked. But
that's one of my favorite films of his is Lolita.
it's fantastic. But he worked with Nabokov to adapt the book into the movie that he wanted to make. So nobody could fault the book
Right.
for the movie from being different than the book.
And Nabokov wouldn't be surprised when he saw the film because he would already have known about the changes.
Yeah.
And therefore he wouldn't be confronted by somebody saying, hey, what did you think about the adaptation they made of your book? He wasn't going to go ahead and have this awkward moment where he's like, this isn't what I hoped for, and I'm disappointed in the material.
On the flip side, Stephen King was very disappointed in Kubrick's version of The Shining because Kubrick's version of The Shining is very different than King's novel. However, I think that Kubrick made a really interesting adaptation of King's book, filtered through, like Kubrick always did. It was filtered through his sensibility. But what I think what we see now, and I feel it a lot when it comes to our bigger franchises, whether it's Star Wars, whether it's Star Trek, whether it's Lord of the Rings, there are these very crass, like Jeff Bezos or whatever, one of the richest men in the world, maybe he wants to make a Lord of the Rings TV series. And they go to the Tolkien estate and they figure, okay, well, we're gonna buy the rights to the Second Age, and we're gonna buy the rights to the Hobbit, Return of the King, and then the appendices, and we're gonna do a TV show after that. And I'm like, yeah, but you didn't get the rights to the Silmarillion. And how do you expect to make an effective show? And people who are longtime Tolkien fans, when you hear that, you're like, okay, you spent all of this money, but you didn't buy the rights to make an effective TV show about the Second Age. You don't have the right tools. And so then people get angry, and I understand that. Like, as somebody that I love these franchises, but it's like, why don't you have people that really know, love, and understand Tolkien? And when you get rid of your Tolkien scholars or whatever, and when you see the people you spent all of this money working on, you buying Lord of the Rings, and then you've got two showrunners who've never run a show before. They have a writing credit on Star Trek Beyond, and you ask yourself, well, how did this happen? Like, you spent hundreds of millions of dollars on the rights to Lord of the Rings. You spent hundreds of millions of dollars to make this show, and yet the people that are writing the show, your showrunners, are inexperienced? Like, in what business does that work? And you ask yourself, I mean, I've never met those guys, Payne and whatever the other one's name is, but how are they in this position to write this show? And when you look at the show, this Lord of the Rings show should be the best TV show ever made, theoretically, with the amount of money. But then they don't go, where's the star power? There's no, I mean, people would say that, well, you don't have stars in Lord of the Rings, but you had people like Sean Bean. You did have Christopher Lee. You did have people like Viggo Mortensen, who's a character actor, but he'd been in a lot of movies before. You did have people like even Samwise. I mean, Rudy. You had people that had movies that you had a track record, and they've found some good actors. I'm not saying the actors aren't great, but if you're going to spend that much money, wouldn't you want to have a couple of stars to, like, why not pay? I know Kate Blanchett's a little older, but why not pay her to come back? I know it's been
And
20
de-age her.
years. And
Yeah.
de-age or whatever. Like, why not do that? I mean, I know she would have to be, but it's such a strange thing that we as fans, what I don't like is that we as fans who've been following this stuff, I hate that they hire people that know far less about these properties than the fans that are supposed to be watching this stuff.
Mhm.
I feel that my pain is that I'm expected to follow a Star Trek show that is being written by people that don't know enough about Star Trek. And like with Nicholas Meyer, I respected Nicholas Meyer coming in to do Star Trek 2. He admittedly, I didn't know about Star Trek, but he's a really smart guy. He'd made Time After Time. He wrote the 7% Solution. You know, he was somebody that understood. He was a learned, scholarly guy. He comes in, he hears about Horatio Hornblower, he watches episodes of Star Trek, he gets it. I mean, a lot of Star Trek 2 is very different than Star Trek, like all the nautical feel, the fact that people are wearing peacoats on the bridge of the Enterprise, which they should have been on the conning tower of a submarine, like in Hunt for Red October, but they're not. I get all that, but you hired smart, interesting people. Nowadays, I feel like our franchises are being given over to people that just have success on TV. Well, he's done 8 TV series. Let's give him this franchise. Let's give J.J. Abrams Star Trek. A man who, in his interviews for Star Trek 09, talked about how he never watched Star Trek. And it's like, fuck you. Why'd you take the job then? Well, because they paid me. And it was a good business decision. And Bad Robot can have all the merchandising and all this. And you're like, what the fuck? Well, from a corporate standpoint, J.J. Abrams was a great hire. But how am I as a Star Trek fan? I mean, I don't think I've ever hated a movie so much as I hated Star Trek 09. And people are like, oh, Rob, it's fine. I'm like, no, you don't understand. The fact that you think it's fine is the problem. You know, people like it. It's like a straight recreation of, it's like if my mom went to if my mom was tasked to make a Star Trek movie, what she knew about Star Trek by osmosis through me, she'd make Star Trek 09. You know, that's what it would be, like this zip zap action adventure movie. You'd have Carl Urban talking
So
like
the bits and pieces that you tell her, she would just kind of scratch them together to make a film.
Yeah, and it's what the collective public subconscious thinks Star Trek is. That's why people like it. You know, and I'm just like, it drives me fucking crazy when you see these franchises. I want somebody like a Vince Gilligan who makes Breaking Bad and then turns around and makes Better Call Saul. Where's those creators on these franchises? Why don't we get that? Why don't we get people that make these franchises their life's ambition? I'll tell you something. While it's not without its faults, Star Trek Picard Season 3 had a showrunner in Terry Matalas that did just that. He fucking put it all out there. I mean, there's so much canonical fealty to Star Trek. There's shit you're going to look at. If you're a Star Trek fan, you're going to be like, holy shit. Because he's the only person that would ever have done it. Because he cared. And that's why I love Star Trek Picard Season 3 as much as I did, because now there's a lot of things you could criticize in the long run. There's a lot of big things. I won't bring them up now. But when you watch that, you can tell the person who made that, and that was Terry Matalas and his writing staff, those people cared. He directed episodes of the show too. He cared. He took a deep dive. If you asked him questions, you could sit there and he can go toe to toe with the biggest fans of all. And that's, I mean, obviously people are still slamming him on Twitter and slamming me for supporting I'm a paid Paramount shill. Look, all I want is that somebody who loves Star Trek to make Star Trek. And that's what I got with Terry Matalas. And he made something that I was a half an hour in. I'm like, I love this. I finally feel like I'm watching Star Trek. And I can't explain it now. And no one's going to believe me anyway. But when you get to see it, people will understand. People always nitpick and all that. That's fine. But I think these big franchises, like, why are you not getting the people that... And by the way, the people that love a franchise are not necessarily the best creators to work on it because they don't know how to make good TV. You have to have both. And that's incredibly rare. They can't find... There's nobody. We read this article. There's nobody that can run DC. I mean, the funny thing is I tell this to John all the time, John Campia. He's like, well, they'll find somebody. There wasn't Kevin Feige. I'm like, no. You don't understand. There is nobody who has the experience producing movies and also being a geek about something. There's nobody. Kevin Feige is the only one of him. You could say that
you can't get is Kevin Feige to do it. That's the only person that you can get to do it.
He's the only one. People are always like, well, Rob, I'm like, there isn't. There isn't anyone else. Because the thing is, I mean, people always say to me, they're like, oh, Rob, look, unfortunately in my career, I don't have the experience and I don't have the credibility to do anything like this. I could do a great job. I know I could, but I don't have the experience or the credibility. Nobody would hire me. And the thing about Kevin Feige is he produced 14 Marvel projects before the MCU happened. I mean, he's a man that has made the Marvel Cinematic Universe his life's work. There's nobody else out there. Who else out there, first and foremost, produced 14 DC movies, but is also a fucking Star Trek geek? Kevin Feige. There's nobody in Hollywood like him. There's nobody that can take that job. They're looking for something that doesn't exist. So you have to change it up and go, and nobody wants to take that job because it's thankless. We, the fans, have made it thankless. Who's going to take that job? Nobody.
So this looks like.
This is a good one. Undead Sick says, this is the best. Hello, I really like your stream from last week, but I have to say I disagree with you. What we got in House of the Dragon is PG-13 sex. And I expect more from a show set in Westeros. Like, we talk a lot about sex. Bringing the filthy. What do you have to say to that? PG-13 sex.
I would have liked to have seen more, a longer sex scene, more nudity, definitely a little bit more intimacy. I definitely would have liked to have seen the man who plays Cole, completely nude. That would have been nice, but I'll take what I can get. So if that's all they're going to give me for now, that's fine. Maybe it'll get raunchier as things progress and the stakes get even higher. But yes, it would have been nice to see some full adult nudity in that scene.
You had one guy going down on another guy in that episode.
Yes.
I mean, it's just that, you know what, though? I mean, like we talked about, I mean, if you had stopped for a minute, and whenever you stop on a sex scene, it stops the plot cold. And part of that whole phantasmagoria from her point of view, she'd never seen anything like this. You know, you talked about the female gaze, and it was more of a feeling than anything else. I mean, men, you know, we want to see the mechanics of all of it going on. But I thought for her character, we saw it through her eyes, her sort of woozy, drunken. It was kind of, I thought it was, you know, it was well done. And it was explicit. It just, the camera didn't stop and stop on the actual.
Kind of panned around different areas, and it was just going different. Yeah. It didn't stay focused on one thing because, like I said, they wanted to make her the focus, and through her optics, you saw everything in a flash, like as it was just kind of going around. Yes. So you're right. You know, you did see like a drunken gaze, even though we knew what was actually going on in the room. You can actually see it and stuff like that. So
hey, look, man, I'm all about the filthy.
Freaked out. Yeah, I was freaked out about her and her uncle. That's the only thing that I was like, wow, really? But yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, and I think that this is maybe not true for the character, but it felt more satisfying for her to have sex with the guard than, you know, with anyone else. Like if it had been anyone else, because she, you know, was building this relationship where she goes out with him that one time. She goes riding off and he chases after her and he's like, no, princess, wait, slow down, princess. You know, there's the wild boar scene where she kills the boar, that she comes back covered in blood, and of course that's symbolic, you know, of something. And then, you know, for her to maybe, I don't know whether it's her first time, perhaps it is her first time with him. So you know, it was nice that she got to at least be, you know, only God knows what her experiences are going to be like, let's say going forward, because she's been married off, right? But at least she had that one intimate night with this really attractive man that she knows. And, you know, he was a little reluctant at first, but I knew he'd come around. So,
yeah, I mean, look, I still think it was pretty. It might not have been as explicit as, you know, we filth mongers wanted it to be, but still, you know, it also was.
You both are right. She is a young girl, and you know, perhaps we wouldn't see something that a more experienced woman might be doing. But it's certainly, as I said, I'll take what I can get. I thought that it was a really smart move for her to do something when she got home, because she's not going to just sit there. The guy's right outside of the door. So we all know what would have happened, and that's exactly what would have happened.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I know it's true. And she was, I mean, was a little young. You
Yeah,
know what I
she
mean?
is. She's a little young, and even though she went to the bordello and the house of ill repute and all that good stuff, she's not going to be like picking up stuff off the fly and be an expert overnight. So it
Yeah.
might have been sort of like a very boring sex scene if we have to look at it from that point of view. But that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm sure that there'll be more. There'll be more of it. But I still like the
Mhm.
I still like the show. Let's see. Swifty says, if Brie Larson wants out of the MCU, do you think they'll recast Captain Marvel or go in a different direction? I mean, look, they recast Rhodey. I mean, they can always recast somebody. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they really want to, but
Yeah.
you know. So I think that's a good question. I mean, look, if actors want to get out of parts, then they get out of parts, and then you recast. It really depends. I mean, there's so many characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe now. If somebody wanted to leave and they don't want to focus on someone else, I can see that. Here's another one, Lael. Al Renshaw says, do you think Lucasfilm will ever do Darth Revan?
I hope so.
Okay, so
All
ask me
right.
that question. Ask me that question after.
Andor.
Well, not even Andor. Ask me that question after the Acolytes.
Right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Acolytes is going to probably tell me where they're pacing, where they're going with it, because there's a lot of lore, there's a lot of discussions to be made on the show, because they're going to have to. The thing is, when you're thinking about this, they're going to have to go through history, because this is something that took place. Supposedly, this is taking place after the Rule of Two was established. So again, it's just going to be interesting to see what direction they take, and that's what's going to let us know. If they did a Revan, they can't. If you do a Revan, it has to be done the right way. It's not a story that can be told quick, that it's just in so abruptly. It has to be something that's told over time, because there's a lot of layers when it comes to Revan. Who he is as a character, how powerful he is as a character. I mean, damn, he's so powerful he resurrected himself. Like literally.
And
He's a character who resurrected himself from the dead. Like that's how powerful he is. You know what I mean? So again, there's a lot that you would have to actually tell. There's a lot they can go with it, but they would have to tell it in a good way.
And the Rule of Two is such an important element in, let's
Yeah.
say, in Sith lore, that
Yeah.
that's what their next movie should be.
Yeah.
Period. Should have been about the Rule of Two. Whether it's
I
two
still
films-
want my Knights of the Old Republic. I still want that.
I do too, man.
I still want that.
Absolutely.
Definitely want that.
So
No, I mean it's good. It's good to hear your opinions, because I think that I'd like to see that too. It's going to be. Look, I think that, to be honest, if we're going to be honest, I really think that even the Mandalorian, as much as I enjoy Mandalorian, it's still Star Wars light to me in a way. And the Marvel TV shows, I thought WandaVision was pretty much on point. I liked Falcon and the Winter Soldier. As time goes by, it keeps rising in my estimation, just because of the Isaiah Bradley connection and what was going on. The plot itself, they had to rejigger it around, but the idea of Sam Wilson having to take up the mantle of Captain, that central question is, will I take up the shield and the mantle of Captain America, was really interesting, and I thought they dealt with that in a very interesting manner. Hawkeye was all over the place. Loki, to me, stretched the bounds of credulity, but even though I enjoyed it, I'm like, it's too much.
Yeah.
Moon Knight, I was ultimately very disappointed by. I mean, it's funny because WandaVision, Falcon and Winter Soldier, and Miss Marvel are like my favorite of the Marvel shows, because I think that they were focused. I mean, She-Hulk's really hit and miss, and then the Star Wars shows, I've liked
I'm so the thing is, it's like I want to really like this show. Like I really want to, and it started out okay, and now it's just not taking the turn that I expected it to take, and it's just like a real slow crawl, and it's becoming more and more. Okay, yes, we know that she's one of the first characters to break the fourth wall, but now it's just like they're making it so much of a parody now. It's starting to really, I don't know, man. I'm hoping it picks up sometime soon because I really didn't like I didn't like this last episode. I didn't.
No,
It
I
just didn't.
well, you know what?
It was a miss.
The show isn't smart.
Yeah,
Like
this-
go watch any
Yeah.
go look up clips of James Spader, you know, in the
Yeah.
practice or Boston Legal. He's a
Yeah.
funny character, but he also delivers these powerful legal arguments. I feel like what I'm watching is I'm watching a confection that is just all over the place. I don't feel that I'm watching something that's of a piece that's being given to me by. And here's the thing, maybe it's because I really feel that what I'm getting is a half-baked show that's made by people that are all over the place. That again, they're trying to find new people and give them a chance and all that. But I do feel that I'm watching something that isn't up to snuff.
Nah.
That the people that are making it are not talented enough to be working on the show. And I really like Tatiana Maslany, but I'm like, you deserve way better material than you're getting on the show.
Bro, like, I mean, she's a lawyer. She's basically a lawyer, but relying on the skills of other lawyers to complement her own skills. That doesn't make sense to me because in the books, she's extremely intelligent as a lawyer, bro. And that's the thing is, it's like, it's like, you know what, we'll give you the fourth wall building, but we won't basically showcase how intelligent you are as a lawyer, how much research you put into this. We don't want to focus on that. We want to focus on the simple fact that you're a She-Hulk character breaking the fourth wall who likes to search on Tinder for dates. Like, this is what they're basically focusing on. They're not focusing on other aspects of the character and how important she is, because the thing is, she's extremely important to Secret Wars. You know what I mean? She's extremely important to it. And if you're not building up the character right now, how is she believable going forward? They got to pick it up. Like, they really have to pick it up and make it make sense, because the thing is,
any fights like what you're saying. No fights.
No,
don't know how
few
strong
of them.
she is.
Yeah,
she hasn't really been challenged as She-Hulk in that regard. You know, we learned about patent and trademark rights in the last episode, and how embarrassed she must have felt to have all of her ex-boyfriends show up in court, you know, as witnesses. That was been humiliating for her. And, you know, I understand what the episode was about, but that was completely unnecessary. They could have taken a different twist to all of this. It didn't have to be, you know, this way. We needed to see her fight this woman again. If she, you know, is challenging her, you know, over a copyright infringement, you know, it's just not entertaining to watch that. We know we could see better. We know when she had to beg to have somebody make her a suit. I'm like, why does she have to beg? You know, this is, you know, very humiliating almost for this poor character.
Well, not only that.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, you know, the thing is, Titania is a very important character to She-Hulk.
Yep.
Very important in the books. There's no conversation between them. They fight. Like, they literally fuck each other up. Like, literally, they do. They fight. They literally fuck each other up. Like, that's what they do. You know what I mean? Like, even in the books now. Like, if you're reading, like, the latest run, She-Hulk goes to her and says, you know what? So this is what we're going to do, because this is what we always do. We're going to actually just meet somewhere. We're going to meet somewhere, and literally just how we're going to get off our frustration. I'm having a bad day. You having a bad day. We're just going to meet somewhere and just literally fuck each other up. We're just going to fight. That's what we're going to do. And this is what they do in the books, like, really important. And Titania is no joke. But it's in his show, is it's like they're really watering these characters down. And I understand that they're trying to bring in a new audience, but damn, like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing to this? Because it's like, yo, what I'm watching on Disney Plus right now with these episodes, it's sort of like I'm watching, what was it called? What was that show called? Not Ally McBeal. Not that.
Ally McBeal was a much smarter show than this show.
Exactly. Not Ally McBeal. What was the other show? Oh,
is it
damn.
also a law show?
Is it Melrose Place?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You mean like
It feels like I'm watching an episode of Melrose Place half the damn time. Like, literally, that's what it feels like. Like, I'm not getting. It's like, and I'm waking up for this shit in the morning. to see this. Like literally, like it started out dope. It started out really, really good, but now the last couple of episodes, it's like it's not fulfilling, and they're really short. They're short episodes, so it's just
Well,
like it's like you're in and out, and there was no connection. Like it didn't connect me to the
mhm.
character as much as I wanted it to.
And
So
then there is this element, we know it's not a show for children. It's not.
yeah,
You know,
no, it's
she
not.
picks
It's
up a
not.
guy, you know, she has sex with him, then she foolishly pretends like she's making breakfast for him the next day, knowing very well it's a one night stand and he's out the door. So who are we kidding here? You know, he's not sticking around. No working professional would think that he would be there even after a few hours. You know, he would go on his way and then you'd lock the door. So let's just be honest about it. If she's having one night stands, this guy, she hardly knows him. She can't seem to ever get a decent man. And I doubt that. She's a working professional who wouldn't do certain things that we've seen there. You know,
Yeah,
it's just even this trademark thing that happened, the company would handle that. She wouldn't even go in the courtroom to touch that with a 10-foot pole. And Tatiana would have been cut down to size. And then maybe Tatiana could have come and really had a legitimate beef with her for something else
yeah,
that was interrupted. You know, she stopped that fight, and Tatiana needed to do that fight in episode 1. Now Tatiana's coming back big time. She's going to get that blood sample that they tried to get from her, right? Tatiana
yeah,
gets it from her, you know, and then, you know, She-Hulk kind of wises up. Maybe her dad, I mean, her family was the one nice group in the entire episode that honestly really cared about her, including the Hulk. So it should have been more, you know, 90% of the episode should have been focusing on her relationship with them and her dealing with all this stuff, and her
yeah.
father saying, you know what, you know, we still love you, and no matter who you are and what you look like, we still love you. And this
Yeah.
has been just such a different approach to this. And she still could have gone on the dates and screwed around and had fun. But right now, we don't really have anything to hold on to this
Yeah.
character that makes you want to come back and see her again.
I feel that, again, She-Hulk is a show that's written, the writing is not clever at all. And it really needed really, really smart writers to write these episodes. I mean, what's really interesting is you're dealing with like influencer culture at the basest level. It could have been really, really interesting. This could have been, if this was a whip smart show, it could have been great. But unfortunately, the writing staff, again, and I don't mean to single anybody out, but this show is just monumentally dumb. It needed really, really smart writers. Great people that really understood how to make this show sing, because even the way Titania is portrayed is so elementary school.
All she cares about is making makeup and perfume.
She was not like that in the books.
No, and it's also like, look,
Far
even
from that in the books.
even if you look at somebody like Jeffree Star, if she's a parody of Jeffree Star is a really interesting cat, you know, and he's made a fortune with his cosmetic empire. If you look at what he's done, that character and making Titania an influencer and all that, you could have done something really interesting. Could have still been funny, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, I feel that the humor here is very sophomoric. It should have been much more elevated. This show needed great writers. It needed like David Kelly writing it. And instead of, you know, it needed Boston legal practice level writing.
Yeah.
And wouldn't She-Hulk be different after becoming, wouldn't the character be different after becoming She-Hulk? She wouldn't have the same narrow view. She'd have much more of a global view, right? Because now the incredible thing has happened to her. She's seen the spaceship. She knows things aren't just ordinary anymore.
Oh, my God. That's so astute. That's exactly right. And the whole point is even Hulk says to her, you know, you're a superhero now. You have to start thinking about like you now can, on the world stage, you have responsibilities. And the fact that hasn't, I mean, this show, again, the very core of the Marvel philosophy is with great power comes great responsibility. There's been none of that. I mean, she's wandering around working for this law firm. Like, what an interesting premise that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there's a law firm that's set up a division that's dedicated. I mean, this other woman who defended her, they're in the same department. And like they make it like they're rivals. Like, why would they be rivals? They're coworkers. Why do they hate they wouldn't hate each other.
And gentlemen, the other thing too is that this would have been the perfect part to introduce superheroes who want to date her, because she's not. It's going to be hard for her to find an ordinary man at this point. So we don't even have to have where she's meeting
Star
these
Fox.
jerks. Exactly, Lael. We don't have to have these scenes where she's dating these jerks that we already know are not even good enough for her, right? Let's just be honest about it. They don't really want to be with her. She's looking in the wrong place for the wrong guy. Meanwhile, she should be with superheroes. Let's have this incredible interaction with superheroes actually having
She's been with a lot of superheroes in the books, and that's the problem. Like, it's like, first of all, I'm tired of seeing her in a suit. Please get her out of that damn suit. Get her out of the suit. Like,
well,
really.
now she has a costume. Now she's got
Well,
outfits.
she has outfits, but it's just like, yo, come on, get her out of this suit. Even when she didn't have, I just want to see progression of the character, because again, She-Hulk is a very important character. She is.
Yeah.
She's extremely important, and she has a lot of layers, really great layers to be pulled back to really, that everybody can identify with. But right now, it's just like, yo, they are literally watering her down and dumbing her down.
Well, how
It's
about
like they want to make her more of a comedic trope than just, making her or showing her relevance and importance. Because this is the thing, is just like, I'm asking her these, I'm just like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, you got somebody who basically got you fired, right? But then they want you to work for them. You're so eager to have a job that you accept the position without really asking the right questions. Like, why the fuck are you really, really hiring me? Like, why? Because this doesn't really, really make sense to me. And then you're giving me this particular profile case because it suits your narrative. But it's like, I'm working for you, and now I'm taking on these stupid ass cases, and cases that seemingly make me look stupid, that I need other people to help me. Like, it doesn't, I'm just, that whole thing just fucks, it just makes me so mad, because Jennifer Walters is intelligent, and I love She-Hulk as a character. And it's not to take away from Tatiana, it's just that what they're doing with this character is not really serving its purpose the right way. And I'm like, come on. And I'm trying to like it. I'm trying to connect to it.
It's like, I love the idea that in the Marvel universe that there is a clandestine fashion designer that works for superheroes making costumes. But they made him the most ridiculously reductive, stereotypical character ever. He was a buffoon. It was a minstrel show as far as fashion designers go. I mean, it was like, here's a character that you could have made. Why couldn't it have been Tom Ford?
Yeah.
You have the same actor playing the same part, but you make that guy fucking badass. He's innovative, and every person that walks through his door, he looks at them and he's totally serious. Like, I would have gone the exact opposite way. That he is he's the James Bond of fashion designers. He's Tom Ford meets Q. Yeah. And when you step through his door, if you find him, I mean, this guy knows how to do everything. And you find out later that he's some kind of he has his superpower is designing, seeing, you know what he should have been? Forge. He should have been Forge, the X-Men Forge, and he's the one guy, because that's what he gets to do. He's like, okay, how do I design suits that can fit you? And no one knows he's Forge yet, although fans would know. But you make him that fucking badass. And
Fashion Week, they could have done, or LA, or since she's in LA, something like that, where we see that whole thing, excitement of the fashion and everything.
And he's like the Bruce Wayne. It's like the Tom Ford of the fashion world, and it turns out he's fucking Forge building suits. But it's like, no, I'm not going to deal with you. I'm looking at this going, and everything about this show is always lowest common denominator. And what I wanted from She-Hulk, I wanted it to be awesome, top drawer humor.
Bro, I didn't. Okay. Another thing that I hate about this last episode, bro.
I love when you say bro, because that means you're getting really serious.
Out of all the ways you could have introduced Matt Murdock, we see that fucking helmet there with that fashion designer, bro. Like, that's the way you're going to basically introduce Matt Murdock, is to say that he necessary. So you're taking it away. Okay, I understand. I understand that this is Disney Plus, and they want to make a totally different iteration. I love the way he got his costume on the Netflix show.
I know.
I loved it. And why not just keep, even if you're not going to show that individual and making it, keep it a mystery. Matt Murdock didn't need anybody else, especially because, bro, it just doesn't, to me, that portion of it didn't make sense. Everything that's going down and went down in that last episode was meaningless. It was you know what? It was a filler for a filler. That's what it felt like. That's what it basically felt like to me. And I don't want it to be that way because there's a lot about this character that is extremely important. Look, I like the chemistry that she has with her best friend, the other friend, the lawyer. I
do too.
The chemistry that they have together. I do like that. I really love that. I love the chemistry that she has with her family. I really like that. And now we're seeing the character, and we've seen development over 4 episodes. Just like you say, you know what, Rob, when you always say, when I come in this room, I want to see some fucking. To me, when I come in the room, I want to see somebody fight. I want to see some brawls now. I want to see her fucking shit up, wrecking shop. I don't want to see like a couple seconds of it. I want to see an all-out brawl because she can, bro. It's time to see that. We're only like, how many episodes we got left? Like 4?
And when she does the fourth wall, she should be turning back and saying stuff like, "Can you believe this shit?" And then going back, like,
and that would be dope. That would be so dope to see if she's fucking people up and just be like, "Can you believe she just did this or tried to do this to me?" Why? Like, it would be, because that's what I'm saying. Like, that would it's a great representation of who she is, because even though she breaks the fourth wall, she does still have a slight level of arrogance because she recognizes her own strength. She recognizes how strong she is as an actual character, but it's not a rip on anyone else. You know what I mean? It's just that she has a level of arrogance. And I want to see that. I don't want to see her dumbed down. I don't want to see this character dumbed down, because even in the books, as a character, she's sexy as fuck. And I want to see her elude that level of sexuality in this show, but at the same time, carry a level of arrogance and fuck people up. Rob says, I want to see some fucking. I want to see you fuck somebody up. Fuck somebody up.
I want to see both. I want to see both. But
and
look,
I also, and I'm sorry, Robert,
go ahead.
think, you make a really good point about the point when the episode where she said, "I don't have to feel scared anymore because I know I can do this." That's when a superhero should have come in there and beat her ass. That's when she should have been also learning that, hey, even though I'm a superhero, I can still get beat down.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. But she needs to recognize it. And you would have thought that everything that after the training session that she had with Banner and everything that he said, you would have thought that at least some of that would have basically said, you are different. You are not the same anymore, Jennifer. You're not. And you're basically fighting. It's like you want to be Jennifer. You want to basically be Jennifer because you don't want to identify with the She-Hulk personality, but you have better control over the character than Banner does. You have that. You have the best of both fucking worlds. Now use what you got to get the fuck what you want. But this is what I'm saying. It's like they are not giving the writing, Rob, like you said. It is fucking stupid the way they did this last episode. Like, and then look, nothing against, and I want to preface it this way, bro. Nothing against Megan Thee Stallion. Megan Thee Stallion. Nothing against her. Your body work and your work ethic is dope, but they didn't need her in the show. That's just my opinion.
No, well, okay. Here, my whole thing though is what I really hate about it is they've made it a generic. She's just a monster. She could be Shrek. She could be. It's a generic show where a girl turns into a giant, and that's all it is. There's no. What I don't like is they've turned the Marvel Cinematic Universe is just kind of a goof in this. I mean, what I would have done is if you're going to have the show, for instance, she would have to understand. Even when those guys came at her trying to get her blood, they were a goof. Yes. They were out of a 90s superhero movie. They were lame villains. I mean, you don't. Everything about this show, it's written by people that are they don't take this seriously. No. They don't understand what they should be doing. Like, for instance, She-Hulk. One of the things that she would have to deal with is the fact that she would be worried if she's going to kill somebody. Mm-hmm. Like if somebody comes at her, she doesn't know her own strength. Yeah. So I would have started out that one of the things that Banner would have told her to do, it's like, you need to learn to fight. You need to learn to harness your power. And I would have created a character like, I don't know, somebody who's teaching her how to fight, like maybe another superhero, a sensei or whatever that is
Shang-Chi. The Shang-Chi in the books taught everybody how to fucking fight.
Yeah,
he taught basically Peter Parker the way of the spider.
How
So
great would that have been if Shang-Chi had to teach?
That would have been
That'd have been
amazing.
incredible, bro.
Because I mean, and you know what's funny about that is, he's in San Francisco, and Wong's in the show, and Wong could have said, hey, there's somebody I need you to meet. They'll teach you how to channel your powers, because one wrong flick of her finger, she could take somebody's head off.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, see, now that would have been interesting. Yeah. I would have Shang-Chi comes in and teaches, and that would have been an ongoing thing. Like, you could have had every episode could have shown a bit of them fighting together. How cool would that have been?
Yeah.
Because
that's what I'm saying, there's opportunity there, bro.
But I think that's what I feel. I feel like all of these shows they've been too concerned with getting certain people to, like, they have to get female creators and all this to write these shows that aren't necessarily the best in terms of knowing how to utilize the marvel of it all. Because I feel that this show is just, it should have been great.
Every episode so far, bro, has been it's been a marketing campaign so far. Yeah. Every show has, because basically what happened with the episode with Megan Thee Stallion, you got basically all the memes, all that you wanted out of that. The following episode, when we got, what was her name, Madison, you got her and Wong. That became a marketing campaign because everybody was talking about that, how they want a Wong and Madison show. You know what I mean? This one, everybody's going to be talking about the sneaker situation, like the what was it, that, and it's just everything has been just basically a walking. It's like they want to. Right now, it's about what type of merchandise we can actually sell instead of writing a solid story. That's what it seems like to me.
But here's the thing. I mean, for me, I feel strangely schizophrenic about this show, because on one hand, I've been enjoying it. Like, I mean, I'll say that I watch it.
I enjoyed it. This last episode, I did not enjoy it.
I hated the episode last week with the demons. I was like, what the fuck? But for the most part, I'm like watching this and I'm smiling and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it. But when I stand back and start to analyze it, like with a lot of things, I just get angry. Because on one hand, I can enjoy it on a very superficial level. It puts a smile on my face. And maybe it's because, like, I watch I get up in the morning, my morning coffee, I watch She-Hulk is like 22 minutes. I'm like, I like that I got something. But then when I think about it later, and then we go talk about it on the John Campea show. We do an after show, and it's like, okay, because I don't want to hate on it, but what I feel this way about most of Phase 4, to be honest. I'm like, they have let themselves down. They have all this great stuff, and I feel they've gone in the opposite direction of where they need to be. I mean, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, for the most part, all the way through the Infinity Saga, was pretty solid. Even if you go back and watch Dark World or Iron Man 2 or Incredible Hulk, which are my 3 least favorite Marvel Cinematic Universe movies, they're still solid. They don't suck. There's a lot of things in Phase 4 that have really just been a complete letdown. Thor: Love and Thunder being the biggest, but even things like, for me, Hawkeye, I'm like, it's fine, but you look at that show is so weird in terms of its pacing, and it's like, what is going on this show? This show isn't really about Hawkeye. He's kind of a guest in his own show. And it seems like his...
It was about Kate Bishop. That's basically what it was. When they said Hawkeye, it was really about Kate Bishop.
Yes, and that show feels at 6 episodes. It feels like it took 20 episodes to end. But it's been really odd. But She-Hulk is something that on one level I can watch it and enjoy it, but on another level, when I'm discussing or even thinking about it in my own head, I'm like, this is such a monumental disappointment, but it's a disappointment on a whole different level. Like, I can like it as a trifle and go, aha, like I'm watching a 5-minute animated short. But when I start thinking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe and how much, like, I look at Infinity War and Endgame, and you look at everything that led up to that, how you have Michael Pena telling a story in Ant-Man, and you see the story, the way he's telling it, hilarious, but smart.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's I want the level of humor that you see in an Ant-Man, or even in the beginning of Infinity War, where Doctor Strange goes and gets Tony Stark and brings him in, and they go from talking about Ben and Jerry's ice cream to, did you really just do that to the whatever, you know, whatever. I mean, the humor is hilarious, but it's also really smart humor.
Yeah.
Even though it's dumb at the same time. And then it's frustrating. This show is just not that smart. And I can look at it like someone's telling me a joke and I'll laugh, but for the most part, overall, I wanted this show to have the level of funny that Practice or Ally McBeal or Take Your Pick, and it just doesn't.
Yeah.
And they don't even know what show they're making from one week to the next. Let's have Wong randomly throwing demons into one of his portals. Like, what?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. And I definitely don't know what they're doing with Wong, you know, if we're going to probably see him again later, or if that's it for him, I'm not sure. But I just don't want, and that's another thing, bro. I don't want them to dumb him down as well. I don't want them to kind of make him just like a parody and, you know, all these appearances that he's basically making. The thing is, it's like, look, if the show is focused on Jennifer Walters, if it's basically focused on you, focus on the character, focus on what we got from her, and write her well enough that she can stand on her own. Take her more serious than what you are, even though again, we know that she's a fourth wall breaker. We know that she does that, but in certain aspects, she does hunker down, and she can be serious, you know, especially when it's time to get the job done. So it's just like a juxtaposition of both. They haven't married both concepts yet. They haven't learned how to marry the concepts yet.
No.
So.
No, and it's interesting. I think that's what Phase 4 has done, all these shows. I mean, I really like WandaVision. I thought WandaVision was really strong.
I love WandaVision.
You know, and you get to innovative.
Yeah, innovative. When it was also when you got to episode 4 when they're outside the hex and you see Sword, and it was really well done. And I think everything after WandaVision, I mean, Falcon and Winter Soldier was pretty good, but they had to change things because of the pandemic. I still liked it.
I loved it. I loved the last episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier. I think it was touching, moving, but it was really good.
I thought it was good. But everything else has been sort of it's kind of gone off the rails. Now there's a few more. Lando Mando says, I watched The Sandman because of you, Rob. It's one of the best shows I've ever seen. Beautiful visuals. I love Dream in episode 24/7. That's episode 5.
That's my
Is
favorite episode.
insane. Thank you for recommending this wonderful show. I need a season 2. Lando Mando, I do too. With episode 11, they're 18 issues in. They adapted all the first 18 issues of the franchise. If they continue, if we get a season 2, they're going to adapt issue 19, which is A Midsummer Night's Dream, with Charles Vess art. We talked about that. Chris Carr and I talked about it on We've Got Issues this week. One of the great, if they start with that and then they go right into a season of Mists, it would be amazing. I'm glad you love the show. It's an amazing adaptation. I never would have thought in my wildest imaginings, after reading so many garbage Sandman scripts over the last 30 years, that we would get a show that is so, it is such a great adaptation of the comic. It has more fealty to the actual comic itself than I could have possibly imagined. So I'm glad you're dealing with that. Swifty says, one more super chat. Did you hear about the Constantine sequel today? Well, we talked a lot about that. That's the topic of the show. You must come in late. What are your thoughts? Love you guys and appreciate your time every week. Well, Swifty, we all think all of us are very excited about it. Go back earlier in the show because we talk a lot about it.
Yes,
Mikey Lito doesn't leave. He says, I'm more concerned about how they're setting up Daredevil. Daredevil would not go to a costumer for the stars. It doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't. And they made the costumer to the stars a goof. Who would go to him? It doesn't
make sense, bro.
It's a goof. Mark Spector's Avatar said, Jon Favreau begged the Russos not to kill off Tony Stark. I think John saw what the MCU would be like without Iron Man. There really isn't anyone holding it together, and no one can replace Robert Downey Jr. You know what? They could. I have no problem with, because he went out like a boss, you know, and it was a great death scene and all that. The problem was, the plan to me about the MCU seemed pretty meticulously planned until Spider-Man Far From Home, which is the 23rd film, the end of the Infinity Saga, and then everything in Phase 4 has been all over the place. As if I don't see any connective tissue. I see no plan. It's all wacky.
Yeah. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's not going anywhere.
Ma Law says, why do you say you love She-Hulk on the John Campea show? Well, on one hand, I am liking the humor and the lowbrow humor and the funniness of it all. But like I said, I find my whole attitude toward it to be very schizophrenic because I'm trying to like it for what it is and not what it's not. But to me, I can take enjoyment out of the show when I watch it. But as far as the wider Marvel Cinematic Universe is concerned, I think it's really letting the Marvel Cinematic Universe itself down, but I feel a lot of the shows have done that very thing. Like, I can watch it for 20 minutes and laugh and be like, ha, ha, ha. But even I said I really didn't like last week's episode, and I think that the show overall is just not great. Kevin Morales has been a member. He's a new member. He just became a member. Thanks for becoming a member of the channel, man. Our friend Mario Lopez, who lives in Portugal, all the way from Portugal, says, to me, the problem is that the Loki show and all of the multiverses have ruined Marvel's verisimilitude forever, and they'll never recover from that. What do you guys think about that? I thought Loki stretched the boundaries of credulity too far too. You know, it was so like the Time Variance Authority seems like something out of a Monty Python movie or a Terry Gilliam movie. It's very Brazil-like by design. And I felt like when I'm watching it, how does it belong to the MCU?
Mm-hmm. It's okay. So far from what I'm actually seeing, I think Loki set something up. They set up strong possibilities.
Yeah.
The execution was there. They set it up. Where they didn't stick the landing is the show's over. The implications haven't been felt. You feel me?
Yeah.
Now, depending on where it sits,
yes, that's
in the
exactly
timeline,
right.
You know what I mean? Like wherever it sits in the timeline, then I guess that's, what. But right now, the implications of what happened in the Loki show should have been felt throughout everything.
It hasn't been felt at all.
It hasn't been felt at all. So it's mainly become a forgotten conversation.
Same with the Eternals.
Nothing's been said. Yeah. Like there should be implications, and there hasn't been any. So that's what I'm wondering, like, that's a lot that you have to tie in. The thing is, you would have thought that, okay, the game plan is, okay, we know that Loki sets up everything. It's setting up so much.
Yeah.
But it seems like that it was so self-contained that it could be affecting everything and everything else that's going through, but we, the viewers, don't see the shit because everything seems like it's going up. The only time that like, for instance, the only time from the Eternals, the only time that the Celestial was mentioned, it was in She-Hulk in a small little article.
Yeah, in an article, and it's again making it a joke,
making it somewhat of a joke, as if it's something that you pass over. If I see that shit in the article, I'm gonna research that shit, try to find out what it is, and be like, "Oh fuck!"
Well, how about the fact the Earth was this close from being destroyed? If they didn't freeze that Celestial, and why isn't the fact that the Earth's mantle has been pierced? You know, the space that Celestial came out of, did ocean water fill it up?
Yeah.
Is the Earth, is the core of the Earth fucked up? Like,
that was my point. The core of the Earth. That's my thing. Because it seems like when the birth of that thing was thrown, it seemingly threw the Earth off its axis, bro. It did.
You know what? I'm like, I can't. And then Arishem the Judge, who's 3 times the size of the Earth, appears in the sky and like is talking, and no one has anything to say about it. Like, and that's the thing. None of this. It's all inconsequential. And mankind would be. I mean, even people coming back, they did a pretty. You know what was funny when I saw Monica Rambeau, and I think my favorite things in the modern MCU are when Monica Rambeau comes back from being snapped and when Yelena comes back from being snapped.
Yeah.
Because that dealt with directly. I mean, I remember in WandaVision when you see her come back, sitting in the chair, I was like, oh, finally. Because this was a huge deal. Like, you could do a whole series about what happened to people when they fucking came back from being unsnapped.
Mm-hmm. And she comes back unsnapped, missing the simple fact that her mother passed away.
Her mother passed. I mean, it was horrifying.
Her mom's death. Yeah.
And all that, and that's half the planet. What does that do to the planet? What does that do to your experience about being a human being?
Yeah.
When Ant-Man comes back and finds his daughter 5 years older, and he's oh my God, I missed 5 years of your life. And I love that in Falcon and Winter Soldier, they're like, I'm sorry, sir, you don't have any credit anymore. You've been gone for 5 years. Your credit's been erased.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get a loan and all that. I loved all that.
Mm-hmm. Because there was implications of what happened.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
saw that.
Absolutely.
With this shit, like, we're not seeing anything. We're not seeing any type of there's like literally there should be some effects, and they can't rely on the simple fact that they like, for instance, they can't say that us the viewers just have to take it for what it is as face value and realize that yes, there were implications, but if they've actually been wiped, like for instance, if they've survived the snap, if they know that these superheroes do exist, then seeing Arishem is probably nothing. What do you mean? Like, what do you effing mean? Because the thing is, half the people that got snapped didn't know what the situation was. They probably half the people that got snapped didn't even know Thanos existed.
Had no idea.
None. They didn't see him. They had no idea that he was in existence. So you can't say that they relied on that because they didn't know if Thanos was around. Half these motherfuckers didn't even see him.
And
by the time they came back, he was gone. You know what I mean? So, that's that. You're seeing, you see all across the globe, you can see Arishem. Because that's how big he is.
Yeah.
Everybody would see him. This should have been, and the thing is, it was on the news.
Right.
That should have been an ongoing conversation. That should be something, and there should be, like, literally, if I'm seeing that, I'm preparing. The army is preparing. I'm preparing for what's to come. Like, if I see that, then that means there's going to be a fucking threat. We need to get, like, Sword should be out there seeing this shit. Look, you ain't hearing shit from, and I'm wondering if when we see like Secret Invasion, I'm wondering if even Sam Jackson's going to mention it because he was out in space. He was out there. He would have seen that shit.
Well, I mean, again, why isn't like even it's a terrible movie, but Independence Day, Resurgence.
Yeah.
You see it takes place like 20 years later. You see that Earth has taken this alien tech and they've built all kinds of weapons on the moon and on the Earth, and they've surrounded the planet with all kinds of alien technology. I would think that Earth would be one of the most heavily fortified. I mean, Captain Marvel during the snap has been doing all kinds of things. I would have expected that there's been all kinds of fortifications around Earth and turning it into a fortress Earth against, we've had an incursion from the Chitauri and Loki.
Yeah.
Thanos has snapped us all away. There's all kinds of crazy shit. I would think that the Earth would be, and this is my problem with the MCU, I don't believe it anymore. I used to believe it, and after Endgame, all the way up through the Endgame, I loved it, and now I'm like, they've strained credulity with Loki. As Mr. Lopez said, by the way, say hi to your mom for me. And now it's like I can't. I just don't believe it anymore. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, to me, has spun off the rails into unbelievability because everything they've introduced in episode or in Phase 4 has gone so cosmic and so out of control and so crazy that I no longer believe in it. I don't believe in the universe. I don't believe in Thor anymore. I don't believe in the Asgardians on Earth anymore.
Hell no.
I don't believe in Moon Knight. I don't believe in anything. And it's amazing from a storytelling standpoint. It's fascinating to watch that the Marvel universe has spun. And I love the MCU. But Phase 4 has shattered any believability that they spent. I mean, Wakanda Forever is going to be the 30th Marvel movie.
Yeah.
30. And they did pretty good all the way up to Spider-Man Far From Home. But even what are the ramifications of Spider-Man No Way Home?
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
I mean, who at the end of the day, why? It's almost as if I'm following it up more. I can't believe that we're here. I can't believe that I'm feeling this way about Marvel because I love Marvel.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
it's
And we're supposed. Here's the thing: it's like, okay, No Way Home set up so many more possibilities and things that we could have actually gotten, things that we should get. Like it's setting up those possibilities. I'm hoping because again, we don't know, even though Strange's, his spell worked, there were still people that, there had to had still been some that got through, that really got through, that are here now. You know what I mean? Said that actually came because it was a multiversal threat. So we basically have that. We have everything that happened in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness with the incursions. All of these things are happening all at once, but we're not seeing the implications at all. So that's why they're going to have to really put things in a perspective and explain the timeline, where these things are connected and what came before what, so it all makes sense. Because right now, it doesn't. It
no.
really doesn't. And that's what I'm hoping that they kind of sew up. I'm hoping that, because if you're telling us that somebody said that Kevin Feige has so many different projects, and you're absolutely right. He has so many projects that they just can't mesh well. Like he can't control everything that's basically happening. And that's when it becomes an issue. Like there needs to be a level of control. Like, because there was before, and everything was cohesively followed. We followed everything. We followed every film. We knew what was going to what was coming. We were prepping for it, and we just like, yo, I can't wait for the next film. Now I'm just like, well, I'll see it when it comes out. I'm not anticipating that's the thing is like my anticipation for Black Panther or Wakanda Forever is not going to start until November 1st.
Right.
And I say that for a reason. I say that for a reason because we're just getting through everything else. And I'm like, okay, how am I supposed to be connected to She-Hulk right now? Like, how am I supposed to be connected with all these properties when there's really no connectivity within the universe?
Okay, I want to read you something. I'm going to read you guys a non sequitur. I'm not going to say who or what is saying this or where it's even from. All I can tell you, it's from the MCU. That's all I'm going to say. Here's what it is. I mean, Ross, this is big. This is a 5-alarm fire. This is the whole ball game. Bottom of the ninth, humanity down a run, and we've got the relief pitcher on deck. I mean, where are the Avengers? Where are the Asgardians? Where the hell is Fury? That's all I'm going to say.
Was that?
I'm not gonna say shit. I'm not gonna say where it's from. I'm not gonna say anything. Sebastian is here. He doesn't even know where it's from.
I noticed Sebastian was there.
He's
super chats tonight.
Yeah, let's see. But that's some good dialogue, and I'm like, that's a good question to ask. That's all. I'm not gonna say where that's from. I'll leave that for better people than me to tell you. So super chats. We did more. ENS sends in it looks like a samurai fox or a karate fox. Kenny Crayley Jr. says, Rob, what are your thoughts on DC shows? Well, I mean, I'll tell you. I mean, I really love Doom Patrol. I really love Peacemaker. You know, the CW shows are pretty much on the way out. They were fine. You know, they were always kind of, I mean, they were good, but I didn't love them. But I certainly love Peacemaker. And I certainly love Doom Patrol. You know, those are probably my favorites. Do you guys have favorites?
I love Peacemaker.
I love Peacemaker, Doom Patrol. I actually and I quite enjoy Titans. I'm not going to front. I actually enjoy Titans.
All right.
A lot of people don't, but I enjoy it.
I liked Titans as well. It was good.
Yeah, I love the Titans. I am liking. I even like what is it? Superman and Lois.
Yeah, that's good too. I like Superman and Lois a lot.
Show too. I definitely like that. Yeah, so they have some really decent shows. Like they have a lot. You just have to see where it goes. Like what's I can't wait for the next season of Peacemaker. Definitely can't wait for that.
Yeah, I can't wait for that either. Our friend Anthony, 6 Scale Mafia. Says my Trek figure dealer. It's hard for me to enjoy much these days, says Anthony. Seems most of my beloved IPs, Marvel, Trek, even Star Wars, just aren't doing it for me. Is it the writing or me? I'm just not interested. Much love to all. It's a good question. What do you think?
It's the writing.
It is the
It's
writing.
definitely the writing. It's definitely the writing, and it's the simple fact that they're rushing to. It's all. It's you know what? All it's about. It's the writing rushing to basically satisfy a release date. And execs who know nothing about the property. Plain and simple.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and it's interesting because I never would have thought Marvel, to me, Marvel all the way through the end of Infinity War and Endgame, and then Spider-Man. As much as I liked Shang-Chi a lot, and I really did enjoy Eternals. I mean, I know Lael, you and I are Eternals fans.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I really liked Eternals. I really liked Gemma Chan. I thought it was great. Was it a perfect Marvel movie? No. It was intriguing, but the rest of it's just spun off into crazy time. And
Yeah.
Kevin Morales says, I think the pandemic production messed up Marvel's plans more than we are willing to admit. I think that's probably definitely a distinct possibility. I don't know, but yeah, probably. But still, it doesn't excuse this writing. Marcus Penner sends in a very generous $28 super chat and says, Loki is so frustrating. Mobius control alt deletes entire timelines, massacring trillions of people, including the little girl he gifted the picture in episode 1. But that's too easy for this show. He says it's part 1. He goes on to say, so instead of dying once pruned, you go to time hell, where a giant gas monster massacres you and your family? And in time hell, out of the trillions massacred, only the Lokis know how to survive? I mean, I think that's a great point. I mean, we saw it in the show, all the different Lokis. Look, I did get my So-So Toys classic Loki figure of Richard E. Grant, and I love it because it's great. But, I mean, that was weird. That was the thing. The Loki show and the Time Variance Authority, while it was in the comics, what it showed us was really weird and goofy. And I don't think it fit in the MCU. It belonged in a Monty Python universe or the Brazil universe. I mean, I actually liked Loki. I hated it as part of the MCU, though. I'm like, I don't buy this. I don't believe it. I don't believe the Time Variance Authority, which was goofy, would exist the way it existed in the... Because, if you think about it, and here's how my brain works, why would it even be using English? If it's the Time Variance Authority, why isn't it all in Latin? Why isn't it in Greek? Why is it called the TVA? Because it's in English? And I'm like, why would it be English? If you got all time and space, why weren't they speaking in some language we'd never seen before? I mean, I know that sounds strange because but in my mind, I'm thinking that I'm like, I don't believe that we're at the end of time. We're going to the end of time where he who shall not be named, whatever, it's Voldemort, but you know what I mean. Where Kang is, and everyone's speaking English. It's such a weird. I'm like, I'm looking at this going, I just don't buy any of. I don't buy the Time Variance Authority as part of the MCU. It's too goofy. They did such a good job of making us. I believe in the Guardians of the Galaxy. I believe in Ant-Man. I believe in Hulk. I believe all those characters. I believed Loki. They made me believe. Phase 4 strained my credulity. I don't believe it anymore. It broke my belief. It broke my suspension of disbelief.
Do you think you have time to bring it back, to reel it back in? There's time enough to do so?
There's always time, but the problem is there's a mess on the floor. And no one's got to clean. I need it cleaned up. I mean, clean up on aisle 6, man.
It definitely has to be a cleanup. There has to be something. There has to be something in these next few films that ties everything together. It has to start with Black Panther. I mean, Wakanda Forever. They have to. They stop. Just stop. I mean, don't just throw a post-credit scene out there that makes zero sense. You know what I mean? Even before that, just come on, man. And the thing is, understand that we have to basically evolve. Even us as viewers, we have to evolve.
Sure.
And we can't get stuck on everything else. But at the same time, just as we have to evolve, your writing has to evolve. You have to write really good. The thing is, if you already set precedence with, Endgame and Infinity War, that was the bar. That was the bar reached. Now you want to exceed that bar. We shouldn't, see decline in material. There shouldn't. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's funny because I see it as I don't understand it. I don't understand how it's gotten to this point. It's such a weird thing because for 14 years from 2008 to now. I mean, the MCU started 14 years ago, and up until 2019 or whatever. Well, listen, let me finish these up. I know it's 4:00 in the morning for you, lovely folks.
Yes,
but I think we've been having a great conversation. I will let you go, but hang on. There's a few more. Like, wait, no news. Something just happened. Something clicked away. So let me go back and see if I can. Okay, there was a couple more super chats that I can't. It's so weird because something happened. The stream winked out, and I know that there was whatever the last super chats were. The last two super chats have disappeared, and I don't know where they went. So I hadn't gotten to somebody's yet, and I don't know which ones. So if you sent the last two, and I can't see them because it winked out. My my streaming software, YouTube, winked out, and I don't know why. But I think I was almost at the end. So I apologize if for some reason I'm not there. I'm looking and I don't see them.
Yeah.
But if you see them, like the last, can you see in the chat?
Can't. I was looking to see them, and I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
can't
something
see
happened. There was a wink. Something winked out, and I don't know what it was.
like a reset or something.
Yep.
In the system.
Yeah, it happened. That's exactly what happened. I mean, YouTube does that, so I apologize. Whoever sent the last two super chats in, I think we missed those. But and let me just check over on the tip link here.
What is?
Yeah, it's like the last two.
Mm-hmm.
Was that one? Did you read the one from Marcus Penner? Did you read that?
It
one?
was the second one. I think I did read that. What was that? Okay. What was it?
Well, that's the one where you said instead of dying once and pruned, you go. Yeah, you read that one already.
Yeah. I did. I think that was the last one.
Yeah, but I don't see anything else.
Okay, so I think we're caught up. Well, listen, you kids, you crazy kids, what a great show. Thank you for being on the show. First of all, let me ask you all, Mmmm has a new show on the Post-Geek Singularity on this YouTube channel. Tell us about that. You're going to do a new episode on Monday, yes?
I am Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the PGS. I will be hosting the second episode of Ladies of the PGS. So please do check it out, guys. As you know, we embrace masculinity. We talk everything science fiction, fantasy, horror, and
nakedness.
Star Wars. Absolutely.
That's right.
Nakedness, nudity, sex, everything, pleasure, orgasms, you name it. We will talk about it. After all, it is fantasy, and a lot of our fantasies about sex and sexuality stem from a lot of these IPs, and I acknowledge that. So let's enjoy it and talk about all the fun stuff. But we also do talk about serious things. On the last episode, we talked about Tyler Perry saying that he felt that Black people were getting positions that they were not ready for. And, he was really concerned about that because at his studio, what he does, he has everybody go through an internship.
Yep.
And he trains them properly. And then if they go on to a bigger studio, he's fine with it, guys. But what he doesn't like to see are Black people getting positions they're not ready for. And he says that he's been seeing it and it's wrong.
Yeah.
He doesn't like that. And also he doesn't like other people being displaced from those positions when they were fine in them. I think it shows a lot for Tyler Perry to be able to say this. And I think, maybe this is showing a shift in the way things will be done going forward. But we certainly do have to, I felt a lot of respect for him for saying that. That was last week's episode. I don't know what this week's episode is going to be, but it sure is going to be a fun conversation with all the latest stuff. So please do check me out on that. And as well on always on Sundays at 10:30 a.m. on Positive Fandom. Check out Sunday Brunch, guys. Sunday Brunch, where we do all the parlay in the fandom. Want you guys to come on in, share your opinions. If you are a creator, definitely stop by so we can promote your stuff. It's a lot of fun and always great being here on Midnight Musings and on the 1/6 Scale Network for Uncivilized Scandals and sometimes for Say What.
Yeah.
As well as streaming with Lorraine Creole on our Toxic Male Appreciation Show. So please do check out all those things, guys. Just so great. Love this community. And thank you for all of the support.
Yes.
And Lael, where can people find you?
So you can find me at the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. Do me a favor, do me a solid, everybody out there. If you haven't already subscribed and become a member, or just subscribe to the channel itself, hit the like, whatever. Make sure you subscribe. You know, basically, I'm on the road to 4,000 subscribers. I'm on that road. So if you haven't already, make sure that you hit that like. I mean, you actually subscribe to the channel. We are still right now in the midst of our Halloween initiative. That basically right now we are all proceeds, all super chats, everything that we actually get goes towards costumes for kids. So definitely we are pushing that right now. That's the narrative that we're pushing. All proceeds that we actually get. It ends on October 10th. We actually have a silent contributor who said that he will donate up to $500 once we've basically made, that mark. So definitely we got that going on right now. We will be buying costumes for underprivileged kids in women's shelters, as well as our Stilton Elementary where Toya works. So we're going to be donating costumes there as well. So
what a cool idea.
Yeah, definitely. It's near and dear to my heart, bro. Every year is something that we actually do. So definitely we're doing that. Also, we actually have a raffle for the Iron Scavenger from Jazz Inc., which is the Vulture figure. So definitely we're doing that right now. So just a couple of things that we got going on. We have Collectors Lounge International on Sunday. That's 12 o'clock noon. And yeah, Marvel comic book talk with friends on Mondays. We have Say What Wednesday, of course, Uncivilized Scoundrels Thursdays, and Megaflex Friday. Definitely. And you can find me here on Midnight Musing every Friday. So definitely do appreciate you guys out there. But if you haven't already, do me a solid. Please, please, please do me a solid and subscribe to the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. I do thank you. We welcome all personalities over there. We have some great discussions, great content. So make sure you do so. Thank you.
Now, Lael, you're putting out some great photographic poses. Are they on Instagram? Yeah. Do you have an Instagram account?
Instagram, yes. So
yeah, you got to follow Lael on Instagram.
Follow me on Instagram too. You can actually find me on the 1/6 Scale Man Instagram page, where you can see all the poses from my. Also, we have videos that we actually put up for Take Your Position as well. So you'll see all the photos on Instagram of all the figure posing and unboxings and just stuff that we actually do or that I'm doing myself, that you can also see translated on the channel. So we have the 1/6 Scale Man Instagram page, 1/6 Scale Man Twitter page, and also the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. And also you can actually follow us on the Figure Flex Friday Facebook page if you want to actually see the community's work as well. So definitely,
nice.
Man, thank you so much.
Well, I want to thank you both for another great show, and for all you randos that are sticking around. Yes. I'm going to have all you crazy people. I'm going to send out a link, and you too can be on the show now because it's late night. You're all goof people. Well, I will say goodbye to Mmmm and Lael. I will see you both next week. I hope you everyone tune in, and thanks
everybody
for being here.
Remember this. Rob wants to see some fucking.
That's right, and I want to see nudity and sex.
I want to see some fucking. I want to see some action. God damn it!
He wants to see some fucking.
So
this weekend,
all good
for Rob,
for me,
for Rob.
But I want to see good fucking. I don't want to see some like just no like fake Cinemax stuff. And I was a purveyor of it for a while. I directed 5 episodes of Femme Fatales, and I have to tell you, I talked to my.
Ever.
That's right. I directed the most suspenseful lesbian sex scene of all time, according to Fleshbot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Right,
Thank you. Appreciate that. We can talk about that later. All right, kids. Thank you for being here.
See you later, man.
All right. You heathens, you ne'er-do-wells. It's time. It's time for the big giveaway. Do. You know what that is? It's Halloween 3 coming up. By the way, I have it on 4K right over there. Thank you very much. But you know what? I've actually pulled out. I don't know why. Normally I had everything alphabetized, and I actually pulled out all my 4Ks. Put all my 4Ks, and they're facing me. All my other stuff is on the other side. You can walk into it, but I have all my 4Ks facing me now. I feel good about it. Not all of them. They haven't all been alphabetized yet, but the ones are are there. I have more 4K discs than I thought. Pretty good. So anyway, for those of you who have maybe never known about this or haven't come on the show, now is the time, the late night time, the late night hour. It's time for the big giveaway. Oh, first of all, Galactic J asks, hey, Rob, a while ago you said you got a Moon Knight figure. Which one was it? I have a few. John Campia got me a Moon Knight statue. But I have Moon Knight figures going all the way back to 2006. I don't know. I just found it. I had a Marvel figure that came with a Khonshu sarcophagus. I found it when I was moving. I'm like, oh, I bought this in 2006. I also have a 1/12. Is that Mezco? The 1/12. I have two 1/12. I mean, I know they're 12 scale figures, Moon Knight figures. One's an exclusive and one isn't. But anyway, for those crazy people, if you want to come on this show now, I'm going to send out the link. I'm going to send you out the link, and you can come on the show. Now, I ask you, if you've never been on the show, if you've been on the show before, hang back. Let's see if we can get some other crazy motherfuckers who come on the show late night and have something to say. If you've been on the show, I ask you, you can come on later. I'm not going to go away anytime soon. I'm good for another couple hours. But I'm going to throw out in the live chat, I'm going to throw out the link to the show. And you can come on. So if you have a good connection, use Google Chrome or something. If you have a good connection, there's a link, man. It's in the live chat. If you want to come on the show, I'll put you on. Don't fuck up. Don't do something crazy. A lot of people do crazy things. But if you want, there it is. It's out there. Look, I can't. It's first come, first serve, buddy. I can't. I can't. If you want to come on, you want to hit that thing, you want to hit that link, you can. What can I tell you? I don't know. Tell you one thing. I think it's time for a beer, though. What do I got here? What I got? It looks pretty good. Colossal IPA. Let's see who we got. Someone's here. I don't know who. Sonny Dominguez, our old friend Sonny Dominguez is here, and Kevin Morales is here. I'm gonna put you guys both on. I don't know where Kevin is. Sonny, are you in Texas?
I am briefly in Texas, but I live actually a week here.
Okay, hang on. You're a little buzzed? Heck yeah, that means you're perfect for this show. I wish I had some hard licks. I don't have any hard licks, but I'm going to put you in the show. I'm going to put you in, Coach. Sonny's an old friend of the channel, and let's get you into the show, Sonny. Hang on, give me a minute, kids. Sonny's a good guy, and I think you're going to enjoy him. And he's buzzed, which means we're gonna ask him embarrassing questions and make him tell us the truth. Wait, hang on. Oh, wait, I want to hear you say that. Okay, hang on. Let me just square you up here. Wow, a little cocaine, a little weed. I love it. Well, you're in Texas. You're close to the border. It's all good. And then we also have joining us, we also have Kevin Morales. Kevin, can you hear me? You can. You're very low. Your volume level is very, very low. It's still lower. Can you crank up? We can hear you, but we can barely hear you. It's still low. It's still low, but I can hear you. But it's really the volume is because I can't control volume from here. I mean, if you're in your computer, if you were just go into the actual input level, just up your input level, that would be amazing. Martino Simoni. I don't know what I do. Martino Simoni is he's a godsend to me, to be honest. He just said Martino's good twin. Send in $100 tip to the channel. Now, Martino, you can't see it, but Martino got me the Playmobil Enterprise, which, by the way, they're putting out the Playmobil Bird of Prey in January. Woohoo! He also got me the A-Team van, the Aston Martin DB5, and Kit from Knight Rider. So let's. How you doing there? Kevin? Are you good? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's a little low. But so we're bringing on, here we go. We got Sonny Dominguez, and we've got Kevin Morales. First of all, Kevin, you've never been on the show before, have you?
No, sir.
Where are you coming to us from?
Minot, North Dakota.
North Dakota. Bravo. Bravo. And Sonny, you're local, but you're originally from Tejas, Texas, right?
Yeah, about a cheap ticket to come back to Texas for a 175 round trip, so I had to jump on that.
Are you visiting
But
your
I had
folks?
Visiting folks and maybe a couple of ladies, but don't ever find out because they probably never watch this show. Because
A couple of ladies. Like, I love that. You got ladies on the tip, multiple ladies.
So I have a question for you, Rob.
Oh, yes.
I rewatched Free Enterprise.
Uh-oh.
And there's a scene with you that had a threesome.
Yeah.
I have a question because I'm very open-minded in spite of my very conservative aspects of my life, but I indulge in the maybe free-spirited acts of love that happens when people meet each other. So I have a question. In Free Enterprise, you have that scene where you have a threesome with your friend.
In real life, my friend Sean. Yep.
So tell me about, because I watched a commentary, and tell me about your views and your aspects of that, because I too follow the same path that you do, but I'm just curious. I want to hear from the horse's mouth what you think about.
Okay.
When it happens, you go, okay.
Okay. Okay. You want me? So, many people don't know. Some people do, but back in 1999, a movie that I co-wrote and I directed and edited came out called Free Enterprise. A lot of people. It's kind of a forgotten geek movie. It stars William Shatner, Eric McCormack, who played Will on Will and Grace, Deborah Van Valkenburg from the Warriors. A lot of actors, and in it, the movie was basically. It was an encapsulation of things that had actually happened to me and my co-writer and producer Mark Altman in Los Angeles in our lives. And so a lot of what happened in the movie were variations on things that really happened.
Okay.
That particular scene was based on a factual situation. So
but my question is it a random factual situation or a continuous, this is the type of guy I am?
Oh, you mean in terms of you're asking me about like scenes with threesomes, like in my life in general?
Well, I'm just asking because you seem very like from the movie itself. It seemed very random, but as a person who goes, I would never. Yes, I would never turn down. I mean, it's funny because you can't talk about this kind of stuff now without seeming self-serving, and now I'm old. But I would say, and anybody knows me, I would say that I had a lot of sexy time in my life. And I would never turn down, if an opportunity arose to experience something like that, I would never hesitate. And, starting when I was 13. Okay, no, the reason I asked that because I grew up very sexually, I guess you say repressed in Dallas, Texas, and I went to LA, and I hope this is never used against me on this feed, but I got older.
Remember, we're live on YouTube right now. I'm just saying.
I know, but I'm just saying, like I had a couple of drinks tonight, maybe had a couple of weed, maybe a little coke, but hey, I'm in Dallas, and what made me resonate with that scene now form goes, okay, when you see it, you can't help but see it. When you see an opportunity, you're like,
right.
The vibe there.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I mean, I would never pass up. I mean, here's the thing. It nowadays, it's so weird because when I first moved to LA, and when I was a younger man, starting when I was a teenager, the end all be all was to hook up with a lovely lady. That was the whole point of going out, but and for me it was you. Here's what I used to think. When you would hook up with somebody, it was two people equally interested in the experience that you were having. It was never like I expected the person that I was with, they were to bring what they wanted to the party. It was a two-way street. It was a dance. You're dancing with somebody. And you're combining your sexual desires together, and hopefully you're compatible and you have a good time. It's very funny. I'll tell you, I've told this story before. I don't know if I've told this story But I'll tell you a story. Probably, if you're talking about sexuality, I'm going to tell you a story that I think encapsulates my life to a T. So, so I made Free Enterprise, and the first place we sent it to, it's coming up now, the Sitges Film Festival. Sitges is a city in Spain, and it's a Mediterranean coastal town that's about 20 kilometers south of Barcelona. And the Sitges Festival is devoted to science fiction, fantasy, and horror. It's my favorite film festival in the world. And Free Enterprise was accepted as a special selection in 1998. It had its world premiere in Sitges. I'd never been to Europe before. And I'd wanted to go to Europe my whole life. And so I get to go to Europe with my movie. We go to Sitges, and everything was amazing. First of all, Barcelona is an amazing city. Spain's an amazing country. I love the people. I love the food. There's nothing about Spain I don't love. So, but I felt that I was, I felt that I was an American filmmaker, and I was still like, I wanted to be very respectful, and I was so excited to be there. And we went there the whole time. So I was there for 2 weeks, and we got there for the opening night festival. And the opening night festival was we stayed in the Grand Melier Hotel, where the festival was based out of. They had a 1,500 seat screening room. The movie theater was great, but they had this party up on this hill. So I'm at this party up on this hill, and I meet this incredibly beautiful woman named Gemma. And she was like the cultural attaché from the mayor's office in Barcelona. Now, I was not looking to hook up. I'm still trying to be an American filmmaker. I want to be respectful. Anybody who's coming to talk to me, I'm trying to talk. And I'm so happy to be here at this festival. It's so amazing. But this girl and I are having the best time in the world. We're dancing, and we dance for like 6 hours. And people in Europe dance. No one's a wallflower in Europe. Nobody sits there and, I'm not going to dance. Everybody dances in Europe. Everybody.
Right. You mentioned the Baron Zemo thing about dancing.
Yeah, everybody dances. Nobody doesn't dance in Europe. Everyone's having a good time. Everywhere I've gone in Europe, partied in Europe, I partied in a lot of countries in Europe, everybody dances. So she and I are dancing to the point where we're just drenched, and we're drinking, and we're having fun, and it's the greatest time. And all these filmmakers there, and we're talking, and it's like 6 a.m. because it's Spain. You stay up all night long. So we get on the tram or the bus or whatever. We go back to the hotel. Now, any other time, I'd be like, but for me, I'm still trying to be respectful. She's cultural attaché from the mayor's office. It's all good. And she says to me, she goes, "Why don't I've been having so much fun with you. Why don't we go up to your room? Why don't we go up to your suite, and we can have some wine or something?" I'm like, okay, because I had a suite and I had a deck overlooking the Mediterranean. The hotel's up on this hill. It's incredible. Dude, I've had all kinds of experiences. I'm like 30 now or whatever. But right. I'm still not like, I'm not in that mode. I'm still trying American filmmaker, being respectful and all this. So I come up to my room, full bar, all that stuff, and pour some wine. She says, "You mind if I use your bathroom?" I'm like, "No." She goes in the bathroom, shower turns on. Fine. We're soaking wet. She comes out of the shower, towel wrapped around her, hair cascading over the towel. She says, "Why don't you jump in the shower? Because I'd really like to spend the night with you." Flat out says it. And I'm like, that's what I said. I said, okay. And take a shower, very thorough shower. And the next 8 hours, we continued whatever physical. It was the most incredible. It was the most incredible thing ever. And then we wake up at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon or something. We barely slept. Everything, there was no stone left unturned. It was the most incredible thing ever. Amazing. It was the most mind-blowing shit ever. It can't be any more mind-blowing.
Right.
But here's the thing. Here's the fuck up. Here's Rob Burnett's, this is the lesson learned.
Okay.
So she says to me, "This is one of the most incredible nights I've ever had with anybody in my life." Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's a huge connection between us. She goes, "You're going to be here for 2 weeks. Why don't I just stay with you? And I'll take you around. I'll show you the city. We'll have a great time. I'll just stay with you for the next 2 weeks."
Okay.
What do? I think to myself, I'm about to be like, and in my mind, I think, if this was my first night in Spain, what might happen tonight? Like, I won the fucking lottery. It doesn't get any better. And in my mind, I'm like, there must be something else out there. Like, I won. I bought it back. I'm like, I told her some fucking bullshit about how, well, I can't, like, I'm working on another project. I need my space. Some ridiculous, whatever it was, dumbest, stupidest shit I've ever, like if God himself said, Rob, I'm going to give you the best night you've ever had, this would have been that night. And I basically said to God, well, tonight might be better.
Well, question for you.
Okay. And by the way, rest of the trip was not better. Had a great time. Loved my time there, but it wasn't better than that night. Nothing got better than that night. Now there's a postscript to this.
Okay.
So I fucked up, right? Gift horse in the mouth.
Before you add the postscript, let me ask you a question. Obviously, as a...
Oh, wait. Kevin, you're here, but we lost. Oh,
I'm here.
Oh, you're back.
Here.
Okay, you're back. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question.
Obviously, your question would be, obviously, maybe being manipulated or lied to. Correct. So that's the obvious connection in our head. Going.
You mean if I thought at the time I could have been manipulated or lied to?
Yeah. So you're probably like, okay, defense is up for a second, shields up, saying this is too good to be true.
Oh no, I wasn't thinking that.
Okay.
I wasn't thinking that.
You thought maybe if this girl, what other girls can I get?
Yeah. It was. I was stupid.
Okay.
So here's the postscript to this story, right? So over the course of the next 12 days, saw lots of people, had lots of fun. I would see Gemma and we'd wave. We were nice, but dude,
yeah.
Ultimate. I mean, most dickish thing. It was so stupid. I was so fucking dumb. Like, there's nothing more.
Barcelona or where in Madrid?
This was in Barcelona. I don't know where she. Don't even.
Going actually Barcelona in March. So maybe I'll find her.
Well, hang on. I got to get to the postscript because this is the best part of the whole story. This is the best part of the whole story.
Okay.
So, I went to back to Sigis in 2001. I went in 2009 with the Hills Run Red, and I'm there in 2011 with Femme Fatales. So I'm down at this other bar in the marina. This is 2011, so it's now it was 1998. This night I had was in 1998. Now it's 2011, and I'm at this bar at Pacha, this bar in the marina, and these three girls come up to me, don't recognize them, and they go, "You're Rob Burnett, aren't you?" And I'm like, yeah, I'm Rob Burnett, yeah. And by the way, during this time, I had been married and divorced.
Okay.
So and these three girls, one of them goes, "Do you remember a girl named Gemma?" And I'm like, "Remember, this is 2011, and I had met Gemma in 1998." And I said, "Do I remember?" Oh, what I forgot to say is Gemma did write me a letter. She sent me an email to our company email when I got back from Spain and professed her undying love for me. Woo. So this is, yeah. So in 2011, so this girl comes, "Do you remember a girl named Gemma?" I go, "Do I remember her? I've never forgotten her." And I explained that what I just told you this night, and this girl says, "She's never forgotten you either. And she still talks about you." And I'm like,
nicely done by the way.
And I'm like, "Oh my God, well, how is she?" "Well, she's married and she's a mom now, and she's happily married, but you fucked up." And I'm like, fuck. Fuck. I mean, look, I have no regrets in life, but there's a lesson to be learned here. And the lesson is when you have an opportunity that is given to you, and it is a wonderful opportunity that spontaneously happens, and somebody says to you and gives you the opportunity, "Hey, why don't I stay with you for the next couple weeks?" You say yes.
Yes.
If someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes. That's a true story. And let me tell you, there has been more times in my life where I've done stupid shit like that than never his mind on where he was. What he was doing. Always looking to the future. Yeah, fuck
Well,
that.
let me ask you this, because our friend has a Darth Vader Keys to Success shirt on himself.
Yes.
So,
well, Kevin has been quietly, patiently listening to my self-serving story.
So what would Darth Vader say, Anakin Skywalker, in this moment? Well, like, what's the key to success?
Hang on, Kevin. We cannot hear you at all now. Now your sound has gone away. I don't know why. All the way from North Dakota. Somehow, so you must have laughed and kicked something off. But Sonny, you know, you're a man. You're a man. You know your Bible. You know your scripture. There's got to be something.
And ladies,
something in you know, like I'm a big. I in my one of my dream projects in life is to make a movie about Job, the story of Job.
Okay.
You know, but he's a man who kept his faith through all kinds of hardship, and he was rewarded in the end. But there must be something biblical in turning down. You know, I mean that the situation that I basically said no to out of hubris, out of I mean I said no to an opportunity that was by the way, a solid foundation was built for that opportunity to continue, and I fucked up. Up.
My question for you, Rob, is especially in the geekdom where we all have opportunities that maybe we don't pursue because we were trying to be virtuous, noble, gentlemanly. And there's times when we want to pursue the desires of the flesh, but we want to be noble. We should say no because this girl's drunk, or maybe because this girl is maybe in a part of her life where she does not know what she really wants. What do you say to us in a very William Shatner way? May I ask you? What do you say? Yes, I will do this, or no, I will refrain from this opportunity because I know the noble truths in my life. Where do you choose? Where do you decide to go? Yes or no?
It's okay. Here's the answer. If there's any kind of impairment, whether it's physical or emotional, you don't go there, ever. Period. It must be a two-way street. No matter what, especially if someone is impaired via alcohol or no, don't even consider that. Make sure they're taken care of.
But what if they're on ecstasy and they're like, hey?
Okay, that's a little bit different because ecstasy is not mentally impairing. But you know, it's you said drunk. You know, it.
No, well, I mean, like, so based on the scene in Free Enterprise. We just jump into it, right? We don't know what happened.
Right. You see the aftermath.
Yes. So tell me.
By the way, it was written. You actually saw the scene, and there was something that. It's so terrible to say. There was something that was actually written into the script about the actual event that occurred, and
she's willing to cook you an omelet, right?
Oh yeah, that was all true. All that stuff was true. But there was actually the sex scene itself was written into the script, and then we ended up not shooting it. I opted not to shoot it because there was something.
So what led up to before the sex scene? What led up to the seduction? What led up to the opportunity that your buddy said, "Hey, Rob, right here," and you're like,
"Are you asking me in real life or in the movie, the fictional version of it?" Like what happened in real life?
On your adaptation of the scene.
Well,
so did that happen in real life? Like
yes,
based on a real life event?
Yes, it was absolutely
what
based.
Happened in the real life? So tell me the real life event how that led to. Not the sex aspect.
No. Well, so we were at a club. My friend Sean, who subsequently passed away. He passed away in 2011. He was one of my best friends. We were at a club in downtown LA called the Mayan. And we had met a Swedish model.
Which, funny enough, they have the Lucha.
Yes.
Lucha Baboom.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's a sexy place. I tell you.
We used to go there a lot. They had great Halloween parties, and so we were down there, and Sean and I met this Swedish model, as you do, you know, back when I was much prettier. and Sean and I, because Sean and I would go out a lot. You know, we were very much men about town, and she said, so it's kind of the same thing. She invited us back to her apartment, and she was completely in control of this entire situation.
Obviously,
and she had done.
Well, where was her apartment located? In what area?
It was in downtown. It was a really nice. I mean, it was, you know, downtown LA is a shithole, but there are nice apartments there. So we were in her apartment downtown.
No, there are.
Actually, you know what? That isn't true. Her apartment. Now that I think about it, I haven't thought about this in ages. Her apartment was on Burton Way. Way right next to Beverly Hills, right by the Beverly Center. Burton Way. That's where her apartment was. And so we're in her apartment.
So just, can I say keynote for anybody who visits LA? If they want to experience an experience that Rob has experienced in Free Enterprise, Westlake Village is open to what you might encounter a threesome, maybe. FYI, just FYI, Westlake Village, Pasadena, past Calabasas. Just FYI.
Past Calabasas. Ask me about Jennifer Hundley. No, but so anyway, so she brought us to her apartment, and nice apartment, and she had done some nude modeling, and she had taken it. She showed us pictures and spreads.
Well, really quick, just set up the scene. Like, were you drinking? You were selling at the bar.
Yeah, we were.
Your friend
we were hammered. We were drinking at her place, and it was really interesting. So,
what were you drinking?
Oh, I think at her place we're drinking wine. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning at this point.
But what were you drinking beforehand? Vodka, whiskey? What were you drinking?
You know what? I didn't really start drinking whiskey till there was a woman I dated named Mary Forrest, and I drank a lot more whiskey. Back then, I drank a lot of gin. I was a gin and tonic guy. Okay. And so that's what I drank, gin. But at her house, we're drinking. And what was really, really interesting, so we're like sitting on the couch, and I'm on one side of this girl, and Sean's on the other side, and she's got her portfolio open and is showing us, you know, these pictures and stuff, and she's being very forward and stuff, and she it's kind of the same thing. And after it went on for a while, and she was enticing us, and then she went into the bathroom. I think she came out with just her panties on and said, "Why don't you both come into the bedroom?"
And question: had you done something similar to this before? Or is this a totally new experience for you?
This was a totally new experience for me because I was with a friend of mine and a girl. Other times it had been with 2 girls and just me.
How did you feel? I'm sorry for asking too many questions.
No. This is it's funny because no one's ever asked me. It's in the movie. You know, you can see it in the movie, but no one's ever asked me.
But that's the fandom, you know, like especially as us as comic book fans who maybe probably fantasize about an aspect like this happening. You're like, oh my god, what do I do? Because it's my buddy, and that's a girl, and I don't want to cross swords, and I don't want to be homo. But at the same time, you're like, we can do this. We can I'm totally turned on to her.
To be honest, what's funny is Sean knew that I was much more open. Like, I'll tell you, to be honest, this was since you're asking the question, it was very interesting because you're seeing a good friend of yours that I had known at this point. You know, I'd known him for, over a decade when this happened. And it's a very interesting, strange experience. I'd had lots of experiences, and I had friends. At this point, I had lots of male gay friends, and I'd heard all about their sex lives and all this stuff. And it's really interesting because when you're in a situation like this, you wonder. Now, my friend Sean knew that I was a little bit more liberal than he was, and he even said to me, goes, "You better not touch me, dude." Because we didn't know what was going to happen, because he knew that I wouldn't have had a problem with that. He knew. And because I'm just like, I'm like, hey man, when you're in a situation, but it was very, let's just put it this way. We were very much, when it all went down, when all the situation went down, it's very odd, because when it started, it's so weird to think about this. I haven't thought about this in so long. let's just say how it all began. Like she was telling us what to do, and how it started. But we were all kind of laying down, and she started stroking both of us. Let's call it that way. And it was very odd. It was a very odd experience because there I'm with a friend of mine. Like, you know, I had never seen in real life. I mean, I'd seen in porn, much less a friend of mine. Like, I never had a circle jerk or something when I was a younger kid. I'd never seen in real life another guy with a hard on, ever. And there I'm watching, and he and I are looking at each other going, what the fuck? It was so weird to be sitting there watching this really hot girl jerk us off. It was very odd. And it was something, it's a very weird thing because because the funny thing is you want to watch, you want to look, but then you don't because he's your friend. So you don't, and things change, and it was good because then we were in a position where she was between us and we were up then. He was always over here and I was always over here and she was always between us.
Were you playing London Bridges?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And
tower,
Way
you know.
better,
Yeah.
Way better than my experience with my ex-wife. Let's just say it involved peanut butter and bubblegum.
Oh, peanut butter and bubblegum. That's the title of a book, man. So
So Rob,
by the way, I think this stream has been entirely demonetized now.
No, but the reason because I really think there is something very sensual and interesting about that aspect that should not be diminished, because I have experiences with things like that. Like, you're like, right on, let's do it. Like, you can't help but go, the situation is right. You trust everybody's there, and you're like, let's do this because I think she's hot. And a woman, you talk about basic instinct, and that's what, you know, and you've talked about 9.5 weeks. And when a woman is sexually empowered and thrives in her energy, you just can't be like, let's do this, because you feel like, yes, this is like what life is supposed to be about. And an interesting aspect that movies teach you about fandom and things like that, you're like, this is what sexuality intrigues us about, right?
Well,
more than porn.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I've learned. I mean, you know, women, when you're talking about sexuality and all that, for me, it's a combination of the physical and the imaginative and creative. And if you really think about it, if you are going to hook up with somebody and it's not for procreation and it's for recreation, there's a combination. Like, if you really think about human sexuality, it's kind of goofy. You know, like all the stuff that we like and all the positions, if you're looking at it from a God's eye point of view, it's all goofy because it's all in your head. You know, it's all in your.
They say it in Dogma. One of the funniest things that they love to do is watch humans fuck.
Oh yeah,
that in Dogma.
You know, it's absolutely true because it's very weird, and what turns people on, and the fact that you have all kinds of like behavioral play. It's all in your head. You know, it's all in your mind. Now, from my perspective, I've always felt the human form, both male and female, it's an incredible. I mean, I'm a huge fan of just in general, mammals in general. The structure and the way they work but the human form is incredible, especially when it's optimized. I mean, now there's all this talk about everybody wants to normalize. We now live in a society where we want to normalize mediocrity. Like everybody wants an excuse to not be their best self. No, you can't be this phobic. You can't be that phobic. I'm like, no. When human beings are like machines. There's an optimal, when we're taken care of, it's like a car. If you own a car you take care of. You make sure that the tires are changed. You make sure that you have a lube, oil, and filter job. You make sure that everything, all the mechanics of a car are working at its optimal precision nature. That's when a car works best. Well, human beings are that way too. You know, when we're finely tuned and honed and we work best, because we're like machines. And we have this weird notion now, and it's not necessarily about the male gaze or the female gaze or whatever, but when a human body is optimized and working at its top peak efficiency, It's a beautiful thing. And you know, when you see people, especially, you know, women too, women and men. I mean, men are beautiful when you see an Olympic athlete or a swimmer or a weightlifter, and you see the human body optimized to do a task, whether it's a male or female. It's a great thing. Like, I also think that when you see a woman who's pregnant, you know, a woman who's 8 months pregnant or something, with her belly out, that's incredibly attractive, because a human body, a female human body has another human being gestating inside of it. It's amazing. You know, it's an amazing thing.
Because 9.5 Weeks is one of my top 10 favorite movies.
I love 9.5 Weeks. I love Zalman King.
Like, Rob, there's 2 movies that there's actually 3 movies that you said that you like, and I'm like, dude, you're my soul brother. You know, okay, first of all, Almost Famous.
Oh yeah, one of my favorite films of all time.
Hard Boiled with John Fat, and 9.5 Weeks. So very different aspects of the spectrum, but I go, okay, Rob likes that. I like those movies. There's something very connected, and living life when we do, and especially in the fandom. Here's the thing, like, and this is why I'm trying to focus on the fandom, and I'm sorry, Kevin, for taking any time, but just saying, like, dude, there's something that resonates with what you say about those 3 movies, and go, okay, I like that, and I like that. But when, like, Basic Instinct 2, man, that was, okay, fun fact, on pay-per-view, I downloaded Basic Instinct 5 times. And my dad was like, "What the fuck is this on my cable bill? Why? What the fuck is Basic Instinct 5 times?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, it was an accident." You know, I was, of course, lying. And you know what his response was? Is like, "Well, I wish I had an opportunity to watch it once, because you spent $50 on Basic Instinct, and I didn't get to watch it once, Sonny."
I'm looking over at my 4K discs. I love Basic Instinct. I love it.
You don't understand. That movie is so, especially as a kid in that age.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh.
Well, I've got my quarter scale Catherine Trammell. Let's see if I were to, well, I just popped out.
So, a question in your fandom, because Rob, you're very sensual, but you're not a pervert, and I love the fact that you're not a pervert, because that's how I feel. Like, I like things, and I let the ladies in my life, and especially friends, know, and coworkers know, hey, I'm a sexual creature, but I'm not going to be a sexual creature to you. But I like, you know, a girl who squirts. I like a girl who does this and that. But hey, you're safe with me. You need somebody who's being appropriate to you.
Wait, Kevin, please Kevin. Hang on, Sonny. I don't mean to interrupt, but Kevin, what do you want to say?
I just want to say, I did not think this was going to be the subject we were going to talk about.
I hope, you know what, for your first time here all the way from the Dakotas, I hope.
I'm sorry.
I hope no, because Sonny, this is a great conversation. This is exactly the kind of conversation I would expect to have at 1:43 in the morning.
I'm originally from New York City, though. So.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I'm originally from New York, so this is just.
What borough?
Brooklyn.
Oh, Brooklyn. Okay.
Yeah, before it was gentrified.
So how long have you been in? You're in North Dakota, right?
Right. My dad was in the service, so we've been here since '93.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What branch of the service was he in?
Air Force.
Air Force. Nice.
Yeah. But I was gonna say the move.
So what about squirting? That
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Well, I mean, I think if you can do that, that's also a function of your skill set. If you can induce that, that means you know.
So Kevin, what do you know about that? Like, share with us your experiences, my friend. As a brother in the squirting world.
I can tell you the first time I went down on a girl was with my ex-wife, and that's where the bubblegum comes in. We were getting really into it, and she was really liking it, and I forgot I still had gum in my mouth.
As one does.
Let's just say she wasn't trimmed down there.
Oh, no.
Hence where the peanut butter comes in.
Oh, wow. If I had any hope of saving this monetization on this stream, I think it's just gone away.
You're fucked. Sorry, you're fucked.
It's okay. It's okay. By the way, 6 Scale Mafia, Anthony says, he sends in a super chat. He says, I too had a Gemma, great white buffalo. I know what you mean by that. Doesn't mean she was a buffalo. I understand what you're saying. One that got away, a mythical creature. Bubblegum and peanut butter.
Yep.
You know, you should write that up as a short story.
I have.
Oh,
That's
you
a great
have? Well,
title.
I love that. Sonder Atelier says, Rob is on one screen, Pornhub is on the other. Sonder, you're a man after my own heart. You know, you just you just never know what's going to happen on this show. So let me ask you this, Sonny. So you're squirting. Why is that something that appeals to you? Because do you see that when you can induce a woman, is that a victory for you, or does it turn you on?
Yes,
or
actually,
both?
I'll be very honest, and I shared this with women I've been with before. It's an ego trip. Just like women talk about when a guy comes, it's like the fact that you can induce a woman to do that, especially when they feel very uncomfortable about their bodies, especially when they feel, oh no, I shouldn't do this, or when they say, no, it's pee. It's not pee, but the fact that when they surrender themselves in a sense, and they're able to do that, you're like, yeah, but at the same time, it's a very sensual aspect, you know? It's very connected, and you're like, oh, wow, like, they trust me enough to do this, you know? It's not about my cock, it's about, or sometimes it is, because sometimes when I've been in a woman, they've done it at the same time, but it's a very sensual trust aspect, and when they say, I've never done that before, you're like, gold star. Never happened before. Cool.
Well, okay, let me bring this conversation back to the entertainment realm. Like,
Okay.
you know, no, because you asked about 9.5 Weeks and Basic Instinct.
Right.
I mean, 9.5 Weeks came out, I want to say it came out in 1986.
Mm-hmm.
Directed by Adrian Lyne, written by Zalman King, and I think his it's based on a book, I believe. But I think
he totally took a different direction.
Yeah, I think Zalman King and his wife Patricia Louise Knopp, and I'm a huge Zalman King fan because, you know, he made erotic films. But one of the things, I mean, first of all, Mickey Rourke has never been better than he was in 9.5 Weeks. Yeah, he was great in Pope of Greenwich Village, and yeah, he was great in in Angel Heart and everything. And by the way, he's not a likable.
Really quick, he is. You watch that movie, he's very intense. But he's not stalkerish. He's not creepy. And women think, like, no, but and he was like a perfect gentleman. He saw her and he says, like, hey, you like that scarf? Okay, cool. And then he later on buys her a scarf.
Right.
So he's not a predator. He's just an observer saying,
well, let me ask you this. Do you think his character now, if because not a lot of people, I mean, 9.5 Weeks, if you think about it, that's a movie it's 36 years old.
Yeah, but it's not.
You know?
Okay, hold on. Rob, I'm gonna stop you right here. It's so romantic. It's not problematic. I will tell you why. Because
from a male perspective, but I was going to ask you from
but from knowing women I've been with. Come on, dude. Really? It's a guy who says he can't say I love you. He cannot bring himself even at the end until she leaves the apartment. Until she leaves, she walks out the door and says I love you because he cannot deal with the aspect that she has affected him in such a way that he cannot help but say, I love you, but I cannot chase after you because if I chase after you, my male psyche can't comprehend that. But he loved her, man. He that's why when he was in that, they went to that porn club and she saw her making out with another dude. He couldn't take it. His psyche, his ego could say, no, I want you. You're mine. You're mine.
But because he was damaged.
No, but because he needed her though. That's the thing.
But he was a damaged he was a damaged individual and
but
you know
hold on, no judgment on him because he did not experience that passion for the first time in his life until he experienced it with her. In that all his life he was seeking that. And he found it and he said, I can't do this because it's too much. I feel too much and I'm afraid you're gonna hurt me, so I'm gonna let you hurt before I hurt. And
Yeah.
that's the romanticism of that movie. It's the number one. It's better than Affair to Remember. Anything else? That's the movie that goes. It's a man who cannot say.
Wait, hang on.
I
Let
love you,
Kevin wants to weigh in, Sonny. Hang on one second. What is
please.
Kevin? Have
Sorry,
you
I don't
seen
mean to
9.5
interrupt,
Weeks?
but I'm passionate.
Actually, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen 9.5.
I have it on Blu-ray, just so you know. You can borrow it.
Yes.
I might need it. What I was getting at was the first movie as far as dealing with sexual relations and all that stuff was actually when I was younger. It was a comedy. You may remember it, Rob. The Last American Virgin.
Of course. Of course.
Yes.
That was like that hit me, especially man when I hear just once at the end. Whenever I hear just once, I just my
Yes.
mind goes right back to the ending of him driving away.
Yep.
The girl who broke his heart. So that's for mine.
Well, I think it what's really interesting is movies like Last American Virgin or Porky's or anything from that. I mean, even the 70s, obviously we live in different times, but if you look at companies like Crown International Pictures that made like Malibu Beach and The Van and Van Nuys Boulevard, there was a whole subgenre of movies about men trying to lose their virginity, and it was all from the male gaze. And it was very bawdy, and this was a staple of films for a long time. All of that is gone. I mean, one of the things
I'm going to give you a hint. Do you know what my male gaze sexual awakening was? What movie?
I'm not sure.
I don't. I have no idea.
Teen Wolf.
Teen Wolf.
Oh, dude, that scene when she's in, he's Michael J. Fox and she's like taking off her brassiere, and she's in her bra. It's a PG movie, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wow.
And I'm like, she's like, hey, I rather want the wolf, and he's like, dun, 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 dun. And the music in the background, dun, 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 dun.
If you want
Watch that scene again because it's so erotic, and it's a PG movie. I had that cued up to that scene. So my mom's like, why do you want this movie? I'm like, Mom, shut up, please. Just buy me this movie. Parents, buy me this movie. And I'm like, oh, a little boy like watching like. Yeah.
Wow. Kevin, what were you gonna say?
Another movie. I can't remember the title of it, but Jodie Foster was in it, and she was a rape victim.
The Accused.
Yeah, that one hit me hard from a woman's perspective.
Oh, that movie's brutal. I can't deal with sexual violence against women. It's one of the I can't watch it.
No, but the reason I saw it, my mom made me watch it. To like.
Oh.
And it's like it hit me hard because I have 3 sisters.
Yeah. Oh, that movie's brutal.
Yeah.
But she was incredible. Jodie Foster's performance in that film is absolutely incredible.
That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
Well,
Definitely.
so let me ask you this. I mean, Sonny, we now live in a different world. The world has changed, and what I find interesting is that pornography has become normalized. You can click on anything. You can watch anything you want. You're one click away from that. And I've talked about it on the show before that I like eroticism, not pornography, but eroticism. And I think in a way, I feel that our society has lost eroticism. We've been. It's not that I'm against pornography, but it's everywhere. I mean, women now, OnlyFans has commodified everybody. Women can now.
Right.
It's a job. You can make a living on that, and the true erotic impulse, which I think to me, eroticism celebrates that spark, that attraction, that whatever that thing is, and it's not going all. When I say not going all the way, it's not pornographic. Erotic is different than pornography, because the idea of the word pornography it means without feeling, and eroticism is the opposite of that. Eroticism elicits feeling, and I feel that our society has, in a way, and even a kiss, you watch Ingrid Bergman in Casablanca. There's an eroticism in the way she shot her face. the way she turns, the sadness. I mean, Victor Laszlo, her husband. I mean, there's an eroticism to that. I feel that our civilization, we're losing so many things that I miss, that I think our civilization needs. And one of those things, especially in America, is eroticism.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I was gonna, and the question I have is, do you think that's true, and why do you think that is?
Well, I do I was a religion major from Baylor University. I graduated with a religion degree, and I thought I was gonna be a pastor, but I knew my sexual impulses were like, I'm gonna get in trouble if, like, I didn't lose my virginity until I was 23, and I lost it in a way that. Okay, I'm going to tell you 100%, like, okay, if this is on the internet...
This is the greatest late-night show. Remember, we are live right now. I just want to remind you.
I know. Hey, Rob, I love you. You're my buddy. I'm being very honest. I lost my ass.
By the way, Nightcrawler, the last thing I have is a Big Johnson. I do not. That's why I'm a cunning linguist.
So, I lost my virginity in an Asian bathhouse in Dallas, Texas.
Wow.
At 23, I was like, you know what? I held on to this thinking I was getting married, and it didn't happen until 23. I'm like, you know what? And I found a woman, South Korean.
Oh, you're back. South Korean, yes.
TMI, but I don't care. Who cares? You
know? Wait, we missed that.
So
we missed that.
Like,
hang on. Hang on a second. We missed that because you said South Korean and you stopped for a minute. You froze.
Okay, so in an Asian bathhouse.
South Korean, and then it froze.
And she worked in an Asian bathhouse, and I knew it's gonna happen tonight. Like, I had held on to this for 23 years, and I go, fuck it. I've asked too many people questions. I asked, and they said, you'll know when you're ready. And I go, when I saw her, I'm like, I'm ready. It's going to happen tonight. And it was the best experience of my life.
Wow. Well, that's good to hear.
I don't regret anything of it. It was sensual. It was erotic. It was like, because as a kid, I masturbated too much. So at least I was able to hold out for more than like 20 minutes. And it was amazing. And then I was like, this is what sex is supposed to be. And in my mind, especially watching movies, I'm like, this is what sex is supposed to be. Not watching porno. I'm saying watching movies. And I'm like, oh, this is what sex is supposed to be. And then when you encounter women who are just all about the pornography, like they dealt guys who were just all about porno, like banging. And you're like, no. This is not what I want. I want the other stuff. I want the NC-17, not the X-rated. I want the sensuality, the young lady Chatterley. You know, I want that. You know,
nice pull, love it,
dude. I found my dad had
Lady Chatterley's lover
in his porno collection. In a random thing, he had Aliens, and he had this movie called Young Lady Chatterley, and I like popped it in VCR. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I found my dad's porno collection over his bathroom, and like, oh my gosh. But here's the thing. Okay, TMI.
By the way, did you have a favorite of your dad's porn collection? Did you have a favorite porno film?
Yes, but I can't remember. I think it had Kate Parker in it. Oh, Kate Parker.
I'll tell you, it's funny because it has no anal, so it shouldn't have been my favorite. But House of Dreams, starring Zara White. House of Dreams.
Okay.
Directed by, oh my God, Paul Nevins, who went by, oh God, what is Andrew Blake? Directed by Andrew Blake. I was an Andrew Blake acolyte. House of Dreams, Zara White, greatest film ever.
So let's ask Kevin, what's your first porno or like sensual thing?
I wasn't much into that. I would mainly get Playboys. Was back in the day.
Oh, Playboy, like Spice TV, Playboy, right?
I've been for a long time now. I'm a weird kid. I was more. I liked the romantic stuff more than most guys would, you know. So that's why I watched a lot of the romantic kind of movies back in the day, you know, when I was growing up.
Sure.
a lot of that, you know. So, but I didn't have mainly Playboys, you know. I could say there was a certain Star Wars porno that I watched.
I'm in one.
That's what I was saying.
I've
Oh.
seen it. You know James Dean, right?
I was in another movie with James Dean too. I was in a movie called Kiss of the Strangler with James Dean.
So Rob, you brought it up yourself, but let me ask you this as a imagination connoisseur who has noticed the waning of sexuality with people, and especially with pornographic material available at the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
What do you think we have lost as a fandom regarding the eroticism, the sensuality that makes us go, wait a minute, wow, that's what I want, not just banging and fucking and that makes you go, whoa, that's sensual. I like that. It's mysterious. That's like sexy. That's what I want.
I think we've lost some of ourselves. And what I mean about that was, we didn't have, like, you couldn't see visuals. You couldn't, it's something like you first of all, you had an opportunity to learn more about yourself, even in your own mind.
Right.
You learned your own body on your own time, and that you did not have access to explicit material. So you were able to develop a certain sense of self about yourself. And I think that nowadays, I mean, we are pushing on everyone. This, like, you need to, like, it could take, like you said, it might take you to be 23 years old before you're comfortable with your own sexuality. Nowadays, you've got people's agendas, and everyone's like, nope, you're going to start thinking about your sexuality when you're 3. No one knows I didn't know fuck all about that. I when I was 5 years old, all I wanted to do was watch The Twilight Zone, Star Trek, and Sci-Fi Theater on Sunday afternoon. That's it. That's all I cared about. I go to school, if I had my UFO lunchbox or whatever, and people were allowed to develop on their own. My development did not have anything to do with politics or whatever. Kids were allowed to be themselves. And nowadays, I feel that that's not the case. I feel that outside forces are parents are now, like, my parents never interfered in my life other than they wanted me to. They knew I loved Star Trek, so my mom would make sure, like, if I wanted an Enterprise model for my birthday, I would get it. My parents were not defining themselves through me. At least I wasn't aware of it. And my parents were great when I was growing up. They just tried to nurture in me whatever I was interested in. And they knew I loved movies. So my mom and my dad would make sure that if there was a movie I was interested in, that I would get to see it. When I was 10 years old and wanted to join the sci-fi book club, my mom, I'm like, Mom, it's like $5 a month. And she would sign up. And she knew, because when I got those books, I would get them and go to my room and read them all the time. So my parents were very great in terms of facilitating my own interests. They never told me no. They never, because I wasn't doing anything wrong. They were just happy that I wanted books and I wanted music and I wanted, because my interests in science fiction, fantasy, horror, movies, whatever, led me to other things. Like, my mom had I never looked at my mother's vinyl. And I found out that Beethoven's 7th Symphony was used in a movie, and she had it. And I was like, oh my God, we have Beethoven's 7th Symphony in the house, and I probably read it in a book, because they use Beethoven's 7th Symphony a lot. And, like in Zardoz or something. So I remember my mom, I had a very distinct memory of my mother coming up to my bedroom, and I was blaring Beethoven's 7th Symphony. And my mother was like, why are you playing this music? And I said, Mom, I I watched this movie and I heard it and I was reading this book and I found out it's Beethoven's Seventh Symphony. My mother never, the entire time that I lived in my house with my mom, she never once touched her vinyl records. She probably had 50, never touched them ever in my entire life. And they were in the family room where my VCRs were and stuff. I had 3, actually I had 4 at one point, Daisy Chain. My mother never touched her vinyl. I was the only person that did. And my mother is the most unimaginative woman in ever, but she facilitated my imagination. And she was kind of freaked out that I was listening to Beethoven. But I don't know where I was going with this. But by the way, there are people still sending in super chats. I just want to say that Tom Jr. Jackson says that this episode is sponsored by Squirt Soda.
So, Rob, I do have a question for you because you're very fascinating in my aspect because you have somebody like Aaron Cummings and Chris Carr.
Yes.
Who are very comfortable with you being a little bit sexual, and they know you're not threatening. They know, hey, I like your humor. You're funny. And so tell us as a fandom, because I think we kind of border that line of saying, listen, we're very comfortable in our sexuality, but we don't want to offend. We don't want to be inappropriate. And both these women, I think it took Aaron a little bit more time than Chris, but like they go, cool. Like, we know you're not threatening. We know you're joking around. So tell us in the fandom, like, what's
really
the
hard
line?
to know
Like,
what threatens women and what doesn't, you know? So
Oh.
a lot of times I just stay quiet, you know?
Well, especially now. I mean, look, it's a totally different world, and I'm an old white cis male. So here's the thing: first of all, both Aaron Cummings and Chris Carr are incredibly intelligent, very accomplished, not just women but people, you know, and human beings, and they're just incredible people, and they're both wicked smart, and you know, it's funny because I was having a conversation. Chris and I have been doing shows together, and she said something to me. She, after a show was over, she goes, I didn't know you were such a feminist. You know, I didn't know you were such an ally or whatever she said to me. And I said, look, I'm a humanist, and I am a student of human beings and human behavior. And ultimately, I love people in all of our glorious ridiculousness. I love human endeavor. I love human imagination. I love, you know, I really do love people. I've loved people, and I think I got that from my dad, because my father loved people, all kinds of people. My parents, I never heard a bad word spoken about anyone in my parents' presence. My parents never said. My parents had all kinds of friends, all different kinds of friends. They never said a bad word about a human being, ever. They never, you know, in terms of you know, it wasn't like they just, especially my dad, he just liked people. You know, he always smoked a cigar. My dad strolled. He would stroll around. He had he was not in a hurry. He loved to stroll around and meet people, and he would kind of saunter up to you, and he would look at you and say, hello, my name is Richard Burnett. What is your name? And not in a creepy way or anything. He liked people. And I think I got that from him. And one of the things that my dad was very funny, and he had a very funny sense of humor, and he was a little bawdy, and but he wasn't threatening, because, you know, it's one thing. I mean, again, you can tailor your sense of humor to people. You have to be able to read a room, you know, and you have to know who you're with. And nowadays, what's really interesting is, as I've gotten older, now I'm old. I've aged out of a place where I can make funny jokes like that. I can't make sexual jokes. I'm too old. And people say, oh, you're not that old. But no, I'm too old. You have to know where you're at. Like, you know, I could push it till maybe I was like 45, 46, 47. But when you get into your 50s, you're a fucking old man. And you cannot make sex jokes with 25-year-old girls. You can't do it. Now, I mean, you could, but as far as being a part of polite society, you have to understand where you're at and what you can do. and you have to be able to read a room. And the thing about Aaron and Chris is they're both very funny people, and
Right.
and Aaron, they understood. I mean, they have to get to know you, but they know that what I'm more interested in is people themselves and art, and what they know that I'm pretty serious about what I believe in, and I'm not some crazy lascivious dude. But that's something you learn about people. You have to learn that over a period of time, and that's when you converse with people, you get to know them, and you can understand. Now, in this day and age, we live in a world where we're on the internet, and we can get canceled by saying one wrong word. If someone doesn't like what you're saying, they'll come after you, they'll smear your reputation, and people like doing it. I mean, we now live in a world where people take gleeful joy in destroying somebody without thought.
Date on that.
What's that?
There's no expiration date on that. You could have said something 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, and what's terrifying about that is, why is that? Why do we live in a time now where there are people that will gleefully go after you and destroy you without a care in the world? What if you're the breadwinner and you have to take care of your mom who's in an assisted living home, and you have a girlfriend or a wife or their kids or a mortgage, and you're the only breadwinner? And when you're out there, like this channel right now, we're talking live on the internet, somebody objects to what's being said and they go after you.
Well, that's why I value Chris, Aaron, and because you send a thing and they volley back to you. They go, "Oh, I hear what you say, Rob," and I'm gonna volley back to you a smart remark, and it diffuses the tension or whatever. People want to say, "Oh my gosh, she's so sexy," because they go, "No," and I think that's funny, and I'm going to say, I love that. And I'm going to say this, and I'm sorry to go on a rant here, for the PGS. Sometimes they get all on John Campia's whatever. They say, oh, blah, blah. But the thing I value the most is that he kept you on in spite of anything that happened. He said, Rob, take a week, calm down. You're part of my team. And in spite of his opinions about anything else, I respect John because he said, no, Rob, you're a good guy. I know your heart. I know what you meant. And I'm going to not judge you based on this clip of a Twitter thing. And I think it's brought so much value, especially Aaron and your interaction with Chris. I love it. I really it's so refreshing. And there's some times when I'll be honest, like Chris or Aaron will make a comment, and then I'm like, I don't know, that's a little like too whatever. But then I go, no, because the way they interact with Rob refreshes my view on they're cool. They're just cool.
Oh, I have to say, I mean, I have the utmost respect for both Aaron and Chris, and they both have really strong partners. I mean, Aaron's husband Tom and Logan, who is Chris's husband, both of them are really great guys. They have really great.
Well, they have great sense of humor, and they're not afraid to volley back a very blue comment. And you're like, whoa! I've seen you blush.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. But I think that's something that has been, I think, lost in our culture now. I mean, there is that kind of. I mean, first of all, being able to have that kind of humor, there's a certain level of maturity and understanding that goes with being able to tell jokes like that I think we're losing. I think our civilization is being infantilized, and we are being the maturity level of especially here in America, our maturity level has been completely diminished. And we now live in a got you world. Like I was in a conversation with people today. I got called. What did I get called? I got called an unhealthy, fat, alcoholic, lesbian-looking motherfucker. That's what I was told. And my answer, what I write back to that is like, what's wrong with lesbians? That was my answer. I'm like, what are you saying? But I do think that we live in that world, and it's unfortunate because I think humor and being able to laugh at ourselves and poke fun at ourselves. I mean, look, I'm a huge Dave Chappelle fan, and he's a master storyteller, and the way he uses humor, and the fact is, you can't. Human beings, we are inherently goofy. Like Tom Jr. Jackson, our goof emeritus, the man who coined the phrase "we're all goof people." You need to understand that all human beings, we are inherently goofy. We're goofy, and if you don't take that, and we're also amazing. We also do incredible things. We paint the Mona Lisa. We go to the moon. We build the pyramids. All the things that we do, we're amazing, but we're also goofy, and you have to accept that. And if you can't, and I think we now live in a time where people have forgotten that we're both amazing, but we're also pretty goofy. A lot of the things we do are goofy. And it's now, we live in a time too where I don't think people are fulfilled, and this performance activism that happens on a daily basis is problematic. People make themselves feel better by going after those they feel are not as self-actualized as they are. And it's weird. It's a really weird thing. Like, I've done something good today by making sure this bad person has been shut down. And I'm like, who are you to say?
Right.
The scripture tells us that, lest you be judged. I mean,
right. Thou shalt not judge lest thee be judged yet.
Yeah.
But going back to movies, do you think that, because I'm a big fan of the old like satire movies like Airplane, anything Mel Brooks, and it just doesn't seem like anybody can take a comedy like that anymore. I mean, was really hoping to see a movie like that come out, and
comedy's dead. In terms of, that's why I love watching Netflix specials. I mean, nobody understands. It used to be that we understood stereotypes, and we understood. Again, it's because of the infantilization of our culture. We used to be a lot smarter about these things.
I often think what George Carlin would think.
He would not be happy with where we're at now.
Well, he was echoing it way back before anyone was even thinking about it. He was saying, these fuckers are going to be like this and like that, and like nobody.
No, and it's unfortunate. And now, again, and we've also become a very navel-gazing, narcissistic culture. Everybody wants the world to be the way they want it to be right now. It's like, you better call me by what I want you to call me. Otherwise, I'm going to go after you. I'm like, why are you the center of the universe?
Karenicity.
What about me? Like, I can't, like, I don't even, like, I don't expect anybody to call me anything. I don't expect, and if they, if somebody, it's such a weird position to be in. Like, here, I've always believed, philosophically, that when you step outside your door, your front door, the world is going to come at you. You can't expect the world to be the way you want it to be. It's not going to be, ever. When you go into the world, you need to be ready. You need to be armored up, whether it's personality, whether it's your clothes, whatever. You need to be ready for the world to come at you. Because if you expect the world to be the way you want it to be, you're in for a big disappointment. So,
well, let me ask you this, because you mentioned about that, and that's a very specific aspect. So, the Old Testament prophets were against counterculture. They're very counterculture, and stand-up comedians are very counterculture. When they, like, take for instance Joe Rogan or other people that are like, I'm going to say what I want to say, Dave Chappelle, and they're people who were on their side will all of a sudden turn against them, saying, "You're right wing," and like, "No, dude, I'm not right wing. I'm like very liberal in some aspects." But so are stand-up comedians almost the same as Old Testament prophets?
Well, I mean, I think in a way, I mean, what great stand-up does is it turns a mirror on all of us. It turns a mirror on the audience.
Right.
And
Yeah,
the
hypocrisy.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we're goofy. We're all goof people, like Tom said. And what's so funny is you're going to start to get precious about yourself. We are all, I'm not particularly religious, but we're all deeply flawed individuals that are leading a life that is so fleeting in the galactic time frame. Our lives don't even warrant the blink of an eye. We're not even a blink of an eye in galactic time. I mean, and
Right.
what I find so interesting is that comedians are the people that are putting up a mirror or a lens and reflecting back on us. And I think that if you're offended by what a comedian says, the problem is with you. You know, the problem is that you are not mature and smart and self-aware enough to not be offended by a comedian, to understand their job is to hold that lens up, regardless of what it reflects. And
Well,
if you start telling a comedian what they should and shouldn't reflect back on, this is where we're at now. And where we're at now is they're used to, I think we are much more self-aware as a people than we are now.
Well,
But maybe that's me. Sorry.
Well, last week you had your great friends from Star Trek season 3 of Picard.
Yeah, well, Doug Drexler and Terry Metalis, yes.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they got a little, I hate to say this, but they get a little self-righteous at a moment. And
Sure.
I love the fact that you go, hey, guys, just so you know, this is why people say this. And it took them a moment to go, oh, I didn't think of that. And I love, that's what, Rob, I've been following you from Heroes season, episode 3 with John and John Snap.
Back in 2015.
You give a different perspective, and you go, hey guys, slow your boat. I know you want to raise your pitchforks, but come on, let's give a different perspective. And you always, and where my question is, where do you get your different perspective? Like, you can calm down and not say crucify, but you go, hold on guys, stop, let's see what they have to say, because they obviously have to say something important, and you listen. So where is it from? Your dad, your mom? Where did you get that from?
Well, no, I mean, I think you know what's funny? I think I got it from the very things that I've watched and loved. You know,
Okay.
Whether it was books I've read, I honestly think it's from all this science fiction, fantasy, and horror that I've consumed. The very things that I've loved taught me those things. I mean, I think at the end of the day, and if you really want to go back, I mean, even scripture. Again, I'm not particularly religious, but I don't think you can be a fan of storytelling if you don't know your Bible. Because,
by the way, let's go back to scripture real quick about the threesome. Like, remember, Abraham did slept with the concubine, and then Sarah knew, and then Rachel, and all that. So that's biblical, FYI.
Yeah, well,
Threesomes
no, it's but the thing about the Western canon. So much of our civilization has been defined by the Bible, both the Old and the New Testament. Right. Whether you're a believer or not, if you look at the stories and the things that we know, like, for instance, it doesn't matter to me whether you believe that the Bible is the Word of God or whatever. The story of Job, for instance, has value. And there is truth. Right. There is truth inherent in stories, where they come from. I don't care where they come from, but if the stories are good, and the story of Job is a great story, you know, and in a way, you know, C.S. Lewis used it in the Screwtape Letters, and then Clive Barker used it after him for the Yattering and Jack. You know, this idea that hell is constantly, my dear Wormwood, if you know your C.S. Lewis or you've read the Screwtape Letters or Mere Christianity or whatever. I mean, I think that it becomes. You just have to have a perspective that life is complex, and if you like people, genuinely like people, and you should, because people are infinitely interesting, and people are also infinitely frustrating, but human folly and human triumph and all those things. That's what we've got. I mean, that's what makes this planet different than anything in the cosmos that we've seen so far. So far, we're the only ones that are us. We're the only ones here. And we're so quick to want to get rid of other people. And like I've said, each one of us is unique in the cosmic infinitude of the universe. So why are we so quick to want to destroy others? I mean, I like all of our craziness.
Based on your philosophy in life, I mean, I Rob, you don't understand how I can speak for myself, but I think posting the Post-Geek Singularity Facebook page, I think a lot of people resonate with you personally because you are so open-minded, and maybe because of Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever your fandom, but you've gleaned truth from those fandoms that maybe people haven't dug that deep, but you've dug that deep, and as a person who has dug that deep goes, yes. Kevin, let me ask you this, Kevin, like somebody who, I don't know how long you've been in the Post-Geek Singularity, but what's something that you go, Rob, he's my guy because of this?
I've been, since the middle of the pandemic, I found John, and then I found Rob. And I don't know, for some reason, Rob, I don't know how you take this. I connect with you in a way because I'm the oldest. I never had an older brother.
Right.
That's the way I kind of felt. Like he's talking to me like an older brother would, about just regular geek stuff. But and I'm not really religious like you, Rob. But
oh, I'm not religious. No, don't get me wrong. I love religions, but I'm not religious.
I love the stories of religion, and in college I got really into philosophy. So Socrates, Plato, everything, Eastern philosophy. So I got really into philosophy, and my big thing is just being who I am, just sort of living, because that's all you can do. You know what I mean?
And we're here for such a short period of time, and I really wish that I mean, I've never seen, we are especially in America, we're so divided, and not only are we divided, but we are gleefully divided. We now love hating other people. Americans love hating other Americans, and I haven't seen anything like this before, and I don't understand it. We're all Americans, whether you're on the right or the left or whatever, you believe in the Bill of Rights, the Constitution. Our democracy is very different than any other democracy or any other form of government that's ever existed. And yet right now, we're in a position where we literally hate one another. Americans hate each other. I hate each other. And to the point where I think if you got a mob, if you got their dander up enough, they'll pull somebody apart.
But Rob, my question is, I think for me, in my point of view, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're like the Atticus Finch. You will be the guy who'll be like, no, I mean,
that's very, by the way, it's very flattering. Coming out, by the way, To Kill a Mockingbird's coming out in 4K. Just saying. No, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
When you said
it's a high compliment.
When you said about David Dorn that night, I remember I was there that night. And then Facebook blew up. And I was just looking at you, and I go, no, I know Rob. We watch this show. We don't just know you. Like, I met you in person. I know at Yard House. But I was like, no. I know him. And I got so protective. And that's why I said I valued what John. Whew, well, what John protected you. He's like, no, take a week off.
Well, here's what. So what you're referring to. So a lot of people might not know that there was a.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about.
So I was like going to get canceled. So what happened was, during the BLM riots, there was a police captain named David Dorn, 75-year-old man, father of 5, grandfather of 10. He was protecting a pawn shop during the riots. And under cover of the riots, these guys, they were not looters. They were robbers. They went to rob this pawn shop, probably because there were guns in the store. and he was gunned down. He was killed, murdered
on a live stream.
Yeah, on a live stream. And so I saw a video of him on Twitter. And
Hold on, let me can I interject?
Well, let me
live
just
stream by a fellow black gentleman who said, "This is not right. They just killed this man who I know." And that's what is infuriating, because it wasn't like a white dude or whatever.
Yeah. So I wrote, I was so incensed by this video that I retweeted the video, and underneath it I said something like, "You want outrage, motherfuckers? Where's a Second Amendment supporter to defend this man? You know, shoot to kill." Something like that. And then I retweeted that video with what I said, meaning, and what in my mind, what I was, because I thought it was darkly sardonic what I was saying. And I'm like, there's so many people, there's so many gun advocates, Second Amendment. I'm like, where was somebody with a gun to use deadly force to protect this man? That was my whole thing.
Which doesn't make sense, because especially in fandom, because we watch movies. That's why we love The Punisher. That's why we love movies about revenge. That somebody gets
of course
over and said, and sorry, Rob, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just saying the hypocrisy of saying we've been in movies. I saw Wind River when people got raped in that movie, and at the end when Jeremy Renner was sniper rifling people and knocking them down, I literally, and people say it's a black thing, it's not a black thing. I literally jumped up in the movie theater and I said, "Yes!" When he started destroying those people who did injustice.
Yeah.
They got their just revenge. And I'm like, yes. And the same, I've only jumped up twice in a movie. That time in Captain America when he got Mjolnir.
Oh, yeah.
I jumped up in the middle of a movie theater and go, yes! And people looked at me and I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck, because that tension was so built up in me. And that's what I love about fandom, because I'm like, I released myself in the movie. Not that I was going to really do it in my real life, but the fact that I saw it on screen and I said, I need this release, because I don't feel like, the way I feel right now, the anger I feel, I'm justified in feeling that.
Dude, I'm with you. And what happened to me when I retweeted this, my comment wouldn't have made any sense if you hadn't seen the video.
Right.
So what I thought was really interesting to me is that people that I knew, one person in particular, and I work with, took my tweet, you want outrage, motherfuckers, and screen capped it without the video, and then put it out on social media and said I was advocating killing looters. That was how it was framed. Totally out of context. And of course, what was so interesting is then John called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I see this. Maybe you should put out an apology. Maybe people won't understand this because it's been taken out of context." And I was like, I thought it was pretty apparent, but it was John who called me right away, within like 10 minutes. I'm like, all right. So I went and made a apology video. And I said, "Hey, I don't understand why this was taken out of context, but just so you know, I left it on my YouTube channel. You can still see it." And I made this apology video because I was fucking angry. I was really angry that this man, this 75-year-old man, and I kept thinking about my own grandfather, and he was just gunned down, and somebody made a video. No one helped him. He was dead on the sidewalk. And what was really interesting is, like you said, Sonny, people who knew me, this was somebody I'd worked with for years. But you know what I realized? Right. And I became embroiled in this whole thing. And I really wanted to tell everybody, you know what? You misconstrued what I was saying, and you specifically went after me and targeted me and turned me into something based on what you wanted. You, in a way, victimized me for something I said because you turned it around and you were totally disingenuous. But I had to suck it up. And by the way, I'd already apologized and made the apology video. This went on for days. And this was, of course, the Schmodown, and I was working for them. No one stuck up for me. And not only that, people that I
Right.
work with for a long time started piling on going, Rob Burnett's a garbage person. I'm like, you know what? I never got paid by the Schmodown. I was having fun. I rolled in with my crazy jacket playing a crazy character. I was nice to everybody. I never said a bad word. And by the way, I love Christian Harloff. I love Mark Ellis. I love what they did. Love the Schmodown. I was honestly shocked by the response that I got from people.
Well, time will tell, and I'm going to tell you right now, where's John at? And the fact that he backed you up, and where they're at. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be like
no, but I
dramatic.
mean, and look, I
No,
mean,
really,
I think
like where they value and where John valued you as a person, he knew who you are, and where they decided to follow a trend or people that they
no,
and
and
so nobody can say anything about John because that's
well,
the number one thing. John Campea, in my book, solidified himself as an honorable person by doing what he did with you.
Oh,
dude, he can say the most stupid thing, and I'll be like, okay, John, cool, but you're my bro because I value you as a person and as a man. I mean, a creator and a leader.
I'll tell you something. I mean, John Campea has been a great boss. He's been scrupulously honest with me. Of all the people that I've ever worked for or with, you know, we might have differences. People might not like his opinion. But you know what? I'll tell you what. If John has a problem, you know what John does? He'll tell you. He'll call you up. He'll be like, I need you to come meet me for dinner tonight right now or at 8 o'clock or whatever, and I need to talk to you.
So can I ask you a question really quick?
And he will. He will talk to you and tell you what's wrong. He'll be like, let's talk about it. He never shies away from that. And once you have a discussion and you get past it, you get past it. Now, I think
who's been in the industry as long as you have, can I ask you what that value of that relationship with John and the way he handles things? Like if you looked at Hollywood and people you knew, man, if they had dealt with it like John did, what opportunities, what things could you have created? What could you have done?
Oh, dude.
You think more people in Hollywood should adopt the John Campion model? I don't mean to blow the smoke up his ass, but should they adopt the John Campion model of going?
Oh, I think the world, look, is John perfect? Certainly not. Does John have his own foibles? Of course. But you know what?
Mozzarella sticks and sour cream.
Yeah, no, I can't go there. I can't go there.
Like Batman Beyond.
He doesn't like Batman Beyond. He's never watched it. Come on. But here's the thing, and I know it should because Batman Beyond's awesome. But the thing about John is, John will confront you. John will talk to you, and you know what? It's not the end of the fucking world. And
Exactly.
sometimes
Everyone is afraid to do that. Nobody wants, because that's just part of being a grown up.
Well,
come to you man to man. This is what I don't like. They say what they don't like. You either squash it or you go your separate ways.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I mean, John is an imperfect being, but the thing is, it's his channel. It's the John Campea show. And if you choose, I go in there and I choose to work with him. You know, I choose to be there because I've been working with him since 2015. You know, we now are going on a 7-year period of time. I mean, I've been streaming on his channel since 2018. And I watched it go from less than 100,000 subscribers. We're up past 300,000 subscribers. We have Chris, we have Aaron, we have Ray, we have Taylor, we have Jonathan Voico. Yeah. He's put, and I have to tell you, we are having a fucking ball.
Can I just say one thing, Rob? Literally, I found John's show in the middle of the pandemic, right? I have literally, I've come this close to canceling my cable subscription because literally, what I do every day is I put on the John Campea show and I watch anything from PGS. And that's damn near everything I watch every day. I watch you, I watch Chris, watch everyone. And I have more fun doing that than watching anything on TV.
I love hearing you say that, Kevin. I mean, that's an amazing thing. And I'll tell you, I mean, you know, John has put together this group. I am having so much fun. I mean, would I like to be making independent movies and all that stuff or streaming more on my channel? Sure. But, you know, we're doing well. Financially, we're doing well. We have a lot of sponsors and all that. And we're having a lot of fun. And John's put together, I mean, I have to say, Jonathan, Taylor, Aaron, Chris, even Harloff when he comes in on Tuesdays and streams, we're having the best time. And
Jonathan.
What's that?
Producer Jonathan too.
And Voiko's he's hilarious, and Ray is hilarious. I mean, everybody's hilarious. And like, how can I be like? I'm a guy that by all there's no reason that I should be lucky enough to be on YouTube talking to younger people. And
no, but Rob, your value. I'm going to tell you this because I watch you when you're on the show, and when you're not on the show, I don't watch it. I'm sorry, I don't watch anybody else because you push. No, because I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. You push back and go, "Hey guys, hold on a second." Like I said when you talked about with the people last week, hold on a second. Let me give you a different perspective. This is why people feel the way they do, and then you kind of calm like the irateness of people saying, "I don't understand people who think they're they don't like She-Hulk." You go, "Hold on a second, let's see," because I love She-Hulk. People don't like it, but I love it. But you go, hold on a second. You give a different perspective, and you remind people, slow your roll, because there's people who don't like this, and let's understand why they don't like this, as opposed to going, well, they're misogynist or they're sexist.
See, that's
your value, Rob.
It bothers me that now the fact that everyone is trying to ascribe criticism to being sexist or racist or all these things. I mean, the fact is, I mean, there is a lot of performance activism that's happening in our entertainment. And
will that change? Do you think?
Well, here's the thing though. On one hand,
bad writing. It's just a lot of bad.
Well, that's where it comes down to.
I write, and I mean, I can fart out a story better than some of these places sometimes. How to do a story.
I always go back and I think to myself, I always love to hear new voices that I haven't heard from before, and I go back and I think about Spike Lee. I think Spike Lee is an incredibly talented filmmaker, and I think
that's why Miss Marvel was so good.
Agreed.
Pakistani family.
Agreed.
I couldn't just watch the Pakistani.
That's the thing. I would have watched a sitcom about that family. I love them so much. I love the actors.
It was almost like Cosby Show, but with a Pakistani family.
It was awesome. I loved it. But so wait, what was that? Well, I was just going to say something about right. Oh, so the writing, when you're watching something, you want it to be genuine. You want the writing of something that you're watching to be genuine. That's all anybody is looking towards. And I would say when I saw Spike Lee's first film, She's Gotta Have It, totally out of my wheelhouse. Never had seen anything like it, and that's why I loved it. What he showed,
Do the Right Thing.
He made She's Gotta Have It, School Days, and then Do the Right Thing. But when I saw She's Gotta Have It, like, I don't know how he got that movie financed or how he got that movie made. But when I saw that film, I'm like, oh my God, here's a filmmaker that was making a movie about this black woman in New York, and that I totally out of my experience. But when I watched it, I'm like, here's a voice telling me a story that I never would have heard unless he had made it. Right. And I'm like, it was amazing. And then, School Days was not as good as She's Gotta Have It, but then you get to Do the Right Thing and you're like, oh my God, this film is amazing. Yep. Now, here's the thing. When I watched She's Gotta Have It, I wasn't thinking, oh, it's so great that we have more black voices.
It was just a good movie.
It was just a good movie. And it was just a great story. And it was about people that I didn't know, people that I might not have ever known. But that filmmaker told me something, and I think we need more of that. We need more voices that tell stories that we haven't heard. It doesn't matter what color they are or what sexuality they are, and the thing is, but they have to be great stories well told. Just because somebody is a different color or a different sexuality doesn't mean their story is going to be any fucking good. And I think
your experience, especially with the internet, and listen, I went to see Clerks 3 yesterday, and it was the biggest pile of shit that I've seen because there was a rehash of Clerks 1 and 2. But I thought about, forgive me for throwing this out here, but like what you experienced with the David Dorn thing, and then with the John Snap stuff, and all that bullshit, and all that
Oh,
shit.
that John
And
Snap stuff is even worse.
I know. And you have a story to tell, especially in this fandom right now where people are so divisive. Forgive me for projecting onto something that I think in my mind is sitting brilliant and might be a pile of shit if it were translated on the screen. But you have a story based on everything you've experienced, especially watching Free Enterprise the other day, and when you said, like, oh my gosh, like I could have all these I could have a great house, but I have all these hot toys. Like, but that's what people.
I do have a great house, by the way. Just to say.
I know, but I'm just saying, like in the movie in Free Enterprise, you're like that woman made a comment, like, look at all these toys you have. You could have a great place.
Yeah.
You decide to spend
Where can
here.
I find your movie? I
Well,
see it. Where can I find your movie, Rob?
Amazon.
Yeah, you can. It's out of print right now. Hey, can you guys? I've got to go grab my dog real quick. Sonny, can I leave the floor to you for a second? You guys talk just for a second.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
I got to go figure
So,
out why
Kevin,
he's
how did you
barking.
find-
It's late.
Yeah.
I know.
Kevin, how did you find this space, man?
What's that?
How you said you found this place, the Post-Geek Singularity, through John Campia's show?
Yeah, I started watching it during the pandemic. I just would watch a video here and there. Then I subscribed to his channel, and then Rob came back. It's like, hey, this guy's cool. And then I ended up watching Midnight Musings.
So can I ask you a question? Because it's very interesting. What I think is, what about Rob made you go, I vibe with this guy?
He genuinely felt like a big brother,
Mm.
giving me advice and everything. So, yeah.
Were there? I mean, I'm sure you probably have things that you disagree with him, and some things you agree with him. But like, what's that one thing or a couple things that made you go? You said Big Brother because that's a very intimate and very personal thing. What about Rob is a big brother to you?
Just the way he looks at the world, you know.
Okay.
We have a lot of the same feelings about women and politics, from what I can tell, you know.
So how did you grow up? I mean, like, what brought you? Where do you live again? Remind me.
I live in North Dakota.
North Dakota. So,
Yeah.
is that liberal, conservative? What is that like?
It's
What's the fandom there?
Pretty much the same. Just
Okay.
not a lot of ways to. There's no cons. There's nothing like that. But almost everything takes place in Minnesota. So you go
Okay.
to Minnesota if you want to go to something.
So you have like you have an AMC movie pass? You go to comic book stores. Like what makes you you? Tell.
Tallulah's. It's okay. Don't
So
worry about
like
it. It's
what
okay.
what's
It's
your
okay,
fandom?
guys.
What do you like?
You good?
I like.
Good girl. Okay.
I'm losing my voice. Star Wars.
Star Wars, okay. You're wearing a Darth Vader shirt.
There are many creatures that live in our backyard, and when I'm here in the garage,
I was asking Kevin like where his fandom lies. Like obviously he's wearing a Star Wars shirt. Where's his movie fandom? Where's his comic book fandom? Does he have a comic book store he goes to? What's his deal in North Dakota? That's what I was asking him. Like, how did he find your page? And he said John Campia. So I want to curious, like,
that's
what
an
makes
actually
him
interesting question.
I like a little bit of everything. I just like stories. You gotta pardon my voice. I have MG, myasthenia gravis, so sometimes my voice sounds a little different.
Okay, I just thought a woman squirted into your mouth and it kind of like affected your speech pattern.
Oh man.
Sorry.
I thought I brought this show back online. Gentlemen, I am going to have to call this. I'm going to have to turn off this show, not because I haven't loved this conversation, only because the dogs, they're out. When I'm here in the garage, they roam freely and they're barking, and there's squirrels around, and the neighbors will hate us.
Mine's running around too. I got to catch them.
Yeah, so little Sebastian, Tallulah, but Gilbert's out barking. So I must I'm going to bring this wonderful show to an end.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It was great to have this conversation with you. Six Scale Mafia says, bring back late night Cinemax. Well, I was working on Femme Fatales for 2 years, so we did okay. But anyway, I'm going to say goodnight to all of you. First of all, I want to thank Sonny, and I want to thank Kevin for being here all the way from the Dakotas, North Dakota, Sonny in Texas. What a funny conversation we've had. Cheers to you all for that.
It's really good talking to you guys.
And Rob, again, just I so appreciate the environment you bring, the Facebook page. You know, I love the banter and just you are so open-minded to an aspect that it reminds us, me personally, to keep thriving and keep asking questions and not be ashamed of being inquisitive.
Well,
And
no.
I thank you for being an example of that, because sometimes I feel I was told, Sonny, you're too open-minded, but I'm like, an environment like Post-Geek Singularity, I post on the page, and I love the interaction. People comment, post, whatever,
Yeah.
and thank you for being a beacon to remind me and other people we're not alone. So, Rob, I don't know if that
No,
puts
you know,
a
Sonny,
feather in your cap, but thank you.
it means a great deal, and I also want to thank you. You know, when Tango Shalom came out, you were very supportive. You know, we hung out at the Yard House and talked, and it was great that you did that, and I very much appreciate that. And what you said is very sweet, and I thank you for that. But it makes me happy. You know, what's so funny to me is navigating these waters. It's very treacherous. It's very treacherous lately, and I think for the most part, both the audience of the John Campea show, the audience of this show, the people that I know, have been it's been much more positive than any negativity. And
Exactly.
I think that's the big draw too. That's a bigger draw too. Is that it's just positive, just people talking.
Right.
And there's not so much of that in this world lately.
No, especially now. And my de facto position is, hey man, you know, I think about something from Fast Times at Ridgemont High that also shaped my worldview. There's a scene where Mark Ratner is trying to tell Mike Damone. Mike Damone's trying to tell Mark Ratner how to get a date, and they're in the record store, and they're standing next to a photo cutout, a full-size photo cutout of Debbie Harry from Blondie. And Mike Damone's trying to tell Mark Ratner, because he wants to ask Jennifer Jason Leigh out. He's like, look, man, you know, what you have to do is wherever you are, or I'm paraphrasing, wherever you are, you have to act like that's the place to be. And he puts his arm around the Debbie Harry as if he's talking to her. And he's like, Debbie, hi. And he gestures out to the mall. He looks around and he's like, isn't this great? And I'm like, that's pretty much it. And my friend Sean, Mr. Threesome, he and I used to have a catchphrase, which was whatever comes our way, which meant that whatever was going to happen, you know, we went out like, I love the movie Swingers, but in the movie Swingers, they're always trying to find the perfect party or the perfect place to be. And Sean and my philosophy was wherever we were, it didn't matter where we were going to turn that place into the party. Wherever we are, you know, whatever comes our way, that was the place to be. Just like Mike Damone told Mark Ratner in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Debbie, hi. Isn't this great? Because wherever we were, you could turn any place into a party and have a good time. You just had to have the right attitude, put a smile on your face, and not be a bummer. and that was it. And Sean and I, that's the reason we had that threesome with the Swedish model we picked up at the mine. Or actually, she picked us up. Because it was that.
Next movie, you got to show the interaction, how that happened. Like somebody who's watching and going, wait, that was random.
It was written. It's funny because there was a deleted scene. It just didn't work because we had to shoot it so quickly that there were scenes that didn't work, like when they first met her. And that actress, it's so interesting because that actress's name was, who played the girl, her name was Kira Deanda, and she and I kind of really became friends. And I had a massive crush on her. She was beautiful, and she was just funny, and she was very smart.
Yeah.
But I felt
free-spirited.
yeah, I felt I was very outclassed by her, even though she never gave me that impression. But it's funny because working on that movie, I had so much fun. But you're directing the film, and you can't.
Right.
I can't. There's a
Hey,
professionalism.
that's proof you're not a pervert, dude.
Yeah.
Right there.
It was. Oh no, I'm a pervert, but I'm polite.
No, but I mean, you didn't overextend your boundaries because
No.
you're not being canceled after like, oh my gosh, Free Enterprise, Robert Burnett said this.
No. Yeah. Well, the funny thing about it is that I also people can tell. People can tell what you. I mean, I think really nowadays you get less and less of that. There's a lot of people that can't tell because there's no nuance. Here's my problem. We now live in a world where people like their outrage. They like the idea of canceling people because they feel they've accomplished. I've vanquished evil today by getting rid of
who they are. They wouldn't know who they are without their outrage.
No. And that's problematic. I mean, that we live in a world, and it's dangerous as well because we now live in a world where anybody can come after you. It's very easy. If somebody wants to go destroy you, they can, and they like it. That to me is very scary.
But here's the thing: I think you're so insulated because you have people who are people of color who will insulate and protect you. I mean, no, really.
I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Look at the Post-Geek popularity. Look at the people who have come on this show, Midnight Musing, and they go, "No, Rob, I like you." And it's almost like, I hate to say it's like a shield. We're like, "We got your back, Rob." Like,
well, maybe
boom.
I appreciate that, but what about people who don't have a YouTube channel or whatever? I think there are people that it's a dangerous time because we are getting people are getting to enjoy the feeling of destroying others. And I never felt that I lived in a world where even my fellow countrymen, people that live in the United States, would be that way. But there are. Like you see the vitriol. People now. I mean, I don't know how it's going to be online. It's one thing, but when we get to a point where someone will step up to you in the real world, into your face, and they're willing to.
That's happened to me, and I don't know, to relay it back to movies. Literally, this has worked for me. Is just the old Roadhouse, Patrick Swayze. Be nice.
Right.
We can call you a dead dog lying in the street in the middle of mud, but be nice.
You're not wrong. See, you can find out all the lessons of life in movies, and I've watched a lot of movies. So.
And Rob, you are like the Captain Kirk of the Post-Geek singularity because Captain Kirk. But you got like Spock. You got everybody going, no, Captain, get behind us because we protect you.
Well, it's very nice to hear that. It's very nice to hear. I mean, it's an interesting look. We've always lived in interesting times. I just wish, I wish that people valued one another more. And
what's going to change the cycles of like life? Remember in the 70s, it was a certain way where the religious right. Now it's a progressive left. It's going to swing back into the middle.
Yeah.
It will.
It will.
As long as we trust and just go, you know what? Hold the line. Don't freak out. Don't respond. Just say, whatever, motherfucker. We know what's going to come. And then those people are going to change. They're going to abandon their fight because they don't have the fight within them. They claim because they just want it for posture. They want a posture, but they don't really understand. I think you said it brilliantly one day. They don't understand history. They don't understand what's come before.
Right.
Centuries before.
No, it's true. Well, listen,
Exactly.
I want to thank John Weilbacher. He gifted 5 people memberships to the Post-Geek Singularity. Wow. John, thank you so much. Very, very nice of you. And Tom Jr. Jackson just pointed out, this show has been streaming for 6 hours. First of all, Kevin, Sonny, I want to thank you guys for a very spirited conversation. Certainly, we got a little X-rated, which was very fun, and people are still here.
You brought the threesomes. It's not our fault.
There's still 206 people watching this right now. I want to thank, first of all, I want to thank everybody. Everybody, thank you for supporting the channel via super chats and tips and all that. I want to thank everybody for the great commentary, the great comments. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson for being a great moderator and being a good sport. I want to thank Mikey Lito for still being here.
Lito, I love how he is so outspoken and he didn't give a fuck. I love Mike Lito's. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to tell you what I think, and let's bring that to the table. And I love Mike Lito.
I did kick somebody off the channel tonight though for being rude to him. You know, it's like there's a reason Hannibal Lecter, he said, "Eat the rude." He's not wrong. I mean, you got to be polite. But anyway, I want to thank both of you all the way from North Dakota. Kevin, thanks for coming on. Sonny, you've been hilarious. You got to go to bed. What time is it there now? Is it 5 o'clock for you? You're in Texas?
Yeah, I'll be back in Burbank on Tuesday night. So.
Oh, nice.
It was nice meeting you, Sonny.
You as well, Kevin. Are you on the PGS Facebook page?
I am now. I just joined today.
Oh, nice.
Okay. I post on there all the time. Please comment, please. I post stupid stuff, and I just try to be fun, man.
Well, and I want to thank Lael and Mmmm. I mean, it's great to stream with everybody, but also the community, best community on YouTube. And I am going to be doing a Robservations tomorrow, and it's going to be on Star Trek's Identity Crisis.
Physical media?
And you know what? Dieter doesn't know this. I can't do Let's Get Physical Media on Sunday. I can't because Connie sang. We're going to see Tony Atkins. We're going to see some Hellraiser movies, part of Beyond Fest at the Arrow with one of the writers. So I forgot. And by the way, Dieter's going to be so mad because I'm not going to see Rammstein only because they're in LA. I can't afford to go.
Just a quick.
Are you going to see Barbarian?
I've seen Barbarian.
Oh,
did you see it?
I did.
I love Barbarian. It
was good.
Yeah.
Did you see Kevin?
No, I'm going to. I got the 6 movie Star Trek 4K.
Oh, they're great.
Yep.
And did you get this?
No, but I saw it when you said so on Paramount.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
This is the British version that has 5 discs in it. Woohoo! It's funny because I've been rearranging all my discs. I'm gonna shoot a new opening for Let's Get Physical Media because everyone's like, "Show me your physical media collection," but I never had it. Now it's gonna be in a position where I can show it to everybody. So, but listen, gentlemen, I will say this: every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear, and all you have to do is listen. And with that, we brought the filthy tonight, boys. So thank you for that, Sonny. And everyone, thank you all for being here.